the lows है, the lows gize ho, the lows heavy. आज तेरा भाई VCT गेम्स देख के इमॉर्टल 1 पहुंच गया, ऑलमोस्ट 2 ही लो बचा है। माँ की आंख, ये लोग VCT नहीं देखते भाई, हर गेम टॉप फ्रैग। घर जाएंगा। कैसे हो चैट? क्या लगता है आज का प्रेडिक्शंस क्या है? क्योंकि मैं प्रेडिक्शन देगा तो लोग रोते हैं मेरे टॉप नॉच प्रेडिक्शन से। टॉप नॉच पिंकी दी टॉप फ्रैगिंग, आखिर बीवी किसकी है ड्यूड्स? क्या सीन? चाय पी लो। PRX एंड लाउड, मेरे को लग रहा है लाउड का सफर यहां तक ही था। नाउ लाउड विल सफर, ऐसा सीन लग रहा है। हाँ, क्योंकि स्टोरी लाइन अच्छी होगी, समझ रहे हो? कांग वर्सेस PRX अगेन। क्या लगता है? नहीं, लाउड ही जीतेगा वैसे। बकचोदी कर रहा था। 217 है बड़वे आपकी बीवी। लैंग्वेज इनकी 2 किल पे, क्योंकि सुपरमार्केट में भी 2 ही बंदे रखे हैं ना उसने हायर करने को, इसलिए जैसे वो मार्केट बड़ा होके ज्यादा लोग रखेंगे हायर करने को, उसके बाद किल्स बढ़ जाएंगे। कोई सीन नहीं। मेरा पीठ वीट सब करा टन 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 टन। मैच लगा। मैच कहाँ से लगाओ जब मैच चालू नहीं हुआ? मैच लिए। बग्स भाई स्विच स्टेज समझाओ ना प्लीज भाई। सिंपल है भाई, सिंपल है। वो लोग पहले स्विट्जरलैंड में जो स्विस स्टेज है वहां पे वो लोग जाके स्क्रिम्स करते हैं, उसके बाद वो लोग फ्लाइट लेके आते हैं मद्रिद, और वहां पे जाके सीधा गेम्स। ये सीन है, समझ रहे हो? फॉर्मेट अच्छी है, फॉर्मेट अच्छी है। हेलो बंग्स ब्रो, हेलो। भाभी को लो, भाभी गेमिंग्स कर रही है बहुत भयंकर। अनुज भाई स्ट्रीमिंग टुडे, पता है? नाइस टी शर्ट बंग्स, कहाँ से लिया? दुकान से। कौन सा दुकान मत पूछो भाई, जो अच्छा लेता है डायरेक्ट खरीदता हूँ, पता है? ब्रांड ब्रांड का नॉलेज वैसे ही नहीं है अपने पास। हाँ, अगर तुम लोग ने बोला कि मेरे को माउस चाहिए, हेडफोन चाहिए, वो कौन से अच्छे में बता सकता हूँ, लेकिन अभी नहीं। जैसे कोई स्पॉन्सर आता है उसके बाद। जिंदगी झंड, तेरा भाई लेजेंड। हाँ, थाईलैंड से लिया? थाईलैंड से नहीं लिया शायद। हे बंग्स भाई कैसे हो? थाईलैंड से मैंने वही लिया था, 12 से 15 कपड़े एनिमे के। 100 200 रुपए के थे वो, सिर्फ प्रिंटेड, समझ रहे हो? स्ट्रीम में पहनने के लिए अच्छी है। और सोलो एज यूजुअल सोलो की वहां पे बहुत सारे लोग वॉच पार्टी कर रहे रहेंगे, तो करने दो। यहाँ पे मोस्टली स्ट्रिक्स आ जाएगा, मोस्टली। मेरा बेटा पता नहीं सुबह से गायब है। स्पॉन्सर्स तो जमाने हो गए, दुख दो।
Up during the draw yesterday, so you'll be higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B.
भाई अपने स्पॉन्सर है ना, देव भाई ना मान
will
रहे।
be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ascent.
Sent.
सनसेट
And then
बैन
your
कर
ban?
दे, लाउड सनसेट।
Split. And then map number 1 from EDG.
ब्रीज।
Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2.
ब्रीज।
Sunset.
Sunset. Side on Sunset.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with EDG. You have
Hypercon tends to do pretty well.
Quality is good.
आ गया? आ गया ना? आ गया शायद। आ गया, लेकिन ये
Yes,
बंद क्यों
I
हो
think
गया?
this is going to be make or break early in this series.
Real quick.
भाई नेट स्पीड बराबर है
This is
भाई.
a 60-40 in favor of Loud. I think
आ गया ये.
I think they
भाई
have a
20
strong
बार
lead on the
obvious
meta.
restart
EDG
मारा,
still playing
20
basic old stuff from last year for the most part. But for EDG, there's always the upset potential. The individual form has been electric. Kongkong has been great. And it's just team that no matter what form they've shown before, they always step up to their opponent.
आगे.
Is the old guard versus a newer guard that we saw in 2023 looking to make
कब
a
शुरू
change
होएगा? अभी
also
5
in
मिनट में.
2024?
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent day. Who's going to make it out into the top 4? Let's find out. Is it Loud versus EDG? We got Carmine Core.
Go हो गया
versus
भाई.
PRX.
ये होती है
Day 5 of
टाइमिंग. ये
Masters.
होती है
Madrid
टाइमिंग.
starts right
आपको
now.
वजह से मेरी वाईफाई वाले को गाली भर दिया. मैंने क्या किया? हेलो बंग भाई, मैंने अपने फ्रेंड को आपका स्ट्रीम में फ्रेंड किया. वो मैरिड है. पता नहीं कि उसके बाद सोफा पे शिफ्ट हो गया. अच्छी फ्रेंड्स है आपके पास. अच्छी फ्रेंड्स है. आ गया. आपके लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से एक बार बात करवा दो ना प्लीज. हैं? इतने कॉन्टैक्ट से मेरा होता है भाई. बात मेरा होता है भाई. बाकी सबसे नहीं करा सकता.
Was it hard, like losing Jing and having to basically fill that hole?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's been a big part of PRX, and finding someone that as good as him would be very hard. We had a new player. I mean, yeah, he's ready to show what he got, this tournament. So, yeah, wait and see.
I think it's just myself that not being confident, because
भाई इसको
all
अभी
the
देख के ही हंसने
players
आता है.
in PRX are like top notch in the world. It's normal that
इसको अभी देख
you
के
have
हंसने
sort
का
of
आता है. मॉर्निंग.
pressure
Quite honestly, I think we absolutely need to see more out of Munyet.
when it comes to a tournament when you're not hitting shot. It's really hard to get back, but my teammates have been helping me a lot going through this.
For us, it's just we're all like very inexperienced, so like all this is new to us, and we
क्या
all
हम
just wanna,
center
like, do
करना?
everything that we can every
Center?
single day to prepare ourselves for the situation.
अच्छा वैसा नहीं. पिंकी अभी आ जाएगी. Out of 4, how many will qualify?
Their playstyle is the same like us.
फाइनल्स 2 बजन के बीच में
Gonna
है.
be like aggression team against aggression team. I'm really excited for the blood that
टोटल 4 लोग खेल रहे हैं. 2 जन जाएंगे प्लेऑफ्स के लिए ना. ऐसा है. संस्था भाई. और ऑलरेडी 2 प्लेऑफ्स के लिए सेलेक्ट हो गए ना. सेंटिनल्स और कौन हुआ है?
Una buena impresión en ellos, que ellos se diviertan jugando, algo que es una honra para mí.
किसी सेंटिनल्स हुई है.
这些新
वाह क्या
面
नॉलेज है.
出现嘛，对于我来
नॉलेज है भी
说
मेरा.
也就还好，就因为我也可能打了2年世界赛了。
सेंटिनल्स और जेल जी. हाँ, ये 2 क्वालिफाई हो गए. अभी आज 2 क्वालिफाई होएगा.
我也
फिर
是小孩，他们也是小孩。
बूम बम
A gente chegou até aqui.
सेमीफाइनल्स और फाइनल्स
joga
होएगा.
com confiança, confiar um no outro, confiar uno mesmo, que vai dar tudo certo, dar o nosso máximo e sempre com sorriso no rosto.
फाइनल्स में ऑलरेडी है सेंटिनल्स.
但是我
फाइनल्स
希望
में नहीं है.
我知道
सेमीफाइनल्स में
我们
ऑलरेडी
永远都在朝我们心中的那个念想去奋斗，去做好最好的自己。然后以后见到 ZMJJKK 手挥抖。
क्या हो गया?
क्यों? ये क्या है इधर? है नहीं?
देखने का. चल हो गया. कांग कांग बोलते बहुत सही के. क्या हो रहा है आज? क्या हो रहा है? नेट बराबर है.
और अनुज भाई का भी जा रहा था, आ रहा था जियो.
नहीं लेकिन नेट बराबर है. हेलो. हाँ, इसके बाद रिफ्रेश करूंगा. मेरा नहीं. ट्विच गाना निकल गया. रिफ्रेश बाद में करेंगे. गाना मिस नहीं कर सकते. मैं फिर गाली देने जा रहा था. ये मस्त है ना उड़ी. लाउड लिखा. गाने का जज्बात बदल दिया मेरा. बहुत ही अच्छी फेस ब्लेंड, बहुत रबर बैंड इधर मेरा इंटरनेट हो रहा है रबर बैंड मैच मेरी इंटरनेट हो रही है रबर बैंड बेंच
Two teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative for as long as China has been at global events. They've constantly been on this upward trajectory and allowed them last year. They have a chance to do it again if they want a shot at playoffs.
Exactly, and America's looking to be the strongest region out there for now. They could be that for just a second if Loud manages to win. Both them and Sentinels making it on to playoffs, showing that maybe 2024 is not the year of the rookies, but the year of Americas.
It's possible, but for EDG, if they're to win this one, they get revenge for FPX. This is the team that just knocked their compatriots out.
कौन मैं मेरा बराबर चल
certainly going to be a lot of tension on that stage because
जिंक्स ने क्या
as
ना
we
खुद
saw
को
yesterday, right, in the PRX game.
Guess the Animal is the best series on Acetone.
You know,
हाँ
when you're
क्या
in these elimination matches, you're in
Love
these
you,
high
Vinay
pressure
bhai,
moments,
love
right?
you.
You got to wear it all out there on the
अपना
stage.
knowledge कमाल
And
का
look,
है
I think both of these teams, they're going to do just that. Both teams have like very famous gifs of them like mocking one another. So I think it's safe to say that we're going to get some more.
मेरे को लग रहा है EDG fans ज़्यादा है.
We all remember Kankan standing up and just showing that operator.
And we all remember Sadak just going, what are you doing?
What is that?
कैमरा उल्टा है.
A toy? I don't say it's not hurting me. But yeah, definitely we've seen how the character against Kong Kong.
Yeah, this could be a
अबे
moment here.
रिफ्रेश करो यार तुम लोग का नेट बराबर चल नहीं रहा है.
If this is going to come to fruition, of course, for Kong Kong, he could very well shut it all down here.
भाई सुनो जिसका भी एफ हो रहा है अपने अपने नेट वाले को कॉल करो भाई यहाँ पे स्मूथ है सब समझ रहे हो भाई क्या इंटरनेट है यार तुम्हारा यार.
Well, yes, we're here in Madrid, ready
Shame.
to kick off this game. Tom, the pistol's going to be
Shame
underway
on
in just
you.
a second. Quick thoughts on Loud and EDG before we get into this one, because we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, and it is 50-50. One team won the first,
That
one
वाले
team
गाली
won the
देने
second.
वाले
They
आपको
have
बोल
both
रहे हैं.
gone
Excuse
back
me.
and forth. We've even seen it across the stage. Sadak
Smooth
versus
internet है,
Kong, the sort
smooth.
of faces they've pulled, even mocking each other at times. So I think this one might just get fiery. And honestly, I'm so excited to get into this matchup.
Well, the pistol round is kicking off with EDG.
Let's
on the
go,
defensive side here on this match. Nobody
Loud जीतेगा
looks like
लेकिन.
there could be a fight on his hands.
नीचे
but
देखा
Ooh, he spotted them down below. The info's there for EDG, and the opening pick is too. But a trade back as Loud looked to
भाई
quicken the
quality
pace
का
towards
MC
this
नहीं
site.
दिख रहा.
Nobody's tucked into the corner. Has an opportunity to catch him on the way, but again, just fades back. Nice shot by QCK. The advantage now for Loud, but the players have fully rotated in. And EDG will attempt this retake moments from now when this wall falls, or when they step right on through it. The spams the game for now. A wide swing from QCK opens up all the space. Loud have got their pistol in the
बोला था ना कांग मारेगा लेकिन लाउड जीतेगा. आज जिंक्स नहीं है.
What you expect to see on this attack side.
Quality
I think
tick
EDG are going to be
करो.
waiting
क्या
to
tick
get
करूँ?
onto theirs.
बराबर
That was
है.
where they had the real success. Of course, this is one of those matchups where I almost feel like teams were playing a bit of chicken when it came down
Quality
to the
गंदी आ रही है.
obviously, the initial ban coming through from EDG of Ascent was very surprising, considering Loud have looked shaky, their identity looking a little bit lost, but a map that they smashed them on at Champs, and maybe just having some flashbacks. Then you've also had the removal of
भाई यहाँ पे ही
both
कुछ
teams
सीन
sort
है
of
बे.
floating Lotus,
मेरे
their
को भी आज थोड़ा
permaban,
अजीब दिख रहा है
until we
लेकिन
end up on the maps. Right?
नहीं
I feel
हमें
like
भी
we've
क्लियर
ended.
नहीं दिख रहा
So, I want to say
गाइस.
somewhat in the favor of Loud. I feel like their map pool just that
कैमरा
little
थोड़ा
bit deeper.
तेज है.
But when EDG go into their opponent's map,
अभी perfect
throughout
है
this
सब.
tournament thus far, they have been very, very good.
क्या सीन चैट 2-0 लाउड.
But the flank up by Chichu, the sneaky play on mid. He had been spotted earlier, obviously, as we saw Sadak take a bit of
बफर और है
engagement
नहीं
with
नहीं
him.
मेरा बराबर है.
So Loud aren't allowing any free space to be taken by that defensive side. The problem here is if they do feel boxed in by Chichu and any potential B pushes, they'd be running into an A stack. We can see EDG have fully stacked up that site. As you can see, Loud are not looking to commit blindly. They've spread back out and found some space.
Yeah, I actually think that that's really important. That
अभी
they
ठीक
go
हो गया,
back
अभी
and
ठीक हो गया.
get that fight, because
अभी
it
अचानक
does
से ठीक
put
हो
the
गया.
doubt in the minds of
ओह
their opponents
हिलते
a
हो
little bit.
अजीब लग रहा है
EDG were
देख रहे
able
हो.
to stack up on A because they had the information
उनका ही सीन है.
that they had control for anybody rotating back. Even still, though, with 40 seconds left, it does look like they're going to be pushing into the EDG stack.
VALORANT का update आ रहा है,
One of the
इसलिए हो
only
रहा है.
ways they could really take any damage in this round.
दिमाग
Yo, this
लगाओ.
is perfect. You've taken down Chichu. At this point, you assume there's someone towards B. They'll hear the Viper wall go up. You don't have control of mid, so the rotates will go towards that side. But there was nobody there from EDG. Everybody still patiently waiting on A, and now's their chance to get some value. One kill is all they'll get. A big stop by Loud, even though they run into the stack, they find all the value. The second round, cleanly in their pocket.
F कौन से F भाई सब बराबर है. हेलो अपना
Taking
अपना
their
इंटरनेट
time.
देखो.
Obviously on the other side, I think
घर जाएगा.
EDG didn't really have anything, so I don't think they're going to feel too
भाई
hard
EDG
done by
बाहर हो
the
रहा है
fact
यार.
that they don't really get too many kills.
Feeling
Now
bad
they're looking
for
to
Kang
invest
Kang.
back in with the rifles on every single player. Now, I do think it's going to be fairly important for EDG to get off to a good start in this series.
फिर
'Cause
से लिख
we've
रहा है.
already seen that a couple of times in their match versus Gen G. They did very well in the early, and then they
एक और
seemed
बार
to
अगर
teeter
किसने
out a
मेरे को
little bit,
बनाया.
slow down, and Loud are a team that will punish you if they're able to
भाई
get off the
कितनी
mark.
हरामी
This
चैट
is
है
one of
भाई.
the
कितनी
players we're
हरामी
definitely gonna
चैट
be
है.
keeping an eye on. As it was said on the desk, he may not directly be coming in as an Aspas replacement.
जो लोग F
When
लिख
you're
रहे हैं ना
coming up
अपने अपने
against a
एग्जाम
player
में
like
मार्क्स देख
Kong,
लेना. ठीक है.
you need that star power. Already though,
अभी
Smoggy
लिखो.
onto a flying star.
अभी लिखो.
Kalanzine is dropped, Sova gone. And it's definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult now that you
Jinx
don't
हो
have your
जाओगे, मत करो.
initiator.
Yeah, one of the things they've been struggling with is QCK getting into sights, and without having a Sova to reveal them up, it's going to be a bit tougher. Now no flank protection, neither is Static Falls. This is how these rounds typically go when you slow down the pace. You're not going to win most of the fights you're taking, and in this case, none of them so far. The final attempt will be to group up to make some value out of this lower buy round for Loud.
Kang
They
Kang
wanna
by
drop a
opping
couple
the
of weapons
cow,
out of
nah.
EDG's hands, but just look how patient and passive this defensive side is being. They're willing to give up the side
चैट
control.
कितने हरामी लोग हैं यार तुम लोग.
Yeah, they've already got them pretty much boxed in once again. The same push has come through from Chichu. Nice
God.
work from QCK though. That'll be Khan down. Making
Every
this one
shot.
at least a little bit more competitive. Trying to get a bit more aggressive as he's going to go through the utility that has been placed down. That flank is the major danger, but with how far forward they've actually gone, I don't know if there's anybody that can actually be picked off. He needs to go huge from this position. And it's only going to be the one kill. There comes Chichu in from behind, and Les is left to try and clutch this 1 versus 3. There probably isn't
EDG
anybody
is
else
back.
you'd want, but even he can't win out that one.
EDG is back.
Not the end of the world at all. I mean, they get the 2 kills. It's sort of bare minimum done.
EDG
Housekeeping
is back,
in a round
baby.
like this. They didn't overinvest. You know, you said there were some rebuys, but
Pin कर रहा हूँ,
again,
pin कर रहा
fairly
हूँ.
minimal considering the lack of
भाई
losses.
सुनो असली का F होएगा ना तो
It's
मेरे को
all right for
समझेगा
Loud.
नहीं.
This
अभी
is
बोल
the
रहा हूँ अंडी मंडी.
formality of early Valorant out of the way. It's sort of weird to not see
उन्होंने
the third
बोला
round one.
ब्लॉग
Most of the
में आया
games
तो
we've
एंड
been covering,
करना.
Thomas,
हाँ
it's been
क्या?
pure chaos by now, but
कभी बोला था लेकिन.
PRX game later on. Stay tuned for
दो
that.
साल
To be fair, we
पहले
have been
3 साल
doing
पहले.
China versus Pacific in every game so far, so I think it's understandable why some of these games have gone the other way. Even
अरे
still,
मत
though,
लिखो ना F यार.
this is where things
गर्लफ्रेंड
get
नहीं मिलेगी
interesting.
अभी बोल रहा हूँ.
QCK has been doing well in the early rounds as well. This means he's already going to have himself Bladestorm and an extra 4,000 credits in the bank.
Refresh
so
करो.
he's pretty well stacked to go for this early push. Howdong's going to be the one under pressure and almost has to fall back completely. Doesn't have any support, so his main goal is just going to be to delay as much as possible. And for the other side of things, they're just taking their time.
अरे हराम जादो गेम नहीं देख पा रहा मैं. मत लिखो ना.
Pushing the EDG side out of position, grabbing
मतलब
orbs
मिलेगी.
and looking for picks. As you said, QCK's had a good time on the way through, a difference from some of the series
जो लोग
we've
F
seen.
लिख रहे हैं ना
Now
वो
he's
लोग
got
का
the
कल का
Bladestorm
दिन
to try
बहुत
and pick
अच्छा
these
जाएगा.
players off. But after seeing that control, grabbing their orb and not finding any advantages being given away, they're rotating back.
Yeah, I think they had no plan to ever go in this direction. The spike was dropped outside deep on B. There was no one going to retrieve it. This was all an attempted ruse. And when I say attempted, it has worked wonderfully. There's currently only one player left on the site. But EDG have made the realization. Pushing players up mid. Got nobody deep in control. They've also got Chichu rotating in. But they are about to be under some serious pressure.
It's the right call again. Same thing we've
देखा
seen from
WG
EDG,
सब आ रहा है
just
ना.
a passive play on A, very confident in their retake game. No big ultis on
मैं
line
आज
to help
QC
them
के
with
mood
few
में.
shots through the wall that actually hurt Concon. He's
कल
down to
मूड में
half
नहीं था आज
HP,
मूड
a
में
little
घुसते
below.
जा रहा है देख रहे हो.
Going to be ideal for the fight back through. The
QC
plan
के.
seems to be secured. The cove broken and the snake bite down, but that's not going to deter them. Now it's time to fight back in, and they've already lost their entry man. Concon down. Kalanzine still in position. The Bladestorm looking to find value. Players up top as well. I mean, Loud are not playing a retake on this. They're not trying to deny the defuse. They're trying to deny any boots on the ground. But they've lost a few fights. 2 is very low. They've got to be extremely careful here. And with less down, even
hacking.
more so. Sonic dropped, and it's only the 30 HP Tui's left to try and close this round out. Already being stuck to halfway. Tui's needs to time this just
Oh,
right.
God,
And the
Loud
shot
जीत
is
गया.
perfect.
Loud जीत गया भाई.
Definitely got a little bit dicey in the end.
Loud
I
जीत
think
गया.
that pre-fire shot from Smoggy basically made it interesting. Because up until that point, I was like, yeah, 3v2 post-plant, you've still got less alive. I'm like, okay, I'm not really too worried for them. And then he hits that shot, and it gets very interesting. The thing is, though, I feel like so far Loud have been fantastic with their orb management. They make sure at the beginning of the round that the reason they push B is to get Tui's that orb even, and then he moves.
Bye, where is Kang Kang?
Plants as well, so then he's able to actually use the Reckoning. So that's what kept them back for so long. That's what allowed Loud to garner so much space. And okay, it gets a little bit dicey in the end, but the fact is they got the round under their belt.
I really like the way we just saw that round play out. As we said, right off.
यार कोई इसको ऑफ
Loud
दिलाओ
had a game
ना
plan. It
यार.
didn't look like EDG threw any spanners into the works, try as they might. We saw the re-aggression when Loud had gone up on B of Howdon. He got behind yellow and actually had really good spacing in making it there if Loud had have been committing. He's been quite good at that, at reading the ebb and flow of the round. Here, he's made the right call.
क्या Viper
Sat
hold
behind
कर
that wall
पाएगा?
because Loud are coming in to get
Is
the
the
plant on
question.
B. Oh, he might have an opportunity here.
Opportunity's gone. Yeah, he was hoping that he could make the player vulnerable and then right-click them as they moved away. I don't mind the idea, ultimately only having a classic, but now it's looking like a formality. Not much invested anymore. What was invested was actually at least a Guardian onto Kankan. He's immediately dead.
Hello, hello,
You're going to see that Hunter's Fury thrown in. I guess they really believe they could take this round away from them. Chichu's managed to find another one. Maybe they might be right, but Senak still just holding down the box. Smoggy's found one more. Eventually, though, it does look like Loud are going to stabilize, and that is a
भाई 100 अल्टी थोड़ा सा
rip, right?
हाँ ना?
It's not even like they were already positioned to have a chance. They just went whole
It was
hog
a
on it.
one-for-one trade and a post-plant.
And they had pistols on the way back through and post-plant. Yeah, it's just a bit strange. Timeout from EDG.
भाई क्या सीन
Okay,
कुछ तो गलत हुआ है
it's
कुछ तो
not like they're
गलत
gonna
हुआ
have
है
a huge problem in the ult economy. They've got a couple big ones coming online soon.
Huh?
One thing that's drawing my eye, though, is the fact that Sadak
हाँ
has a
ना?
lockdown
मेरे को
now,
भी लग
and
रहा
they're
है.
not going to have too much to deal with it. They're going to have to rely on other well-placed utility.
Yeah, at least a
ये
lot of
quality
ults
60.
other than that are coming online. That could be the reasoning from EDG, is make this one a bit more costly, have a chance to win the round, and then we've got one ult online and 3 very close. So it could just be an argument of, okay, we don't actually just want to have them all at the same time and then just spam one round, but
How
yeah,
about
definitely
we तुम यहाँ पे रुको बैच ये क्वालिटी ज्यादा अच्छी है
one round, but yeah, definitely an audacious attempt.
बराबर
Again,
ना?
though, Loud already 4-1 in the lead. As I said, I feel like expectations are there for both teams to have their
लेकिन
strengths.
इसमें एक प्रॉब्लम है यार ये 2x करो ना ये Binks भाई 2x करो ना ये देखा ये प्रॉब्लम
That's my major worry though. Is so
ये
far in this tournament,
प्रॉब्लम
going by ACS, going by ADR, going by most stats,
ये
more kills,
ये इशू
Kankan's
है
at the top.
दे भाई ना मान रहे दे भाई
Because there have been serious vulnerabilities.
अच्छा
Even
दो
if
राउंड
he's
खत्म हो
still
गया
in the 20+ kill bracket. So I'm a little bit worried for them at this point in time that if he doesn't come online, which I'll be honest, I think he will, but if he doesn't, this is going to be a blitz of a game.
I mean, we saw
Excuse
good
me?
Genji on his map against Genji, but we're going to need to see them
हाँ
build those foundations here on the defense so far.
दे भाई ना मान रहे दे भाई thank you for the 10 मेरी जान के टोटे
Quick. They're making a lot of noise
Love you.
on the way through, but again, it has the same
अब
vibe
बिग
as
मैं
before.
feeling
Just
लो
look
I like a
at the
girl so
dots on
much
the
मैं
minimap
बहुत दिनों से एफर्ट
falling
डाल रहा हूँ
back.
लेकिन
They've
वो
dragged
मुझे
a
दोस्त मानते हैं
huge
can't
rotation
move on
from
also
EDG. There's
आते
now
भाई
3 players on the B
मम्मी
side,
डैडी के
one
बारे में
close
कभी
by
सोचा
around
इतना
mid,
हाँ
and only one man standing alone is nobody
Efforts
on the
डाले
A side, up on pipes. And if he doesn't move quickly, he won't have a
वही
way to
अच्छा था
fall
लग रहा
back. He's going to have to commit to this angle in the next couple seconds unless we see him retreat. And, well, he's now stuck. He's going to have to hold his ground and take this battle with the
Hey,
lockdown
I'm
in play.
stuck.
I wonder
अरे
what
क्या
they're
है ये
maybe a flash from afar to allow him to swing.
उधर ही देख
How about you like fuck off bro
The idea here is maybe a flash from afar to allow him to swing around the corner. Maybe he'll just go for it. Just the one to be found. That's it.
YT इधर
Pocket of
पे
space. Kankan has managed to survive at the back, but now there's a rotation in the other direction once more. Still a player lurking around this
ये
position.
अच्छा तेरा
Out
इंटरनेट
on
बढ़
waiting
जाएगा इंटरनेट
patiently,
स्पीड
but he has to be
से
careful that
20,000
he's
स्पीड है
not
मेरा
caught out.
30
There are a
seconds
lot of
left.
players pushing from a lot of different angles. He might just, no, he's missed the timing just by a millimeter. That's enough, and actually,
भाई
G2's
बहुत
now
crucial
gone
kill
down
था बे
again.
वाइपर
This
मरा यहाँ
round
पे
is starting to get really dangerous. There are so many angles he has to be careful of, unless he's going to win that first. How
ये राउंड भी लाउड जीत गया कांगकांग भी गया
it might be down to just one. Tui's waiting patiently.
भाई खत्म
Loud
है
have
गेम
managed to recover from a position that looked really
20,000
dangerous,
kbps ने
making this
mbps
round look comfortable.
I think they've just had a really strong mid-round decision. The entire
by
we had 2 rounds ago where
be
Loud seemed to be in control the whole way through. They had their game plan and it worked perfectly. EDG didn't put them on the back foot. It looked like the same thing here.
ये लोग जल्दी गेम खत्म कर रहे ताकि हम मोने को देख पाए ये हो सकता है
but it's too late to get back in to deal with 2. Maybe he can do some more damage and that may be, well, it's turning to a reality. That's a free kill for him. But even still, the reality is Loud have just gotten away with highway robbery, stealing this out from EDG. It was a close one that EDG might even have had the upper hand in. But they got shot up into individual fights all across the map just by not having a read on what the hell Loud were trying to do.
Yeah,
Hello?
I think it's interesting because I think for
कहाँ से आवाज आ रहा है
kind of forgive, like he ended up.
घर से
अबे मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड बंद है
कहाँ से चालू तो है
क्या यहाँ पे आइकन ही नहीं है डिस्कॉर्ड का
डिस्कॉर्ड पे कब से है तू
है जी
अभी इधर ही रुक थोड़े टाइम मैं जरा वो ग्राइंड कर रही हूँ
मेरा तेरा वॉल्यूम अप डाउन कुछ नहीं कर सकता मैं
Looking a little bit ropey at this stage. Kan's going to try and pad the gap. He has had a quiet match so far. Got his second kill in the last round, but it didn't really matter too much.
1 2 3 1 2 3 बोलो
Blade Storm
1 2 3 1 2 3
ठीक है
definitely has potential.
Here.
Binks भाई डिस्कॉर्ड पे 2 किल की कोई एक्सक्यूज
This time around.
Hello?
And I think the other problem being that, okay, Chichu might be able to get them back in the next round for retakes. I doubt he's going to be using lockdown here. And there's a Hunter's Fury online for Kalanzine. He's not going to be deploying that anytime soon, I reckon. So there's a, like the safety nets that appear to be forming underneath EDG aren't really there. Damage being done.
इसने
It
हेल्प क्यों
actually
नहीं किया
is
उसको
keeping Loud's economy pretty low, despite a 5-1 lead. If they lose a couple more players here, it will end up being costly enough that EDG might be able to reasonably force an eco out of this squad with 1 or 2 wins.
अरे करेंगे क्या इको का जब ये लोग राउंड जीत रहे इतना हेवी
The reality is there hasn't been a lot of hope in these rounds, and this one's not really the one to give us any extra. If Last goes down, it could be an advantage, or if he gets the kill, just 1 away from a Viper's pit, and he's sticking around. This looks like it'll be his fight, and not one he'll win, but that does still get the pit online. Costs you a rifle, but it doesn't give Chicho an orb. He already had the lockdown.
No.
Sound bet किया
It ends up
Sound bet छोड़ो 6-1 स्कोर है 6-1 और अब भी इनके पास हार्बर और 100 अल्टी है तो 7-1 और कोई तो हैक कर रहा है
Fantastic.
कौन
Someone's tripping
Observer.
For the side of EDG, they're already going to be taking their second pause.
दूसरा टाइमर भी ले लिया लग गया
Because these rounds, even though, okay, there's been casualties, I don't think any of them have looked particularly close.
लग गए
Especially once you get to the second portion of the round. And they need to start getting onto the board.
आज मॉर्निंग में जल्दी आएंगे
Expectations to get their attack side is going to be better. But they need to actually have a decent sort of foundation to actually build upon, because let's not pretend like Loud are just going to allow them back into the game. Like, they have got some fantastic players over on their side that, like, you'd bet your house on at least 1 round less.
याद से मेरे को मालूम पड़ा तुमने मैक्सिमाइज
He's been one of the best players, I would say, in the tournament, but of the last year,
This, look at this quality.
You could keep going back. He has been up there, so
वो
I think
गेम का ही कैमरामैन का
a
प्रॉब्लम है
decent change. And EDG in the past,
I'm looking at Twitch.
क्या क्वालिटी है क्या क्वालिटी है
they learn a lot.
अरे मेरा Twitch सच्ची में क्लीन दिख रहा है तेरे से
हाँ
We saw a
हमारा
lot of
प्रीमियम है
conversation about
इसलिए
Coach Alex's
अरे
pause
refresh
yesterday
करके
and the
देख ले
impact
एक
that had for
बार
PRX, them going on to win
Valorant
like
के
11
stream
out
पे
of
देख रहा है
13
ना
of the
तू
next rounds. Maybe that can be the case for EDG here. They don't even need it to be that strong of a statement. Just this attack side to at least have some legs. Remember, even the best teams in the world will refer to those pistols as coin flips. And you don't want to be going into that
my
with
favorite
1 round
creator.
in your
Love you,
bank.
Pura
Big
bhai.
problem for them. It's not like EDG have no ultimates, but Loud can one-up them. They've got the exact same, plus a Reckoning. That could help to root out the Viper's pit.
भाई पूरा काउंटर है भाई EDG का पूरा काउंटर है
Lockdown on Chichu, as we said, not really going to be that threat.
Nobody भाई आपको जिंदा रहना है ठीक है
Yeah, he's probably just holding the Hunter's Fury for that exact reason. So already. Oh, no, never mind. No, he wants to kill. He's gunning for blood, and he's going to get it as well. Might even get a tag onto Smoggy, not far away. Nobody's been having a bleak time over on this A site. Smoggy does well, but he has to give it up. The Reckoning is going to force him back completely, and I imagine we're going to see, yeah, it's an up-top plant, because they're just going to play this one passive. You want to go for a lockdown? Sure. We're going to be sitting so far back that it's not even going to matter. And I'm also starting to have a look.
Likes का बोल मैं मारूंगा. Chat like करो जल्दी से. इसलिए quality गंदी आ रही है.
He's going to be caught. That's the only downside. But maybe they'll think he's around middle, not up here. No, they're checking it. And he's won the fight with 2 snake bites in a post plant. You can imagine he'd be setting up for that right now, but instead they're committing more resources with 2's moving through mid. This is a counter to what EDG just put through. A lockdown used, but their back is now wide open. And as they push forward, Les is doing exactly the same. Snake bite up top just to secure no defuse, but there's no one near the defuse. No one near the spike. In fact, as 2's is about to realize, swinging into heavy traffic, and you know, it's not nice to have 4 kills in a round and have to go and save, but that's the reality for EDG. 7 now on the board for Loud.
Yeah, this one's going to come up as a Red Bull clutch, but there was nothing even particularly clutch about that. That round was over about 20 seconds ago. Like, Loud came in, again, every single round we're witnessing, they have a game plan. They know what their opponents have. Okay, they've got a lockdown. Let's put ourselves in a post plant that doesn't allow that to work. Let's have Les come around on the flank and basically just put this round to bed with the amount of doubts that their opponents are going to have. Like, right now, this is looking like a masterclass from Sadak and Loud, and EDG haven't yet turned up to the party.
I think that's spot on, Tom. It's been a really rough one to watch if you're an EDG fan. For Loud, well, we talk a lot about the curse of Masters for this team, and it looks like it might be on its way to being broken. 7-1. A strong scoreline and a strong start as they once again, on the side of Loud, push EDG out of control over B long.
They actually go beat this round, but they're just going to take the orb and go back.
No, it's got to be an orb.
See, they haven't left a lurk. I think they're going B.
It could be the Viper's Pit also, you know.
There's no one lurking. It's a B take.
You actually are spot on with that one. Previously, they've always had that extra player behind. This time, it's commitment. But EDG are committing. They haven't played like this up behind yellow. It hasn't been spotted, but the reveal now gives away the game. That's a disaster for Loud. Or for EDG, pardon. It's a miracle for Loud.
Yeah, free as can be. QCK took some damage, and honestly, that's a disaster.
It's EDG are going to win the round. Easy peasy. Oh, man, they can't get anything to fall in place for them. Even there, it was a cloudburst that wouldn't fall in the right spot.
कहाँ से comeback करेगा बे?
3 players at this stage might actually just go for this.
भाई QC के mood में रहता तो नहीं जीतते
मालूम है
team. मैं notice किया.
It hasn't even been particularly close. That knife was nice. It's basically caught everybody. They know where they are, but there's nothing they can do. And Kawazine, he is not looking to be kind. Already spotting out Chichu, an awkward fight. And he is still surviving. Timmy the turret trying to help out at least a little bit. Looking to reposition, take the fight, and he's going to get rid of Smoggy as well. Just removing the weapons that they're trying to save. Finally, they'll deal with him. But again, the round is over. It's been over for another 25 seconds. They're just looking to hold their guns. That's the game at the moment for EDG.
और अभी वापस जेट का अल्टी और अभी तक वाइपर अल्टी यूज भी नहीं हुआ है भाई खत्म है
previous one it was on A, they pushed up forward to try and deal with the post plant, ended up being flanked themselves. Round was over. This time it's all the whole squad is here to deal with this one.
बस बहुत बड़ी की बात करे रैंक पुश गेमिंग करे मूड में आ गया
tries to fall back, get pinged by the dart. I don't know if that's intentional, but it seemed like it could have been, because he then gives away. Okay, maybe there isn't someone else there. QCK just runs around the corner.
देखता हूँ ना बहुत फटी खेलने का मन करता है.
No difference what the plan was.
पर एम कहाँ से लाएगा मन करेगा.
सुनो.
And QCK has been having a much better performance.
शर्म करो थोड़ा सा.
The setup's been there. Let's not beat around the bush.
मैं क्यों शर्म?
Well, Chichu's at least going to get one, and no trade. Actually, the high tide kind of helped him out here. Another one for Howdong, but Sadak has found 2 in response.
Yeah, 2's hasn't had the best round with his util there, chopping up the map to stop them from being able to keep control of mid, but EDG took it by the reins. Chichu on the flank. Good position, but Sadak is still up. He's on his way back, so that util is going to be online. Has to be broken, now they know. Now they're ready for the fight, and a little closer than expected. It's Kawazine looking to take Chichu down yet again. And on this angle, he's not losing it. Clean shot to the head. Viper's pit went up and online. and that is
9-1.
stopping any chance of them defusing. Surely they've got to. Oh, that's actually a nice recon up top. It hasn't caught him, but it's given away that he's there. Maybe the spams can find value. Kankan's got to wait a moment as nobody steps forward. He's dodging the spam, but Kalanzin steps in on an unexpected play. Even the pit dropped in the end for Les to find that kill. Tom, this is looking like a mismatch on Icebox. EDG's map pick, and they've yet to get off one round.
This is a masterclass. Genuinely a masterclass. From it seems like the decision making has been perfect pretty much all the way through the game. Again, this started off with a decent individual play coming out from Chichu, but then Sadak pops up, they get into the afterplan, and the second that spike has gone down, my belief in EDG winning the round has gone down to about 5%.
Thank you,
because it just hasn't been remotely close. 9-1. We've already seen this happen once when they played Breeze versus Gen G.
कांगकांग को ऑफ चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस पीछे लाने के लिए
and it's not looking good. Kankan has been diffed. That's not something I think has been said in his entire career.
Oh, he's been hot this tournament as well. One of the big reasons I was coming in here believing in EDG, but I can't even point to one player not showing up. One piece of the puzzle. The whole puzzle's missing. All I've got is the front cover to think about what could have been. And hopefully we'll eventually find those missing pieces. EDG are searching frantically. It's a Hunter's Fury pulled out of the bag. Not finding its mark just yet. Some damage, but Sadak and Les quickly trade that back. Very few defenders left standing back now. Just one. Smoggy's on all fours. Outdog tries to get a single shot. It's Sadak to utterly demolish this squad. I mean, he's been doing it so far with his calling. This time he takes it into his own hands. 10-1.
I didn't enjoy that.
भाई क्या हो गया EDG को?
Yeah, they used the Hunter's Fury there, and they used actually to tell a lie, they used the Null Commander and the Hunter's Fury, and they didn't even get a kill in the round.
किसी का shots ने लग रहा है.
This is not even remotely close
किसका
to what we were
map
expecting
pick
coming
किसका
into
था
today.
ये?
And we've already seen in the past the back and forth between Kankan and Sadak.
So ulti kill jo ulti भी है अभी भी.
Sniper's mocker. Come on.
Recon भी नहीं तोड़ रहा है यार.
Normally, I'm not one to highlight the kill feed. It's not particularly relevant in most games, but when Kankan goes, as said, the #1 when it comes to ACS, ADR, kills per round, he has been up there in every single stat this tournament. Right now, he is non-existent. Howdong doesn't even have any shields here. That's how bleak this is at the moment, and they just can't catch a break. Not even connecting their shots at this point. No one can even hit a bullet. I think they've actually boomed. I don't even know if they're going to kill this round. No, it's nothing. It's a flawless round 10.5. Can we just call it there and go back to?
उनको भी वो food poisoning.
I think I might have just got EDG's coach comms there. Was that you or them? I wouldn't blame him. That's a tough one. But you rarely see a master class like this. And you gotta say, those first 5 or 6 rounds, it was all Sadak. This guy pushing and pulling them out perfectly for his squad, with his squad. EDG didn't know what to do. In fact, we caught up with Sadak earlier on. So let's hear a little bit from him.
Meu nome é Matias, também conhecido como Salihaki, e sou o capitão da Loud. Em preparação para esse
I love the vibe of your stream, one of the best streamers in India in terms of entertainment. Never stop and keep pushing for more bugs by opinions. Love you, my pai. Bada bota
essa situação na que a gente está. Então, o segundo mapa foi difícil, mas
match fixing,
com muita
vai.
confiança, sabíamos que a gente
podia,
eu sabia que podíamos fazer isso de volta, então
pedi
para que ele confiasse em mim que ia dar tudo certo.
No secrets about this on the way back through. Sadak just stomping onto site.
But a 1-for-1 trade, the numbers so favourable towards Loud. Guaranteeing closing in, it's all on Autumn. This guy has been a rock star for this side. Got a brutal position, a brutal round to potentially go home on. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats. He can't do it.
A gente já se enfrentou no passado contra a EDG, sabemos que é um time muito bom. A EDG em particular é um time que sabe muito bem trocar o ritmo das jogadas. Às vezes ele joga muito devagar, às vezes ele joga muito mais rápido. E isso faz que seja um pouco difícil de ter uma boa leitura contra eles, né? Às vezes a gente ele faz lurker, realmente é difícil. juegan muito bem com o Predator no ataque.
क्या बुरा लग रहा है बे
Qualidade estratégica muito boa.
ऐसा shutdown
Para os fãs, amamos vocês. Muito obrigado
वो
pelo
भी
apoio. Vocês
elimination
são
match में
incríveis. Espero que vocês assistam nós, continuem apoiando nós. Se fica muito cedo para vocês, peço perdão. É o que temos para hoje. E é isso. Um beijo gigante e muito apoio para nós.
Well, Tom,
Gilly
Khan said in the
video
video
में जान
earlier on that he wanted to strike fear in the hearts of his opponents when they saw his name. Well, they're going to have to look way down the scoreboard to see his name on this map. That is a rare thing. And on the attack side, Tom, there's basically no hope. There's essentially no hope. An 11-1 comeback, Mini couldn't even make this happen.
Tough. Give him a ring. See what he says.
Phone a friend? Yes. Or 50-50.
Let's see how good Mini's Chinese is.
I reckon he's a man of many talents.
To be honest, I wouldn't even be surprised.
No.
But here we go.
11-1.
It has not been a good start.
Still
Potential of a turnaround in the next map, and at least maybe some life in this pistol round.
attack में चालू करना
They're
चाहिए था
to get off to a strong start. Less looking to find one back so clean with
भाई
it.
ये राउंड हारा ना सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ
They've got to be careful not to let this one slip away. Already looking like it could happen. Chichu eventually
ये मार
will be
देता
up
ना
5-1. Kawazin, he's very close. And I almost feel like Chichu's tempting fate.
Bro, वो shot अगर मार देना 2v2 था.
Advantageous position though. An open plant that normally you could only dream of. Multiple positions. Actually, I think the cross maybe missed here. The headshot wasn't even needed, but he has managed to find that first kill.
There's no chance though. With the time so low, look how far
नहीं
back
वो
they're
लोग
playing. Still with a reveal.
crossfire अच्छा है
You'd have to force one of the fights. Smoggy's already tucked in.
crossfire
This
अच्छा है
stage, miracle work needed. 45 HP as well. Nobody cleans it up, and there it is, Tom. They've doubled the rounds. It's a consolation prize for the time being.
Bang भाई दो तेरा
I
देश
want to
मेरा
actually see if they can just even build into it on an individual level. Like
भाई मैंने ना सच्ची कांग को स्पिरिट उठाते हुए देखा है क्या बाकी पूरी टीम उसका स्पिरिट उठा रहा है इस द क्वेश्चन
just taking the time to sort of get themselves into a good position because they've come in cold and they've been shut down by Loud.
चिल्लाने वाली clip नहीं दिख रही है
fantastic throughout this map. So I think even just a few rounds, getting themselves feeling more comfortable back on that stage, it could be a pretty big deal for the side of EDG.
नहीं
And in this round, as you can see, there's no real safety. They're just going straight in with those rifles. Chichu won't be the one to invest a full gamble. But already with the drone giving away where this push is going to be coming in, the full force of Loud will be coming in on the rotation. A few upgraded pistols, but for Sadak, the only goal, slow them down and see if they can do a bit of damage.
नसीब लाउड के पास ब्लाइंड नहीं है
Round it would be to take off them, but yeah, you're right.
आ गए हैं
The goal here is just to drop rifles, run that cost. Boy, giving Concon that little boost of energy. He's playing with the outlaw, waiting for this wall to fall. He'll have some targets. Loud, very patient, but EDG are starting to make a read on this. There's a lot of players around here, some utility in play, and the spike is on its way back towards A, leading the charge by himself. It's a little concerning. If there was still a lurker around A, nobody would have I mean, he's 68 HP as well. He'd have a serious fight in his hands, but it looks like he might get away with it scot-free. Although, actually, the timing is kind of poor here as he goes through the wall. Kawansin's waiting. Now the spike's down. There's a rifle there, but it can't be retrieved. Chichu's lurking around mid to catch those rotates, but he's going to be spotted in a second. In fact, spotted now. Now he's stuck, and there's players swinging from all directions. Loud, all of a sudden, are in a 5v3. 12 seconds left as the spike is planted, at least. They can breathe a sigh of relief. The clock is now on their side, and the players pushing back in haven't got big weapons. Even the kill they got on mid was just a sheriff, so nothing big retrieved. Kawansin already fallen. Okay, EDG are starting to get their hands on the reins again. It's back under control. It's not looking too scary, although a couple players are low. The time is ticking. No, there's only one. Concon, this is his chance. His aim labs, right? He just needs to hit a few shots, and it's Sonic again. Oh, 12 rounds for Loud, and EDG probably wishing they could have just jumped to the next map. This is more demoralizing.
That was a Mastercard thrifty.
Was it, Tom? Did they not buy? No, they didn't force buy that?
I think it was 2 ghosts and then classics, and
Yeah,
I think they picked up the sheriff. Even the sheriff that he got 2 more kills with was picked up. He didn't even buy the sheriff, Mitch. He didn't even buy that sheriff.
It's okay, because they're gonna map 2, man. They're really good on their opponent's map picks, Tom. Yeah, there we go. Well, fair play.
He's got an Odin in mid. He's got Odin in. Okay.
Badka, chalo.
Managed to get 2. Maybe no, who are we even kidding? There's so much still that needs to be done. Still 3 players standing for either side.
गेम खत्म है लेकिन चलेगा. Every kill matters. थोड़ा confidence बढ़ाने के लिए.
Next map.
Spotted the other. Kankan is just literally next to both of them. They've all walked past. If anybody turns around, they're just going to see him sat on a perch. There we go. Eventually goes down. Smoggy again has traded, though. It's the players with the weapons. Still, that push-up from Tuiz and obviously the turret no longer online.
भाई Harbor का heavy lurk time है, heavy.
Wraparounds coming. You can see less. It's just waiting.
जी like कर guys chat 8.6 के लोग देख रहे हैं, like करो यार.
The wall up just to slow them down that little bit further. This is all an attempt to try and just give opportunities to his teammates. At this stage, he should know exactly where these players are coming from. The snake bite again, just to make them that little bit weaker as Tuiz continues his sneaky little play around the back. His opponent's none the wiser that he's going to be right up behind them. First kill's free, and he'll close it as well. It has been a map to forget for the side of EDG as Loud come in with one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant performance we've seen in the tournament so far. They are one step away from making it to the top 4.
Nothing but smiles from Sadek
कोई
on that stage,
चीज
and I'd be
EDG
surprised
के
if I saw anything
इसमें नहीं
else.
गया. ना कोई timing गया, ना कोई aim गया.
No.
क्या लगता है power 50 पे?
I don't want to talk about that. We'll let the desk maybe bring it down after the break.
Loud.
हाँ फिर कैसे?
फिर कैसे क्या?
कुछ तो गड़बड़ है यार.
भाई बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो गया बे ये.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl.
30 minutes में मैच खत्म. 30 minutes भी लगा.
You're going to be able to fight this.
30 minutes भी I doubt.
ना आज. भाई बहुत बुरा लग रहा है यार. मैं ना के बैठा मैडम.
मेरे को बॉडी वॉश का स्मेल आ जाता है.
It's the new body wash.
Yeah, I know. Who? I wonder who gave that to you.
दुकानदार.
दुकानदार. कौन सा?
Amazon.
Oh, Amazon.
Yeah. Diversity is back. Diversity is. Verbally बोला loud support, visually दिखा ADG. Viewers के जैसे neutral रहो. मैं neutral ही हो गया. Diversity कैसे हो कैसे? How's you? Guys सब लोग diversity का पकड़े और hearts they love diversity. Thank you for the $50 मेरी जान के टोटे.
न्यूट्रल से वहां पे नहीं हो सकेंगे.
भाई heavy roasting हो रही रह गया अभी. Feels like heavy. ये गोल्डन बाय FTW वही है क्या? गोल्डन बाय अपना वाला?
कौन अपना वाला कौन है?
एनालिस्ट कास्टर. क्या वो लोग कमबैक मार सकते हैं? भाई गुजराती सॉन्ग है बे. टनन आपी दे, चाय मेरे को आपी दे.
सुनने देगा
कॉफी मुझे आप ही दे
खुद ही बना ले गाना
2 किल मुझे आप ही दे What the fuck happened to EDG? पता नहीं बे
कुछ तो लाउड ने अच्छा किया आज
लाउड थोड़ा स्ट्रांग टीम है लेकिन इतना नहीं बे इतना नहीं मतलब वो लोग
मैं बोल रही हूँ कुछ तो अच्छा किया है कि बिंक्स का जिंक्स नहीं काम कर रहा है लाउड पर वो सोचो क्या किया होगा वो लोग ने अपने को भी वही करना पड़ेगा चार्ट
विकी किक कैसे करो तेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड से
करके बताओ
डिस्कॉर्ड ही नहीं चल रहा है कहाँ से बज रही है पता नहीं
डिस्कॉर्ड से किक करेगा तो क्या हो गया रूम में आके बैठ जाऊंगी
देख रहे हो गाइस हेटर्स 2 किल वाले देख रहे हैं कैसे बात करते हैं Kangkang with 4 kills fuck what is this is some unknown shish वो लोग को एक स्टार्ट करना नहीं मिला माम्बा शर्म करो सिर्फ माल लेने आते हो स्ट्रीम पे शर्म करो माम्बा शर्म करो अगर ये लाउड जीता तो नेक्स्ट गेम PRX को सपोर्ट हाँ मतलब PRX को करने वाले अगर वो अगर क्या होता और माम्बे मेरी जान के टोटे झूलते हुए आओ ज़्यूस
माम्बा जाने के बाद अपन ने इतना पाव भाजी बनाया ही नहीं है घर पे याद है
हाँ बे
नोटिस किया तूने मुश्किल से 5 बार बनी होगी
स्टैचू
Hey guys, I am here with SCK from Loud. Congratulations on that first map. Now the team has shared previously that this tournament is very challenging for them, but despite that, Loud has been very consistent with their energy. Who on the team contributes the most to keeping that energy up, especially for very important matches like this?
Sadak is this guy. He always like have his mind on his face. He always like time to cheer and make it the environment really good. I'm a kind of this guy that always listening music and all of that. So we have a little bit jet lag, but the energy will be growing up because we like happy to be here.
All right. Well, it certainly looks like that. He looks like a really happy guy. So let's see if Loud can close this out.
Well, they have plenty of reasons, Mika, to be happy because after a 13-2 trouncing over the Chinese #1 seed, Loud show the world that they are very much here to play. And maybe even here to stay. That was, honestly, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was just straight up brutal.
I mean, what is going on with EDG? Back to back, they start a map with an 11-1 half against them. They crumbled in the
I want some
they
boys
show
trip
up here
to
against Loud,
Madrid,
and they
yo.
look like they are crumbling again. This is not the team
Some
we've come to
deadly
know
duos
from
teams.
EDG. Loud absolutely picked them apart.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the logic that EDG applied to picking this map. By the way, their pick was, okay, we beat Genji on this map. Genji beat Loud, so therefore we should be able to beat Loud. But it looked like a rock, paper, scissors. It looked like a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation.
Transitive property, I said process of elimination.
Yeah.
कल पता चला उसकी शादी हो रखी है दिल टूट गया पैंट
But yes, like you can see the logic there. But I can't.
बहुत दिल लगा रहे हो
It's not about the map pool. I think they could have showed up.
Single है, तू committed
It's
है.
about confidence. This is a team.
I'm committed to the game.
No one is making noise. No one is giving that energy that EDG thrives on. Think of when this team is at their best. Kangkang is up, standing, screaming. He's shooting an operator at the camera. They're showmen when they're great. And right now they look completely deflated. But we do have to give Loud credit because they did still play a really good game. In particular, the attacking side, I thought that Sidak was
I agree with Mimi 100%.
Yeah, exactly. And then we picked up a couple of good examples because Mimi, you're completely right. It's all about that mid-round calling. We know that both of the teams are very, very hard shooters. So it's only in fundamentals and actually the reads on the map that you can win in this matchup. We were seeing that EDG was getting a lot of the kills in some of these rounds, but they are unable to close them up because of the adaptation and the moving around the map that Loud was having round after round. You know, maybe they won 2 rounds, but just think about the 2 rounds that they won. The third round, right after, Loud is on a bonus, and then pistol on the second.
25 is too lucky. Q, yaar.
Exactly. This could have perfectly been a 13.
Yeah, it absolutely could have. It was just inches away from that happening. But you see in the rounds the variety of the calling for Loud, even when they're
उर्मिल भाई कहना चाहते हैं कि गोल्डी भाई के पास इतने सारे प्यार करने वाले लोग हैं SC12 OP बराबर
when they play this
love
armor
you
composition, they
love you
really
उर्मिल
have
भाई
a
मैं
lot
समझ गया
more kind of adaptability than with the comps when teams are playing without the armor. Without the armor or without the double controller in general, most teams are, it's just an A hit simulator. You go there always. Sometimes you throw in a B hit. You have to fight deep. But yeah, it's so different for this squad. The variety they have.
Well, let's go to the aim lab shoot around real fast. We'll check in with
इस
Chi
बेचारे
and
को
we'll
penguin
continue the
मिला
conversation regarding EDG. You know, something that I thought I would never see as I'm looking through the stats. You know, because obviously we're looking at Chichu here, but Kong Kong, 4 frags total. Like the whole map, which is like heartbreaking because
shut down completely.
And you would see him on screen here and there. It didn't feel like his aim was aligned there. Like it wasn't like, oh, you know, it was like big battles. No, it honestly just felt like he was just getting diffed.
Yeah, exactly. Not
by heavy shutdown हुआ है पता है heavy. One of the worst games of Kong Kong in the history of
they chose. Now we should be moving on something that theoretically Loud is going to be more comfortable in.
Yeah, and honestly, the wildest thing to me about that match, besides the crumble as a whole, was that QCK was diffing Kong Kong. He's the guy we were saying needed to step up, needed to be great on the jet. We hadn't seen him at his peak yet. And he was out there, he was being set up beautifully, and he was dominating Kong Kong in the opening kills. But you're right, Bea. We've hit a reset point, we've gone into sunset, but man, am I worried about EDG. It's so hard to reset. Not just, you know, sometimes you lose a match, you can wipe it away, but this is now 2 maps in a row where it's been the same story.
Yeah, probably they run out of fuel maybe too soon in the tournament. We were talking about is Loud top notch right now. Are they going to be, you know, are they really up there to be the winners of the tournament? EDG right now is not looking like a fair opponent to them because Loud, after what they did yesterday on Sunset, how good they were feeling, how everything was falling onto place.
EDG exclamatory mark कहता हारने के बाद question mark
against
के बाद
FPX, where FPX were having crazy rounds. I think that Live and Ultim were final bosses. For this one, things are getting even harder for EDG.
क्या लगता है?
Yeah, very much out of hand here.
Yeah.
Here comes the agent select, and you know
EDG
we're
का
right
lineup
here for some sunset. You're going to see QCK. He's going to be rocking that Phoenix. He's going to get right in the face of his opponents as much as he can.
Yeah, the biggest goals of Loud's comp on the defense is extremity control. With that breach, with their multitude of flashes, they're really good at holding down space in the
Binks Pinky के 2 kill होते तो Pinky को ज़्यादा time मिलता रहेगा. बात तो बराबर.
That same initiator power to fight back in. So for EDG, I think this attack side is about getting mid control, baiting out util, going for these late round hits if they want to win. But that's all out the window. This is a map about confidence. EDG need to remember who they are. They're the team who's been dominating in China, who comes to international events and beats the best of them. It's absolutely unacceptable for them to go out with a whimper. This team needs to remember why they're great.
And watch out because Loud might have the read onto them. We know that EDG likes to play it slow, likes to play it with time, but Loud with this composition and with that first map that they gave us, they wanted to get all and make it into playoffs.
Is this how it ends for EDG? Will Loud push forward into the playoffs? Let's find out. Send it right back over to Mitch.
I let him win. Because he cannot win in the game.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our
Which
wonderful
game
analyst desk. Tom, as we move into this next one, you know, I pity our analysts for having to look at that last one and break it down because it's tough to be nice to EDG after that. It was a really, really rough showing on the air map pick, but the promise that could other opponents map picks. You opened up the series by saying that. I hope to God you're right.
Well, that's the thing. We now have to do what EDG did.
EDG अपने comfort zone में अभी.
Move straight on, and Loud, they run quite an explosive comp, kicking it off on this defensive side.
Comfort
you could
zone
expect aggression, you could expect pressure, and basically EDG have to forget that has been a rough performance. Boombot gone, shot dark counted. Now going to be looking for the split straight through into mid. And still though, there are plenty of players from Loud around these angles. QCK already, as said, was looking good on the last map, looking to try and take control. And it's less than Howdong with the first couple, but Loud come out on top.
Still a bit of a struggle to get in towards B main, and well, Spike dropped everybody, split up.
Nice.
It's only Kong left. Fired off to find Kawanzin the first, but a double peek quickly secures the round for Loud. And that's another pistol underneath Loud's control. All three so far have gone to that.
अरे game देखो या classic देखो.
Before they can heat back up, they're down to pistols.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice for them just to get off to a good start on this map. Try and, as said, forget what happened. But the fact is, it's always difficult when Loud play the way they do. Like, I feel like there's going to have to be real dedication to just being wary of where QCK is going to be, because he could be everywhere. Like, the fact is, he is going to pressure all over the map. He's going to have supportive utility from Kawanzin at times. He's also going to be looking to farm up those ult orbs, because it really does help with the aggression. So I feel like EDG are going to have to play their defaults well. And for the last round particularly, losing B main like that and having no way in, that was definitely a problem.
Unranked player
Immediate spams through the smoke. Well, Howdong's definitely got the shorter end of that stick. Les is being tagged up a little bit.
Kang is back!
Down. Okay, EDG, they've got a little bit of punch packed in this one.
Kang is
the
back!
defensive side, they've lost full mid control. So it's time to go walkabouts. A side is under threat from behind, so they're going to secure the front. QCK's already made it past, but the timing is key, and he's picked his angle, picked the right angle indeed, although the shots don't land, the flash in hand, and it almost cost him his life, but the timing was good. With Howdong down, the heal can be found by QCK, and he's out of there actually. He's just going to give up the control entirely.
Yeah, not wanting to try and stick around versus the pistols. The thing is though, the B site is under the control of their opponents. They don't really have the cipher that we've seen from many others. Chichu on the other side that gives them that extra bit of information. We've seen a lot of teams really utilize the cipher on this map. Lesto executing Kankan. He was one of the major dangers. Look at the rest of the weaponry that's available for EDG. It definitely isn't pretty. Even an extra kill or two though in this post plant could be huge.
Well, this is it, especially with the plant spot, right? Like, this is all about spamming. The downside is two classics, not really going to have the best at times. Nobody know where to go. Found an angle eventually, and a kill. But Chichu on another. Now there's a real chance for damage. Shock dart close, and the spray doesn't land. Kawanzin's now the last man standing. He might not even be able to win this anymore. If he does, it's going to be at a heavy, heavy cost, and he's out.
Fair play.
By EDG is back.
I had absolutely no belief in the fact that EDG would be able to take that home.
100%,
MasterCard thrifty, and that's going to be a huge boost to the confidence. Some great individual ability there, but also just the goal to sit in a snake bite and then peek after the two pulses. That's one of the few moments you're going to see an aftershock, like the changes that they made to it from 3 pulses to 2, actually making a major difference, because otherwise he is dead.
Just about made it out with his life. Hit the shots, and even with the shock darts finding
Zomato वाला अगर खाना मंगाया और लेट आया ना सुना देती है और फिर दरवाजा बंद करके मेरे को बोलती है पिंकी के सामने कोई कुछ बोल सकता है क्या?
I thought we weren't seeing it with the pistol.
Pinky!
Smile on my face. As Loud now have the weaker weapons, and EDG will face off against them with confidence. Kankan straight around that angle. And major dangers is already being dropped. Both rifles that are now on the floor.
This is a confident looking Kankan.
आ गया.
Was already looking dangerously missing in the last map, and he did have a rough performance the last time they played Sunset as well versus PRX, so I was a little bit worried, but the fact is this round decimating
I can imagine that this is through Thunder
now. Again, it's about getting a kill, getting anything, make things more costly. They know exactly where he is. Now, not shooting it might bait the idea that he's round the corner, but Kankan is making sure he's not giving anything away. And to bounce back off pistols and then go into a flawless round, that's about as good of an economy boost as you're ever going to get.
Well, they lost the pistol, they're 2-1 up, and they've got a showstopper on Kankan, a player that was, as you said, just completely missing on the previous map. A player that is really the reason that people are believing in this squad being able to pull it across the line, because he's been so strong this tournament, and I was terrified. If he didn't show up here, the game was already over. But very early on, we found out that he's here to play. Round number 4 is going to see a full buy for both squads. Run it back online.
Okay, he's insta-popped the showstopper. Again, this just has to be a moment for Loud where they just give up the site. Almost played straight into the retake. He's garnered quite a bit of space, but because he's gone the direction of elbow, they actually haven't managed to get into an afterplant position off of the back of this. And maybe almost trying to sell the idea that this was a ruse.
Ayyo.
I like this from EDG. They're now breaking
नहीं,
the door,
लेकिन
and I
risky
feel like
है
this is
ये.
putting in some real hesitation in the side of Loud. Like, they're clearing things out. They've seen absolutely nothing on A after your opponent
भाई ये
bursts
Loud
a
को ज़्यादा
showstopper into
time
the
मिल रहा है
elbow.
अभी.
This is a really... This must be a peculiar round for them. And now just patiently waiting. Timing going to be everything. I think Sadak caught a glimpse, though.
He saw one. He might have seen two.
किसको तो बड़ी.
Decent shock dart as well. Some damage done. EDG on their way through, though. They will make the A play with QCK securing mid and now looking to move forward.
Normal
This
side
is where I
जाता तो
expect
5v5
run it
होता
back,
है
and
यार.
indeed, it's already popped. He's on his way through. Peak is good for some damage. QCK focused on the site, gets dropped eventually, but he's back in the fight now. Alongside Kawanzin, who's just burned up all his util. You know, that flash didn't manage to root anyone out of position. The molly certainly has. They're all low and, well, sat around the same position, just nobody who's up on full. He's the first to swing, post on the wide angle, and find quite a bit of control for himself. The plant still to be secured with 15 seconds. They
Shot
need
by
to find a safe haven
Crucilta.
to get that done, and it's the corner up close. Nobody has to hold strong with him down. The round is already done. You'd imagine. Come on, there we go.
Yeah, I saw Sadak on 1 HP, and there was a moment that maybe there was some belief, but yeah, a very odd round. Like, I don't mind the ideas from EDG.
भाई
like,
आइडिया अच्छा था लेकिन अगर मिड वाला पहले मार रहा है तो फिर
take
थोड़ा
so much
प्रॉब्लम
control
है.
with the showstopper. Okay, that's fine. Then they pause, which I definitely think puts some doubt in the minds of their opponents.
वहाँ तक भी अच्छा था.
But then they don't really take that space, and they take so long to get into an afterplant position and lose the battles in mid. That was one of the major detriments to the round, was that
+1
you already
caster,
saw Loud
+1 by
having such a
caster,
large
big
advantage.
brains, I
Okay,
love
I think
you.
nobody ends up doing quite well to
Love
at least
you.
make that one look competitive, but ultimately the round doesn't go their way. Now, luckily, as we've mentioned,
By
plenty
heavy
of cash available.
proper casting है.
Yeah, there's no struggles. No struggles whatsoever. But the side of EDG, even Hunter's Fury online to work with.
How's it Binks by all Gucci?
Close to getting a null command as well.
Revealing area.
Tui's, well, he might have his.
कुछ
by the
आइडिया
end of
अच्छा
the
नहीं
round.
था,
We'll see if that
अच्छा
has an
retake
impact.
कर लेता.
Round
नहीं,
5 starts
आइडिया
off
अच्छा
with a
था.
spray, and Con getting put in his place by Kawanzin. As we saw, that was just blind fire
तो
straight
smoke
through
में
the
मरा है
smoke,
वो,
but
कुछ नहीं
an
कर
angle that's going to be very frequently spammed.
again, now Loud are able to fall back into these more passive positions. Tui's about to be put under pressure, but the fact is he'll probably just fall back off of this, call for some rotations. And you can see Loud are starting to group up together to potentially make a play back into mid. Now this is being watched by Smoggy, and because of that they are just going to have to fall back. Chichu potentially wanting to try and find some sort of trade, but in the meantime they have again completely given up this A site. But as we've already witnessed, Loud are very happy to go for the retake.
Oh, check ही नहीं
Might
कर
be
रहा.
one player shy. Chichu was patient. An angle that was checked before many times by Loud on the way back through, but they decided to leave it open this time. That's going to delay the rotates to A. And even allow EDG to get into position on the post plants. Although Chichu might not be there to help them out, I don't think he's expecting QCK to be quite that close.
भाई
I will take him out of the
गलत
retake for a while, buy some time for the squad of EDG to bunker down.
कोई ना निकाल सकते.
Don't know
सोवा
where
के
these
पास आल्ट है.
players from the side of Loud are. I mean, again, QCK is on the other side of the universe.
The paranoia could be perfect.
They've gambled it the right way, but there's no one to follow up on it. There's no one
God.
there. QCK is caught. Okay, Howdong's in a good position. Only one to be found. They know where Smoggy is, so they're holding the angle. Clean as can be. Nobody, though. Still holding strong. He sees the shoulder, but he can't get the arrow off.
उसको लगा
Or the
अंदर का
bullets either.
plant है.
Couldn't decide. 3 rounds for Loud.
Yeah. They've been good in these retakes. I thought for a moment that paranoia looked like it could catch all 3 players as they went for the retake, but wasn't quite placed out. Well, it was placed well, but there wasn't anybody to actually capitalize off it. And then in the end, it just came down to some slightly shaky fights. Hunter's Fury is more close to being devastating, but close is not going to win you these rounds. Still, though, EDG are going to be able to bounce back once again. They still have the finances available to them.
मिड में वो स्पैम में मर गया ना कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
This round. And the A site, they've been able to get into the post plants. I actually think a lot of their problems right now is the fact that they are trying to play the map so much. I think they've been given quite a lot of opportunities on A.
Overthink हो रहा है.
But they always have a deficit by the time they get there.
Yeah.
You know, when you think about how those
वो लोग अभी fall back भी
retakes
नहीं कर
were
सकते.
established for Loud.
पूरा
30 seconds before
भी
Spike
जाना
goes
ही
down.
पड़ेगा अभी ऑप्शन
You
नहीं
have players being dropped. You have QCK miles out of position, even caught on the rotate as well. Despite that, they're still able to get a good stranglehold over the site. You can see why they're confident on the retake game. Now EDG, this time focus on B, but there's a flank watch from Chichu. He's caught 2 players pushing up, but I don't know that he has a way out this time. Stun was good, and they're closing the distance with a Phoenix flash soon around the corner. Chichu's in so much trouble. But in the meantime, the spike's being planted, so Loud again have to go for the retake. But as we've said, they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, they've done really well to isolate the flank every single time. Chichu hasn't managed to really get anything. And now it's up to the heroes on the other side to try and hold this one down. QCK off to a flyer. Can't waiting on the corner. Still manages to snap back. But again, it comes down to one. Nobody already spawning the first. Just looking to try and wrap back around into that 1v1. The dart should reveal the player on the spike. Knows exactly where Sadak is. I'm waiting for him to try and tap that. It's going to come down to one.
Sadak on fire.
Pair of hands once
ये भी
again.
round close था.
Loud
ये भी round
will
close
convert
था.
a 4th round into their favor. And for EDG,
भाई
it's
ऐसे
close,
लग
but
रहा
no
है
cigar.
सारे rounds EDG 4v5
Sadak's
खेल
been
रहे हैं.
leading by example in so many of these rounds. Big
हर
one for
round
him to
एक
close
बंदा
out.
ऐसा off guard
This should
पकड़ा
be
जा रहा है
giving
ना.
them a pretty good lead.
But वो Loud का
I
ही
expect EDG to take a much lighter buy.
read अच्छा
Maybe
है.
some serious deficits for them.
लेकिन फिर भी
On the way back in, we're seeing again and again that this squad, when they have disadvantages, they're able to fight their way through. With the advantages, it got close this time. They're still winning those clutches, and that's all they need.
ये
And the
मौनी
weakness is
real
actually
edit
not that apparent on the side of EDG. They're going for all light shields, which is allowing them 4 rifles to play with. So still some very good potential to this buy from the attackers.
My ultimate's ready. You look at the ults. That's the major deficit that they have already.
I
Getting
have
to run
like
it back
seen those
online.
clips
Hunter's
yesterday.
Fury.
Yeah,
Again,
Pagal
they look
Sarkar
perfectly
This
set
clip?
up if they end up in a retake.
वही मौन्य
And
वाला.
that's what Loud have been
Dो
playing for
मिनट
in these
का।
rounds. Good start though. Getting rid of Cowsy and also getting
This
rid of
is
a
a good
boatload
sign
of
कि
utility.
Kangkang at least mood में है.
And EDG are not going to just run off the back of that entry kill. You could see a fast rotation in from Sadak, and instead they're looking to fall back to the other side of the map.
I know exactly where you
I mean, we've seen this a couple of times from EDG. Now with a little bit more information to play with, they're still seeing that these positions are being held, and Loud previously pushed up on A to try to seize this
भाई वो
space.
TP
That's
sound
not
सुन
the
के उनको
play
लग
this
रहा है
time,
ऊपर है.
and it's
किसने तो
red on
ping
the other
किया है.
side. Chichu sees that. He wants to take the space for himself. A very late flank. 35 seconds left on the clock while he's creeping up elbow. We see the B site under heavy threat. Last in the corner. He hasn't been pushed out of it, but now he's being spotted.
Oh,
This
shit.
could spell danger. Nobody being tracked.
Almost.
He's down low. So is Haodong. Everybody, in fact, has
Oh,
seen
shit.
their fair share of combat. Haodong, though, wants to take down less. Forced forward.
By
And Tui's was waiting. A
heavy.
quick double for him. A triple,
By
in
heavy
fact.
hold,
And it looks
heavy
like it's
hold.
all sealed.
तो वो अल्टी ने
QCK up the ulti as
जज्बात
well.
बदल दिए बे.
He's running it back. Taking down Smuggy.
भाई
Full
Loud
showmanship
भाई
for
क्या
5
खेल
and
रहा
2.
है.
अच्छा डिफेंस था.
Yeah,
अच्छा
they look
डिफेंस.
like they're right back in the driver's seat.
वो मोस्टली प्लांट करके निकल जाता था, लेकिन सोवा अल्टी ने
but 4 rounds in a row
बहुत
once
बीटी दी.
again. They have just looked superior so far throughout this map.
Sadak
And
अच्छा खेल
the
रहा है
funny
ना?
thing is, on the entry, you watch both players at the back of site have all of their utility taken away. The second it comes back online, the snake bites are perfect. The counter utility, the smokes they're putting down, just making things so much more awkward. And then also you just have Tui's just pop in anyone's head that even looks at him for a second.
Well, I think that's also part of it. You have Les in the corner firing with his rifle.
नहीं,
letting
अरे
them
one
know
side
he's
नहीं,
there.
नहीं, EDG
He
जीत
throws
सकता
the
है.
snake bite, player gets close. And as
Confidence
soon as the
just
second
इधर
one's
से था.
fired, he's running at him to punish him. But not able to.
ये मार
No,
रहा है
Tui's
यार.
is there. Quick shutdown to this round with 3
Kangkang मार रहा
fast
है.
kills.
लेकिन
QCK
team अभी तक
right down
shutdown
on
नहीं
mid.
है.
And so is the whole force of Loud. You know, 4-player mid push with a Phoenix leading charge. It's not easy to deal with that.
कैसे करेंगे बे वो लोग?
Chichu's the
I
last
got
man
B, guys.
alive, yeah.
Guys, I've got B.
On the upside,
B is clear.
They've kept their credits for the next round, Tom. That's I think they're pretty thankful for that now.
Yeah, he had one hero rifle to try and do some damage, and the worst thing is that I feel like they've already made the realization that he must have pushed through behind them. Nice shots from Chichu. They need a whole lot more, but it somehow sounds like he doesn't have his gun in hand. still manages to just
जवानी के
dodge the
दिन याद आ
bullets.
गए क्या प्लेयर थे आप
6 to
मेरे
2.
आंखों में आंसू आ रहे हैं मत रो यार मत रो
It's a little bit more costly than maybe it should
अभी
have
भी
been.
मेरा
But I
गेम प्ले
don't
सेम है
think Loud are going to care.
अच्छा हुआ बोला
An
क्या
operator
प्लेयर
in
थे
hand
आप
in EDG. I feel like we're right back on Icebox again. 5 rounds in a row, a pause taken, and
बंक्स
the
भाई आप
coaching
भी
staff
बात
once
करते हो
again
क्या
given a
बॉट
chance
से
to
सुपरमार्केट
try
में हाँ
and stem the bleeding.
हाँ
सुपर चैट
क्लिप शेयर करूँ क्या
At least there's already been a bit more
Super
promise to this attack side, though.
Roof
When we
है
saw
मेरे
this pause
पास।
come in early,
Grex
it
love
definitely
you
felt
thank
like
you
it
for
was
the
a bit
100
frantic, and it proved to be.
Cloud टक्का
as the
EDG
map went
comeback
on,
मारेगा
Loud had them read like a book. This time around, EDG can't afford to have
Kankan
that
का
happen
energy
again.
उनको
But there's
उठाएगा बे
a
रुको रे
major difference, which is that Kankan is online. I think now they've sharpened their weapon from the last map. They just need to find the crack in that
Paid
armor
super
to
chat,
take these
don't
players down. There's not been too many weaknesses on display for Loud in this
मेरी
series.
watch party मेरे
They've only
PC से
lost
हो रही
4
है
rounds so
थोड़ा
far.
दुकान
Yeah,
चालू
their
होगा।
retakes on the A side have been sublime, so much so that they were pretty happy to actually give
293
it up.
करो
And then their
300
hold
के
on the
करना
B
है
side with
chat
less at the
बात
back
तो
of
है
it
we are
have also been
very close
fantastic.
to
Now, he's only
300
there
के
with 3 kills,
subscribers
but it's just the
I
counter
guess
utility
सिर्फ
that comes out too
8000
support
लोग
that's
चाहिए
there.
ना
And then obviously at times QCK just taking that aggressive push, and as we've said throughout this
करो,
tournament,
करो,
he
करो।
has been one of those players that's under the microscope. He's replacing big shoes, whether
Right here.
that player didn't make it to this event or not. He's a talking point, and in the last 2 maps, honestly, he's been sublime. He
चलो
has been
crowd
a
जाग गई
nuisance for EDG to deal with. Top of the board right now.
ये बेस्ट है ए जाओ
Here we go.
ए रिटेक पे खेलो पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छा
EDG
रखो
with an investment, rifles onto
ज़्यादा
the
अच्छा
board. As
चांस है
said,
उनके पास
A-site has been a good place for them to get in. The problem is, the retakes from Loud have been on point.
क्रूज का टाइमिंग
This is it, Tom. Like, you know, Tui's posted on this angle up in hand. Game hasn't really got started for EDG yet. An opportunity to claim this A side as their own, and oh no, right away. The timing is found, the space is taken, and Tui's is right back out of there.
Hey, he just leaves.
He's set up again
ऐसा कर
for
रहा है
another angle with the op. It's going to be smoked off. But my goodness, Tom, this is not an ideal start for EDG.
No.
Nobody down. They're not going to have a lot of info on the way through.
But the thing is as well, Loud aren't just sitting there. They've already
है
taken
तो
B main
retake
control,
पूरा
realizing there's no one there, so the rest of the team are able to rotate in early. They're able to claim so much space because the fact is the lurks from Chichu have failed every single time. So they're already there just pounding utility into these players. Chichu's desperately hoping to try and find something, but you expect it to be searched for, and it may not even be needed. The flash from QCK is also just perfect. Howdong low, and they're waiting. Les is just watching. He knows that Chichu's eventually going to try and make his move. The fact is, Loud at this point are just reading the script. A paranoia into the back, the blinded player stuck
वाह
the
बस
next step into. This is all just perfect. Loud can do no wrong, and Howdong, he has to wipe the entire squad, and QCK is instant
भाई
on the
चीचू
trade.
का
They're
अलर्ट
running a
नहीं हो रहा है
clinic
बे
on
उसको
EDG
लेके ही
at the
चलो
moment.
5 मैन
Just
उसने तो केज और फॉरवर्ड ट्रिप्स डाल
Run
देगा
it back, and Viper's pit online for next 2 away from the rolling thunder on Cow and
ढूंढ के मार
with
रहे बे
7
ढूंढ के
rounds on the board. And near no promise for the side of EDG to get back into this series. The door is being
फिर से
shut
जाओ
on them, Tom.
चीचू को लेके जाओ
I mean,
so
like every single piece of this replay is so good. You mentioned the push-up on B main. It gave them a little bit of
बहुत strong
information.
नहीं
But
दिख रहा लेकिन
from
Loud
there, the rotate comes in. Les leaves
So
B
good.
main, moves to mid, waits for the lurk. I mean, if they had the coach's notes in front of them,
Yeah.
they still couldn't predict it that well, mainly because I don't think they'd be able to read them.
You never know. They're a team of many talents at this stage. Tui's maybe in a little bit more trouble than we've seen
निकल
before
गया
as they look to put the pressure on
बस
much
इतना
faster.
क्या वो लोगों
I
को
don't mind this approach
पता है
from
भी
EDG.
retake
The
है
fact
करके
is a lot of the time they've been given this control by Loud. They're already going to spot. The Sadak is here early. Again, though, when you have a run it back in play, you're more than happy to just go for a retake.
भाई सोहा ने पहले अल्टी मार दिया
Just desperately trying to find an opening kill. That's one of the things that EDG have pretty much failed to get in almost every single round after shock and spam! What from Kawazid! He just predicted where his opponent was going to go. Run it back now in. Utility set up to try and play QCK into position. They're watching back, but he still takes down Kankan. That advantage was never had. The spam almost eliminating Howdong. Wallbang in. It's just one left. They're cleaning house. Loud make making this look so easy.
देख ना वाइपर अभी तक मिड पे था
वो कुछ देख रहा था ना साइफर का
हाँ
भाई क्या
It's a hard one to find hope in, but
भाई
I can swing
को
it.
देखा तुम लोग
Hope for EDG? Maybe not. Hope for Loud in the future of this tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
If they keep playing like this, they're back in contention, because that's been the thing that's sort of been a bit shaky for them so far, is they've not looked bad, but they've not looked like Loud.
Yeah,
this is looking like Loud. This is looking like a champions winner. This is looking like a team that have been at many events before.
They have looked like Loud. They've just looked like Loud at a Masters event, not Loud at any other event. But now, finally, we're seeing this team at a Masters be able to put up numbers. One map already secured. More than halfway to getting this one. And EDG, they haven't even got off the starting point. 2 rounds on their attack. One player already lost the start this, and it's CHUMMI. This is why you're going to see those brakes pumped way down. They have to watch B, they have to watch A pushes, and with those extremities being watched, there's only one man you're going to rely on to try to punch through this defense. It was Concon, sent through for spams, finds nothing. They are just looking for an opportunity right now.
Do you know, I wonder if, like, Genji is out there going, well, we can't play them again,
give up
right? Because
give
we
up
already
तो नहीं
played
क्या
them. And then
लेकिन
Senna going, well, they're from our region, so we can't play them again, right?
Loud
It's like,
ढूंढ के मार
both
रहे
seeing who
थे,
can make the better excuse as to why they don't want to play Loud, because I wouldn't want to face them. Of all the teams we're seeing, look to make it to the playoffs. They're looking fearsome.
Oh shit.
Now a gap, well, it was left for a millisecond. Sadak, I think there might have even been a flicker of a knife in his head for just a moment. 30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow. The flash, perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but GSCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
10-2.
Any questions that were being asked of this man now?
टाइमिंग फेवर में नहीं गया एडीजी के एक
Gone, 18 and 5. He's had a
ये
field
देख
day on the defensive side.
देखा वो रिकॉन मारा उससे डॉज करने के लिए एक ही जगह जा सकता है करके उसने स्प्रैम मारा है
but I'm not even sure what role I'd call this. He's just shooting people. He's
playing attack on defense.
18 and 5, 9-2. EDG, one last chance to put a round on the board here on the attacking side, make it 9-3 at the half. It's not a lot of hope, but it's a damn sight better than what they'll be facing otherwise. Coming into it, they're up against a Viper's Pit, they're up against a Rolling Thunder, as well as just what Loud have been bringing to the table again and again.
Has less actually used
छोड़ तो नहीं जा सकते छोड़ ही दो पॉइंट ही नहीं है टाइम वेस्ट
I think that is the first. I mean, when have they needed it?
No,
exactly. Unless you're going to lock down B main, which again hasn't really been challenged for that aggressively, and certainly not successfully.
उनको लग रहा है मिड टू भी हो सकता है करके 4 जन बी की तरफ खेल रहे
हैं. No pressure, zero pressure from this squad.
You know the little like challenges you get. He's just like, oh, I've got to do my challenge, so I'll just use my ult.
भाई गलत रीड पे वे हो लोग.
One more ult to get my points.
He's trying to complete the battle, these guys. Come on.
I mean,
okay.
Ambitious to the Rolling Thunder on the back of the reveal. This is going to be big. That's caught quite a lot of players, even towards elbow. It's keeping Concon in position. The ult was used. Smoky can be revived. So Loud might want to compete for mid-control. Maybe this can work out for EDG to force another fight. Instead, Kawanzi wants to try to get a little angle. He's got a spam on it, but he's traded out. That's what EDG wanted.
Just
in their favor as they move towards B, and they're bypassing this Viper's Pit entirely. Sadak needs to be careful here. He's playing a risky game up against Concon. The flank is underway as well.
Cypher का timing.
Straight through.
Yeah, the thing is, it might actually end up banned from. I think the steps will be heard. So he should be able to catch
भाई लेकिन वो लोग वहाँ पे 2v3 fight जीत गया तो
expected. And
ये मैटर ही नहीं करेगा.
It's looking like they might finally get another round. Not quite anything for Sadak, and now it's left up to Les. Finally, after a long hiatus from the board, we do see another round, the last round of the half.
Mid fight थोड़ा over हो गया.
But let's be real, Mitch, this has not been a pleasant outing.
Phoenix ऐसे था मेरे को लगा ulti है उसके पास.
Absolutely has. EDG coming up against Loud. I think we're all expecting this to be a close one. After what we saw from EDG in this tournament so far, the PRX game, for God's sake. But here is Loud, a team we talked about being on weakened form, and they've got 9 rounds set to close this series out 2-0. EDG need a lot of hope. I'm not the one to find it. Maybe we can hear some words of encouragement from Howdong after his last game.
और उनका ही मैप पिक है.
大家好，我是 EDG 的浩东，在队内担任 IGL， 还有烟卫，感觉自己还需要很多调整的地方吧。 其实他们打的东西一直是一成不变的吧，我个人感觉是这样的。但是其实今天的失败的更多原因是来源于我们自身吧。应对的方式很简单，首先我觉得失利首先是从游戏内容吧，先从游戏内容里面。
भाई वो वाला नहीं दिख रहा है ना लेकिन ADG
再从
तो चिल्लाता है चीखता है
我们队伍其实大家都会互相承担一些问题吧，然后我觉得我们队伍不会出现那种一场失败就把整个人击垮的这种人吧。
Be aware of this, and even as the turret comes back up for a moment, it's too late. They've already gotten past, and it's Con, the danger man. Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps.
ये गेम में लेकिन फर्स्ट ब्लड बहुत निकाला है काम
大家本身
सारे पास निकाले
这其实是最后一次世界赛，大家每次都是带着这种心态来的，包括下一场
比赛，
包括昨天对阵 PRX 的比赛，其实都是一个最后一次世界赛的心态去面对。我想说就是在职业选手这整个职业生涯里面，可能会打很多次世界赛吧，然后包括我。
जीत गया लाउड तो जीत गया अब क्वेश्चन इज नेक्स्ट गेम PRX वर्सेस KC क्या होगा भैया जी क्या मोने भाई फिर से उठेंगे
जी हाँ
पिंकी KC में कौन-कौन है
Well, learning from defeat for EDG, they'll certainly have a lot to learn from this series so far, Tom, but it's not a defeat yet.
KC का full form क्या है पिंकी?
The loud signs, they're so good, but they're so toxic. Did you see that one?
No, I didn't.
Will it be a QCK 2-0?
Side नहीं खोलियो भाई मैं मेरा चालू है इधर.
I like it. They master of puns.
Especially because he's got quick one in his name.
Ah?
That would have been good as well, but it's fine. Forgive it.
There we go. Leading the
well,
charge.
It's a retake.
He has been fantastic in this matchup so
far.
18 and 6.
जैसा retake करने
Eastside going to be
मिलेगा.
completely under their control. Now the same idea is in play from EDG. We've seen a lot of teams go for the retake on this side. Paranoia still available, shock darts, an extra flash for Smoggy. They have the utility to do it. The question is, the Loud even let them get that far?
Oh, one-way smoke अब भी डाला लग गए.
Certainly been a lot of promise on the Loud retakes, like you said. EDG look to capture some of that magic. Smokes are down. The retake's underway. Flank spotted as well. Loud have a good idea of exactly what EDG are trying to do. The crunch comes in and they're ready. Right away, but a quick fight back. EDG still have some life in them with Smoggy picking up another. It's down to a 2v2, but QCK stands strong. Nice shot by Smoggy.
क्या बनता है QCK?
Handle 10 rounds.
He's looking like a different beast today.
क्या हो गया QCK को आज?
This QCK is someone that
I think उसका भी Phoenix
was clearly seen, but that's the thing. At this point, I think that you could give Sadak anybody, and if he goes, yeah, he's good to go.
भाई कल के दिन मार ही नहीं पा रहा था QCK बे, मार ही नहीं पा रहा था.
Bring back some like 40-year-old
अच्छा
FPS
6 किल
player.
पे था QCK.
Maybe he could bring back Lothar. No, sorry.
PS player. I don't know about that. If it was,
he plays Valorant.
It was a card game version, sure.
Wow, toxic. I believe in you, Lothar. Here we go. 10-3. Flash. Well, plays. Kawasin's just taking down the two players who are lined up ready. QCK is looking to try and heal himself back up. Bear in mind, Konkan has actually invested an interesting one. I didn't expect to see a Spectre light shields, but I guess just the scenario is so bleak, he was hoping that maybe he could bridge the gap with some, not even that, a hero Spectre. I don't know if that's ever been said, and well, I understand what he was going for there, trying to hit a timing on the player droning, but it's safe to say Sadak had friends waiting by.
Well, the pistol rounds have been going to Loud again and again. This time, though, they're able to build on the back of it. This is the real tragic thing. Just look at the timeline there. Round 2 and 3 went to EDG. They upset them on that second round. I even remember, Tom, I said, now we've got a game on our hands, didn't I? I had to say that. Here we are. And for EDG, you know, there's a lot to talk about in their previous games. In this one, though, 5 rounds across the series so far. Loud have just had complete control. Their buy round here represents a chance to put the foot down, at least make this scoreline a little bit closer. But again, the man winning those opening duels doesn't change. He's taken damage and now finally dropped. And Kankan's made it out.
Hey,
Kawanzin's dead to the nade. He just stood in it. Smoggy's taken down less. Okay, well, it started out poorly, but it's been recovered. It was starting to be recovered nicely by the side of EDG. Not again. Not in rounds like this. Chichu, the player pushes a smoke against him, and he wins it. Come on. Loud just can't lose.
No, not a third time.
Script
Not a
is
third
bad,
time.
and it's not for EDG.
Got 3 kills pushing through smokes.
12-3. I could chop up every one of those kills and say EDG were unlucky in every single one. They should have won that round.
I can't believe the two E's.
इतना जल्दी तो नहीं होना था यार ये.
That's absurd. Like every single one of these is him just peeking into an angle, puts a smoke down, runs out the smoke, kills the guy, goes back into the smoke, runs back out the smoke again, and kills another guy. And it just... Even Sunak's face is like, that was just dirty. Oh, I feel a little bit ill. 12-3.
How do you think EDG feel on that stage?
Oh, we've casted fast best of threes in the past.
Had our fair share.
Yeah. Gambit versus
By
Crazy
गलत
Raccoon.
shutdown हो
That
गया
was one I
है.
remember.
Worst
maybe even a little
shutdown
bit quicker
of
than this.
Occupies a
EDG
very
ever.
small slot of my memory.
आने के बाद कभी ऐसे देखा ही नहीं वो लोग.
हाँ. देखो. स्ट्रीम भी बोल रहा है. हो गया इनका. बंद कर दो करके.
9 chances to close it out based on what we've seen so far. You know, Tom, it's anyone's game. Not really. This has got to be the one time. It's a concrete conclusion. This timeout from EDG, I definitely admire them for taking it.
They'll get to stay on the
कर गया भाई.
stage a little bit
कुछ
longer.
नहीं देखने मिला. कुछ
Double their time on
नहीं.
stage in this map.
एक स्ट्रैट देखने नहीं मिला EDG.
Maybe they will.
एक
Not
स्ट्रैट.
just because of the timeout, but because of the rounds they'll win following it. EDG won my
सिर्फ
heart.
वो लोग का
I
एक
even
एल्बो
remember on the
कंट्रोल
desk
देखने मिला
yesterday,
जहाँ
I said,
पे
"It's a team I've
ब्लाइंड करके
massively
रिकॉर्ड करके डबल
underestimated."
सेशन
The
मार के जाता
second
है
I
बस.
stop underestimating them,
उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं
they fall
देखने
apart.
मिला.
Yeah. But I think, as you said earlier, the one real benefit, well, the one only benefit, is the fact that we are seeing Loud in terrifying form and looking to make their way through to the playoffs. Playoffs that, well, we definitely want to see them if they're going to continue up their run like this. Smoggy, flash is good, but less is there. Playing counter once again. Chichu about to be under some serious pressure. They're trying to counter out QCK, but he ain't stopping. He knows there's a guy stuck in the corner, and he's going to clear him out and take down Karkan as well.
क्या हो गया QCK को? क्या हो गया?
In real form, and he's looking to finish it in the same way. Kawazid is going to put another in the dirt. It's left all onto nobody. And the fact is, nobody is standing in Loud's way, closing out this series. A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
Bro, is this the fastest?
Looks like the curse is finally broken for their Masters run. They've made it deep into the tournament.
Bro.
Top 4. And they've looked so damn good doing it. When we talk about teams looking weaker, Loud were top of the list coming into this event. We thought they would do well. They struggled, they stumbled, but my God, they found their feet. On the other side, EDG, GG and well played.
नहीं बे, मतलब आज मेरे हिसाब से वही हो गया कि नहीं चल रहा था बस.
To close
और
out their
कुछ
final
reason
series
नहीं है.
like
Game
this,
नहीं
but
चल
it's
रहा
definitely
था
not representative
बस.
of what they've been
तो
able to
बना
bring to
लेने
the
दो.
international scene. I think Kankan will be a name most teams are scared of in the future, just not in this series.
Yeah, especially when we know what the next Masters is going to be. I think he is going to be a name that everybody is going to be shouting. Unfortunately, after victories versus PRX and
eliminated, yep.
it wasn't quite to be today. But for Loud, this was a statement matchup. They came in a team
Loud
that had beaten them
better,
before in a Masters, a team they beat in a close series
मेरे
of
को लगा
champions.
at least 13-9, 13-10 कुछ तो बे वो लोग कुछ कंट्रोल नहीं ले पा रहे थे. A-main, B-main, mid.
If I'm one of those top-seeded teams, I don't want to match up against Loud.
Well, thanks to their Phoenix, this
PRX
most certainly was a quick one. 24-7. A player that we've highlighted on the desk throughout this event as having struggles. That's what the community narrative has been, fitting into his role. Say he looks pretty damn comfortable now and terrifying for anyone facing this Loud team moving on in the tournament. And moving on with our games for today, it's time to throw this one over to the analyst desk.
Thanks, guys. I mean, quick day of work, you know? Not bad at all. Goodness gracious. I genuinely blown away. Let's just jump right into this real fast. Go into our HyperX Reflex moment of the day because it is going to be QCK. We're going to give this man his flowers finally on the broadcast. He had a lights out game.
Playoff में already Sentinels और Genji है.
It seemed too easy for him. The way this guy was playing when he was on the
Sentinels versus एक team होएगा और Genji versus एक team
setting up
होएगा.
his flashes with his squad and also just fragging individually, and it was the same on the jet.
या
This
फिर
guy has a lot of
Sentinel
doubters
versus
for good
Genji भी हो
reason.
सकता
I'll admit, I was one of them, but I think he's dispelled a lot of that criticism with his performance today, especially if he can keep this up into the playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, most
No, 2-0 versus 200
right? Especially for QCK having like this big impactful
हाँ
game.
तो फिर वही
this
रहेगा
should
Sen
be a
versus कोई
massive
team या फिर Genji versus
right?
कोई team.
Because we constantly talk about Aspas was the playmaker for the team. Was QCK going to be that guy? And he didn't necessarily need to be that guy, but I felt like we finally
But he's
got that here
finding who
today.
he is.
Sen
And I
versus
think
Genji
that's
में
what
आएगा
really
तो मतलब
matters
वोट
for
रहेगा
Loud.
अरे मैं
Finding
पहला
who
team दूसरे
they
team के
are
against कौन
themselves
से
in
team के against
2024.
Yeah,
खेलेगा
this is going to be
वैसा.
super fun to see what Loud can do in the playoffs, but of course that means we have to say goodbye to EDG Edward Gaming. An exit that I genuinely did not expect. A grand total of 5 rounds won by the #1 Chinese squad. That is heartbreaking, Mimi.
Yeah, and this is a team, again, we talked so much about it in the pre-show about how this team just kept getting better
ऐसा
and
नहीं
better,
जाना
but
चाहिए
they
कोई
really
team
fell
के लिए
apart
अच्छा
in these
नहीं है.
last 2 matches. The mental was crumbling, the rounds weren't sticking together,
What do you
and
think it
they were
was?
up against
even if
what would you
third map
chalk
नहीं
it to?
जाता,
so
यही
hard
map
to
में
play.
अगर
I
जैसे
really think that they
13-11
just
years
somehow,
Wow.
after that Gen G game, lost faith in the system, lost faith in themselves, and didn't find it in themselves to bounce back after. Unfortunately, they're home, but Loud, looking good.
What a day. But let's go ahead and hear from the man of the hour. It's Sadak standing by with Kukuka.
Y estamos aquí con Sadak. Vamos a hacer esta entrevista en español porque la ocasión lo merece y obviamente él nos
¡Gol
va a
volte!
We're here with Sadak after that brilliant performance coming in from Loud. So the first question is going to be,
पीछे देखो शिनचैन की बहन का
there
फोन
on
कवर.
Icebox. EDG
रुक जा,
picked that
सुनने
map,
दे.
but you definitely show them how it's played. Did you imagine that it was going to be such a dominant performance? Sé que me has entendido, pero te repito la pregunta. Menuda performance que habéis tenido en
PRX
ese Icebox. Ellos lo
versus
escogen, pero
America's
vosotros les dais una
only.
lección
हाँ,
y compartís
मजा
cátedra.
आएगा.
¿Cómo ha sido eso?
Y la verdad cuando vimos que ellos
अभी है
cogieron
32
Icebox,
damn Loud on beast
buenísimo, o
mode.
sea,
EDG
es
lost
nuestro
दिखाई दे
mapa,
रहा
nos
है.
sentimos muy cómodos, así que entramos con mucha confianza y la verdad salió todo bien.
Basically, when we saw that they picked that map, we were like, that's so good. We feel super comfortable in this map, so everything is going to go our way, and it definitely did. Next question is going to be about QCK, about Quick. Many people have had questions about, you know, who he's replacing and yada yada. I know that he has not had an easy day, and I want you to tell us how he's feeling and how do you see his performance on the big
तुम्हारा
stage.
QCK
Ya sabemos que no ha tenido un día facilito. Quiero que me digas tú, como su IGL y uno de sus mentores, ¿cómo estás viendo su performance y qué tal está él?
Y la verdad, yo estoy muy
Barabar
orgulloso
बोल रही
de
है.
él. Para quien no sabe, él durmió solamente 2 horas. Esta noche se la pasó vomitando. Tuvo que ir al hospital. La pasó muy mal y le dijimos, quédate tranquilo, haz tu mejor. Lo que pasa es que el mejor del muchacho es muy bueno, la verdad. Así que estoy muy orgulloso. Es un guerrero. La verdad que muy orgulloso.
play कर दिया.
Okay, so basically for those of you who didn't know,
I just
QCK
think what
was
went wrong
sick.
with
He
EDG
only
lost,
slept for
bro.
2 hours. They were
Completely
telling
lost.
him, hear me out, just do as good as you can. Nobody's going to look down on you if you don't perform. The bad thing is that the worst of this player is actually pretty damn good. Well, with this, thank you very much. We will see you in playoffs. Anybody that you want to face particularly?
Realmente no quería enfrentar al otro equipo de América, a Sentinels. Después el resto, buenísimo. Así nos vemos en la final, quién sabe.
He doesn't want to play against Sentinels until the finals, so we'll wait and see it there. Don't go anywhere. We have another matchup, KC versus PRX, right after this.
भाई EDG कैसे रे कैसे कुछ इतनी अच्छी टीम भाई.
It's the rubber band match between two teams that could very well go the distance.
Two teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
They've got to be extremely careful. Tui's needs to time this just right.
भाई आज अगर PRX भी 2-0 हो गया ना, 12 बजे खत्म हो जाएगा. उसके बाद हम करेंगे रैंक पुश. आज 100% करेंगे. आज मैं मूड में हूँ, लेकिन मेरे को फोन चार्ज पे भी लगाना पड़ेगा लग रहा है.
अभी तो मैं रख के आई थी.
क्या फोन नहीं, ये माउस.
हाँ तो वॉच पार्टी के टाइम पे रख दे. तेरे को कौन सा माउस यूज करना है वॉच पार्टी में?
करता रहता हूँ कैम हटाने को फॉर साइंटिफिक रीजंस.
मैच के बीच में भी कैम हटाता है तू.
चैट लाइक करो. ये मेरे पानी का बोतल मिला क्या?
मेरे को क्या पता तुमको.
चैट लाइक करो, जल्दी से लाइक करो. अगर PRX हारा ना, अंडी मंडी अंडी मंडी. तेरा पानी का बोतल किधर है?
बालकनी में देख. देखना.
चैट गेस करो पानी का बोतल किधर रखा है. गुंड में नहीं है. तुमको मेरी गुंड दिख रही होगी.
हाय. मैं भी हाय. मिला क्या मेरे को? थैंक यू देवर्ष जी.
Red Bull gives you wings.
For the 50. मेरे को मिला क्या? नहीं मिला यार. किसको मिला? मनराज हंस मत. तेरे जैसा नसीब नहीं है मेरा. मस्त गाना है. हेलो. ओह मस्त गाना है. मस्त गाना है. I was gifted. मिला क्या मेरे को? नहीं बे. यही इमोट्स है मेरे पास. नहीं मिला. कैमर लोग. नहीं मिला मेरे को. ठीक है चैट ये कर लो कोई नहीं चैट ठीक है मतलब ठीक है यार ठीक है कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं याद रखूंगी मैं ये याद क्या मस्त गाना है बे मेरे को क्यों नहीं मिलता सेम सुपर चैट तो वही पड़ेगा ना फ्रेंड्स है ओके गाने का नाम फ्रेंड्स है गाइस जैसा हम और तुम फ्रेंड्स हो वैसे ही फ्रेंड्स तो लाइक करो स्ट्रीम
Welcome back to day 5 of our coverage here at Masters.
आ रही हूँ guys मैं अभी लॉग आउट कर रही हूँ
Stage is about to go underway. It's going to be the Blue versus W Gaming. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Kukuka, and we have a great one for you. It's going to be Carmine Core going up against PaperX. And I think a lot of people were very much selling PaperX very short going into their matchup against Heretics yesterday, and we saw a revitalized, rejuvenated, energetic PaperX, Mimi, that honestly we haven't really quite seen before. Especially when, they've always been known as the fun guys, having a good time. But no, Moniette was out there just talking all that hot trash. Had to make sure I correct myself. Almost pulled a Brent for a moment there.
I'm people. I was one who was doubting PaperX for good reason. Because they have not looked like themselves this entire tournament. But Heretics awoke the beast.
Surprising
telling them to sit down, and then the second half.
Thank you for the 50 gifted. लेकिन bench में मैंने भी तो दिया था gifted.
Right? All the individuals were popping up. They were flooding back into sight. They were making magic happen. It felt like the honestly just the mystique of how do they win this.
मेरे account से पैसा गया.
Yeah, exactly. And probably it wasn't just coming from them. It was provoked by the other team.
Absolutely.
As we were just
मेरे
watching,
account
like,
से पैसा गया 1972 में.
On the side of PaperX, it would be so easy because after
7,950 rupees
rounds in a row, like Heretics was just.
I mean, they were getting stomped the first half.
Literally, and then they're like, you know what? Enough is enough. We're not going to have it, and they go on to be the most PaperX, just thriving in the chaos that they love, and just giving up the best performance that we've seen so far from them just last night.
And let's not forget that Forsaken came into this event saying, I'm playing like a 6 out of 10. We asked Alex what he thought coming into this event PaperX was going to be. What did he say?
He said 6 out of 10.
Like, they feel like they're coming into this event like so mid, and then they end up walking on that stage just clouding.
This is the first time that they have been more than that 6 out of 10. You look at the rest of that Heretics game, and there was mistakes being made. Heretics was the better team for the majority
OTP scam, OTP लगता नहीं है भाई, UPS से करता हूँ.
Ability to activate sometimes and come back. And that's what makes them such a scary opponent against a team like Carmine Core, who plays very similar.
Sorry, there is something that makes teams like PaperX, teams that have been in so many international events different from the others, and is that they have the ability to peak where they needed to be.
अबे मैंने सुना ही नहीं था. हेलो. माम बे मेरी जान की टोटे झूलते हुए क्या है झूलते हुए जान के टोटे झूलते हुए बस यहाँ पे ही है खत्म हो जाता. और माम बाबाई आज हैरी पॉटर ने क्यों नहीं मारा यार? क्या हो गया है
यार? मेरे को लगा ना लाउड कोई बहुत एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी नहीं खेला, नॉर्मल खेला. ईडीजी बहुत बेकार खेला, बहुत अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट खेला
ना. लॉस्ट थी पूरी लॉस्ट.
हाँ मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था बहुत सोच के खेल रहे हैं और उतने में पहले दे रही थी.
Yesterday your performance was a really strong statement coming from you. So what do you plan on doing on keeping the momentum going against KC?
Nothing special actually. I just want to win today because if we lose today, me and Davai will lose the laundry at the hotel.
Is that so? You lose the laundry?
Yeah, because if you lose, like you're going to leave tomorrow, you know.
Oh no, stakes are definitely high then. All right, best of luck to you.
Excuse me, ये कौन सी रीजन है जीतने का?
Brother, I get it. They're winning the
भाई ये लोग ने अपने होटल में ना लॉन्ड्री में कपड़ा डाला है, तो अगर ये लोग अभी आउट होएगा तो ये लोग को घर पे जाना पड़ेगा, तो तब तक लॉन्ड्री का कपड़ा आएगा नहीं। एक्सक्यूज मी, ये नई रीजन है। प्रायोरिटीज यही होता है जब आप लोग बड़ा बड़ा कपड़ा खरीदते हो, समझ रहे हो? जब प्राइस मनी कम होता है और कपड़े का मनी ज्यादा होता है, यही होता है। सिंपल बात है, प्राइस मनी से लेना देना ही नहीं है, ये लोग को अपना कपड़ा चाहिए। और मामा तू ग्राइंड वाइंड कर रहे हैं कि नहीं वेलो?
यार खेलने के लिए लौंडे ही नहीं मिल रहे
यार प्लीज बोल दे तो आरफी खेल रहा है।
नहीं
शिट यार, अच्छा किडनैप करने वाला था मैं 3 दिन में।
I mean, we
Power
have
RP
seen
कर
that
रहे हैं।
in Lotus and in that split. I think that he came back to life. He
यार दोस्तों को तो उठा ही सकते, क्या बोलते?
in this series compared to what he was doing previous in the tournament.
करना बहुत फन है बे, बहुत फन है
This
अभी।
comparison. The rest of Masters,
हाँ,
he's an
वाह,
average Joe. He's a guy who shows up, who's playing the game, whatever.
न्यू पोल डाल, क्या करेंगे न्यू पोल का? PRX जीतने वाला है।
He's something again. He's winning every first duel he takes. He's out there dominating them. This guy.
मामा भाई ऐसे लोगों का क्या बोलेंगे जो लोग वोट करते लेकिन लाइक नहीं करते? मतलब बटन एक ही दबाना है ये लोग को। 9000 वोट है एंड 6000 लाइक्स है।
वो चाहते ही नहीं यार कि हम एनकरेज हो यार और स्ट्रीम व्रीम करें यार।
वही यार,
जब बिंक्स नया एस12 में आया था उसकी बुंड बहुत कर्व सी थी, फ्लैट हो गई इतना देर वॉच पार्टी कर करके बैठे बैठे।
प्लस
लाइक करे तो फ्लैट बुंड भी जो है अपने को चलेगी, फिर
कर्व हो जाएगी। थैंक यू। PRX वर्सेस क्या है? मेरे को तो नाम भी याद नहीं आ रहा है। PRX जीत गया करके।
Like 10, 15, 20 seconds, and if you're not up to speed, you're gonna be late, man.
All right, well, let's go ahead and shift
वाली
focus to their
stream अभी भी
opponents on the
चैनल
other
पे है
side of
क्या?
the
वो
stage. Just
बर्थडे
gonna be
वाली
Carmine
स्ट्रीम है
Court now. They're
शेड्यूल में
gonna be
आने से
looking for
पहले।
redemption here because they had to
आज ही ऐड
unfortunately
करो।
swallow a tough defeat against the Sentinels. But
आज ही
this is a team
मतलब
that really
4
met
साल
a brick
बाद
wall,
कोई
right? In Sen, and now
उसको वो
coming
कर
into
दिया
this one,
ट्वीट,
Kukuka,
ये देखो
we
तुम्हारे
get to see
इन्फ्लुएंसर।
what this KC team is made of as they have to dig deep, which is something that, well, we have only seen once before.
लगता मामा का बेस्ट मेमोरी वही
Yeah,
स्ट्रीम है।
exactly. We know that KC, just because it's a very new team, they have only lost that one time, right? We saw them failing against Team Heretics.
कभी मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि पानी में भी नशा हो
After
सकता है।
that loss, they went on a streak
yeah?
and just kept winning and winning until they got
फिर
their
पानी पिए
revenge
थे।
against them in the final there at kickoff.
Yeah, in the last match we watched them, they were playing a team who just went into playoffs looking fantastic. Sentinels, and it really came down to the wire. I think the make or break in that game, though, was counter-stratting and the read that Kaplan and Sentinels had ahead of time. Here's one example to take a look at on their split, where they go for this Yoru play that we see from them a lot, where they set up this paranoia, and then it gets punished by Sen. They overcommit to it.
So here's the thing, Junkity is completely ready. I love that we're seeing it also in this lower
इसको
spin.
Instagram पे
So
ढूंढा
basically,
देखा शादी हो
as you're
रखी
saying
है
it,
बे
he's going to be using the
शर्म
Euro
करो,
ultimate.
सामने
He's got
सामने
1,
गोल्ड
2,
भाई है, शर्म
3,
करो।
minimum, I would say 3 to 4
ये
players.
ये
The
देखो,
thing is
end
that
होगा,
instead of
end
going
करो,
back,
chat।
instead of saying this is not safe, there was a
Guys,
high
देवर
likelihood that I'm
स्टडीज
going
को
to
हार्ट्स दो।
they commit to it. So
50 गिफ्टेड दिया, घर जाएगा तुम्हारा $50 के साथ।
that is going to be a
समझ
before
रहे
and
हो?
after when we go
जिस
into
जिसको भी
playoffs.
मिला देवर
Set
स्टडीज
plays
का
will
पकड़े।
get you this far. If you want to go into playoffs and actually
भाई
be
मेरे
a
अकाउंट से
great
पैसे
contender,
गए लेकिन
winning this
अरे
trophy,
आएगा
you have to
वापस।
see beyond.
पक्की
And
बात
this is
है।
the turning point for KC.
100%
Will it be like
मेरा
the
एक बार गया
kickoff
था,
where
मेरे
they
पायल
take
को
that
सुपर
loss,
चट गया
they
है
learn
नहीं।
from it, and they go on a run from there on out?
हाँ,
Or will it be like
नहीं,
many
हमेशा-
वो ऐसा
promising
नहीं
teams
मेरा।
that have come to
अगर
international
रिफ्लेक्ट
events
नहीं करता
before,
सुपर
hit
चैट
that
या
roadblock,
कुछ तो
and
वापस आ
fall?
जाता है।
That's the
हमेशा
question
हुआ
for
मेरे
today.
साथ तो
Both
कभी
teams
ऐसा
have a
नहीं
massive expectation to make it out of the
हाँ,
group.
any
Everyone
charges
is
made
focused
will
on
be
that pressure
refunded
forward.
करके आया,
Well,
मेल
of
आया।
course, we have Mika standing by. She's going to get some
कितने का
words
बे-
with
कितना खर्च
Martine.
किया
Let's
था?
see what's going on there.
8000।
Hey Magnum, can we pull you aside for a really quick question? So a lot of IGLs, a lot of coaches say that PRX is a tough team to play against, especially for the first time. So how did you prep for this match?
So hello. Yeah, I agree. I think their playstyle is quite annoying, but I don't think it's the playstyle. I think it's their individual performance. I think they're quite insane. But like we prepare like for all of the other teams, and I think we are ready.
All right, good luck to the team.
मामा भाई आप और पिंकी है ना सच्ची डेडली डुओ। मतलब वैलो में तुम लोग कैसे दिख रहे हैं, आईफोन का कवर्स कैसा है, बात कर रहे हैं, वो लोग का स्पेक्स कहाँ से लिया, यही सब
to play
गेम के
against
बारे
them
में
because
कुछ
they play like no one else. You can prepare for how their util combos work, for the plays the players make, but they will take risks that no one else will.
ए तूने भी दुकान खोला है ना, कैसे चल रहा है दुकान?
Gonna be about what fantastic counter strat and came up with a
भाई मेरा दुकान
This has to
सबसे
be
वर्ल्ड
about
बेस्ट है।
Magnum, about this team, and how a relic, one of the youngest rosters we have here, can
मेरा
adapt
दुकान
to the most chaotic team, the hardest team to play for the first time.
पिंकी का
in
कैजुअल
VCT.
दुकान
Yeah,
कैजुअल।
exactly. And there's many answers that you can give to this question, right? Are we going to give them the space? Are we going to fight them? Are we going
40,000
to
कमा
give
के
that
बैठी हो।
chaos a little bit more? If you just look at the compositions, you might think that Casey is the kind of team that is going to fight fire with fire, right?
Sure, for
but
sure.
for when you see them play, you see a different kind. You see that they interpret the utility.
यार
in a
एक
different
मल्टीप्लेयर
way.
ओपन वर्ल्ड गेम खेलने का है यार, कोई है?
मल्टीप्लेयर ओपन वर्ल्ड,
हाँ जैसा अपना फाल वर्ल्ड था वैसा।
हाँ बे यार, पालवर्ल्ड ने यार मूड खराब कर दिया यार।
हाँ ना, अचानक से इतना लोगों ने स्पीड रन्स कर दिया ना उसमें कि एक
भाई
महीने
सुना
में
है
सब
कि
पहुंच गए।
ये सुपरमार्केट सिमुलेटर सिर्फ एक डेव से रन हो रहा है, पता
हाँ
है?
हाँ, एक ही बंदा बना रहा है वो।
हाँ क्या?
हाँ, और देखो ना, मतलब कितने सही टाइम पे अपडेट आया, रीस्टॉकर ये वो सब लोग का
हाँ
इंटरेस्ट आया। पालवर्ल्ड वाले डेव इतने सैवेज हैं उल्लू के पट्टे, उनसे बोला कि भाई आप लोग अपडेट कब ला रहे हैं, इतने सारे लोगों ने मतलब एंड
वहां
गेम
पे
तक
आ रहा है
पहुंच गए
लेकिन
हैं। हाँ मतलब ये मैं बात बता रहा हूँ कुछ 2-3 हफ्ते पहले की। वो बोले मतलब डेव से इंटरव्यू हुआ तो बोले इतने सारे लोग एंड गेम तक पहुंच गए हैं, अपडेट कब आ रहा है? तो डेव बोलता है कि हमने थोड़ी बोला था इतनी जल्दी खेलो।
वो भी बात
मतलब ये क्या बात हुई भाई, एडिक्टिव गेम बनाओगे और भाई सैवेज बनोगे।
नहीं, लेकिन उसमें लोग वो भी तो कर रहे थे ना,
क्या चीज?
ग्लिच विच करके फटफट रैंक अप ये वो सब, तो डेव
अब
का
वो
भी
तो
मूड
हाँ,
खराब
वो
हो
कुछ
गया।
थे स्ट्रीमर एसएटीएल के भी थे, सुनने में आया था।
हाँ, जो ग्लिच पकड़ा था
हाँ
भाई सुनो,
हाँ
मैं
हाँ, सीना
इन्फ्लुएंसर
ठोक
से
के कर रहे थे।
मैं इन्फ्लुएंसर से इन्फ्लुएंस हुआ, विच इज नॉट बैड थिंग। या आई गॉट
ये
इन्फ्लुएंस्ड
कौन है?
बाय
Select presented by Omen for match 2 of
ये
the day.
PRX और
Based on the
KC
draw
है।
order, KC, you are higher seed.
इनके
Would you like
बीच
Team
में
A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So
चार
PRX
जन
will
के
be
बीच
Team A.
में कोई
And
नहीं
we will
होता,
start with your first ban.
चार जन।
Icebox, your ban.
Ban
सनी
Sunset.
भी तो है।
Ban Sunset. Map number 1 from PRX.
Bind.
Bind लिया।
Side on bind.
ये बाइंड मामा बाइंड।
देखने में मजा
And
आता
map
है
number
भाई,
2?
सच्ची में।
Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with Paper X, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Split.
Ben split.
Ban Split. Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
स्प्लिट क्यूब बैन किया पता है ना चैट तुम लोग को?
Ban Breeze, map number 3 by default is going to be Ascent.
मौनी बोलते।
Paper X, side on Ascent.
तेरे को नया मैप पसंद है, ओजी मैप पसंद है?
Alright, go
मेरे को
Team
ओजी
A.
मैप पसंद।
हाँ,
हाँ मेरे को भी सेम।
सनसेट तो जरा भी।
मतलब आइस बॉक्स भी ठीक है, लेकिन सनसेट और
आइस बॉक्स,
ब्रीज
हाँ हाँ
थोड़ा सा।
आइस बॉक्स भी अब करंट लिस्ट में ओजी में ही आ जाता है एक तरीके से। शायद पहला नया मैप था ना ओजी के बाद।
जब वो चालू हुआ तभी मैं
जो मैप मेरे को बिल्कुल नहीं पसंद था, वो सबसे टॉप ऑफ द टियर लिस्ट में फ्रैक्चर है, वो तो आने ही नहीं चाहिए। क्या सेक्सी म्यूजिक है यार ये।
स्माइल है।
देख रहे हैं ना, मोने को सबसे आगे रखा है, एलेक्स लास्ट में है। एलेक्स भी लाइक इसको मेरे से दूर रखो, अब भी बोलो।
आया बाजू में आया।
भाई क्रेजी टीम है यार ये।
कौन सी कारमैन को?
हाँ भाई, नरेट पूरा मास्टर्स का सबसे टॉप एसेस बंदा था, और शिन भी बाप मारता, मैग्नम भी बाप मारता।
Both teams here looking to move past them, their opponent in this competition. This is going to be a tough game through and through. For PRX, they're a squad that really rides the momentum of the moment. But for KC, for Carmine,
giving hugs to Alex.
The plan of attack that they have here, whether or not PRX will just blow the whole thing up.
Carmen Core, they've been tested before, but this is going to be
भाई कल का
something
तूने
very
मिस किया रे
different,
मामा
something
कल
they've never
का जो
experienced
था ना
in
गेम
EMEA. This is the day
मैं
where
देखा,
they have to figure out
PRX वाला
if they can
last
adapt
match
to a team like PRX.
भाई हंस के पागल हो गए तुम हंस के
might be the year for the rookies. Well, KC should be the one trying
सेकंड
to
मैप
prove
उसने
that. Of
इतना
course,
विफ
also
किया
have a
ना
new face on PRX,
थर्ड
but
मैप
we have
बेचारे ने
known them
बटरिंग
for
के लिए
a
उछल
very,
के गाफ
very
मारी
long time. People are also saying a tournament without Fnatic, without Energy, without all of those heavy hitters, especially DRX. Yes, exactly.
ना कल को PRX को वार्निंग मिला हो सकता है
That's a great
Possible
question
मतलब
because
मिडिल
it's been
फिंगर
some
थोड़ा ज्यादा
time.
था
Remember, this is a squad that was runner-up in champs last year, right? They have had so many great
मतलब वो फ्लो में बहुत
opportunities
कुछ
in
कर
their
रहे थे वो
career
लोग
here, but to get
फीडबैक कर
Monnier
रहे
a
थे
trophy lifted for this team to have
गोलियां
that
चला
moment
रहे थे बॉडी पे
I think it's almost more
मिडिल
about
फिंगर दिखा
getting
दिया
it for
था
the rest of his team.
लेकिन वो फाइन अमाउंट बहुत कम है बे
This
10k
PRX
फाइन
squad
10k
back to
क्या
those finals they've made before. But let's talk about the map, Vito, because I think this is where it gets really interesting. Both these teams play
$10K
very
dollars?
off-kilter comps. You're not going to see the same
फिर भी क्या है
default comps we
किसका
always get in a match like this. We're starting on Bind, and last
EDG का
time
कल
they
नहीं
played
था
this, they lost this map. But
परसों
I
था
actually liked a lot of the things they were showing
कल
with this Harbor Raze composition, with Arena in there too.
EDG
I think
किसने
they have
आपने
really
जीती थी
creative ways of
10k
executing
pounds
the
oh
site
fuck
and of kind of pathing
10k
their way
pounds का
around
फाइन है
and setting up their race player on the dive.
So here's the thing, right?
भाई
I
मेरी
did
टोटल
this one
YouTube
part. I
रेवेन्यू
was
नहीं है
not very
उतनी
surprised because I like the harbor, I like the intention, you know, of doing something different. To me, the Reina was very lackluster. Like I did not understand the final point onto why you would choose Reina
नहीं
above
भाई वो
something
बेची
else.
से
But you
खुलता
did-
है
खुलता है खूब खुलता है मोबाइल स्टूडियो से खुलता है
पहले तू बेच
But the thing is, you don't understand why they choose Serena
Right.
until something has
Lifetime,
again.
huh?
He has had a very slow
lifetime.
tournament up until those last two maps yesterday. I think it's not the optimal pick, but if something is playing like he was last night, it is a dangerous pick for KC to go up against. Things for this team to watch out for is how aggressive PRX is with
तुझे क्या
these
लगा
fast
10 के रुपीस
sets.
हाँ
If
मुझे
you're
लगा
playing on the
10
site,
के
if you're
रुपए
playing
मेरा
backside
$100
lane, you are going to get ran over. For
$150
me, when we're looking
ज़्यादा
at
फाइन मारा
KC,
देवर
this is
सिटीज
going to
को
be about
जाके लेंगे
taking
ये
extremely
लो
control towards
$150
showers and long and playing off-site to be able to flood retake.
Exactly, it's the shower controls that in the previous match threw PRX off a
मैं
lot. They
नीचे
were
हूँ
not able to regain that space, and I
भेजना।
think that this composition may have a lot of holes. Carmine Core and
मैं नीचे बोल
specifically
दिया
Martin has to be the one finding those holes and actually taking advantage of the situation.
We
Just
talked
saying,
so
तेरा
much
दो
about
channel
the
है ना?
PRX individuals, but the two youngsters,
single
Derek
channel का
and
है ना?
Martin, have been
वो
electric
उस
in
पे तो क्या
Madrid
ही
thus
revenue
far.
3
If
वीडियो
they
डाली
can
है
keep
3-4
that up,
वीडियो
if they
डाली
can
है
compete with PRX, there's no doubt that KC would be a player in the playoffs.
It's time for our final match of the Swiss stage and to find out who will be remaining in the playoffs. This is going to be a game with a lot of fireworks. I think we're going to need to bring out the big guns. We got Pansy and iPod.
बात तो
That's incredibly kind of you, GB. But yeah, this game itself, to me, Mike, is feeling like a question of form. We've seen these teams look hot. We've seen them look pretty cold at times. Where do you stand on this matter?
I mean, it's a really interesting matchup in terms of kind of the
क्या
style
भाई
of both
तुम्हारा
teams,
पूरा
right?
एक
Without
जीरो
a
ज़्यादा है
Fnatic
any
of
comments
old, without an EGF last year, this is the chaos meets structure. Really, the best. We're probably going to get it at this sort at this event.
मैं बाजू आपको मैं बाजू मेरे को बाजू
बाजू नहीं भेजू
10k pounds बाजू
मेरे को भी नहीं होता भेजू है वो
वही
10k pounds तो बहुत
Seemingly aware of the
मैं
possibility.
देव भाई यूं ही दे सकते हैं देव भाई
10 लाख रुपए कैसे हो गए
देव भाई
Afraid to particularly
आपको कम समझ रहे हैं मामा जस्ट सेइंग मैंने से था
So that's going to be that
क्या चीज
card removed from the
देव भाई
natural
10k
start.
pounds तो
But
यू पे सकते
again,
हैं
this to me is just purely I have to
मुंह
wait and
आगे कर।
see what we see from these two
Yeah,
teams.
but
Which
thank you for
sounds
the
silly,
10
right? It
pounds.
almost sounds like obviously
पूरे वॉच
that's what
पार्टी
we're
ने
going
इसने
to do,
कितना
but
दिया पता है
because there's been such
ऑलमोस्ट
disparity
2200 200
in the way
2300
they've looked
पाउंड
leading up to this point.
क्या बात
And
है
also taking into account yesterday's
देव भाई
performance,
ना
right?
मान
It's-
रहे
Of course.
It's the old.
नहीं
You
मानना
can
भी नहीं
carry that
चाहिए
momentum across to today.
Wow. I mean, then you've summoned the PRX of old, right? Or the one that strikes fear into every team's hearts because they are hard to handle. And it looks like
Chalo.
Shin's gonna be the one to have to try and deal with it.
Guy.
He's going to try and depend a little on Magnum too, but he's been already forced away. Pressure on the site, and it's Monye. Shin's gone down. The site is somewhat under
Alex
PRX's
ने बोला
hands.
IRL मत
Can they
उछल
confirm
करके
that
game
they're gonna
में?
get that plant down with any threat? Looks good so far, focusing mostly towards elbow to gain that control. Plants in times on their side, but there is presence on long here.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम दे दिया भाई वो लोग फ्लैंक देखेंगे
Here outside hookah, and actually mindfree going walkabouts here. Going to be punished for that. Magnum giving up a lot of space here, but PRX can't really find it. Thomas, he's already on the defuse.
Yeah, they need to get a challenge on that, and they do. Forsaken knows what he's up against, trying
Short
to do the damage. Monye is
Monye.
firing off today. That's what you want to be seeing as well. Magnum, the last one alive, trying to play it back in from CT, but they didn't achieve
Short
half on the
भाई Monye बदल
defuse
गया
earlier.
अपना.
A tap on the spike will confirm he's no longer on it. Something with that wide swing around.
Magnum ने भी
PRX, good beginning here.
भाई Monye भाई को क्या हो गया?
Really with this
Binks bro एडिक्शन हो गई आपकी स्ट्रीम एंड गेम की अभी नशा मुक्ति केंद्र में भी नहीं मिल रहा लव यू बाय द फर्स्ट सब्सक्राइब लव यू
such a deep
भाई
position. There's some real questions.
अच्छी चीज की एडिक्शन अच्छी होती है
Yeah. And one of the caveats to me.
मामा तेरे को क्या क्या चीज का
Monye.
एडिक्शन
Now
है?
we've seen his performance.
तेरे को पता है.
Not quite to the highest echelons yet. He's had
But
some
I'm
very good
really
games
friendly
when
types.
activated, but I mean, we all noted Benji Fishy calling him out, and then what happened. But regardless, good to see him off to a very strong start. And Mindfree, yeah, farming, read it well, dealing with Magnum and Martine in the very beginning.
Streaming
प्यार का एडिक्शन है.
प्यार का स्ट्रीमिंग का
Going through the motions.
हाँ.
They've already done a great deal of damage. I don't need to particularly
हंसी मजाक
commit
का
anywhere. Just need to be a little careful on the way back in case anyone's trying to fill that space behind them after the contact towards.
हाँ चाय का एडिक्शन है मेरे को. भयंकर.
यार तूने बोल दिया पिन की
Does
एक चाय हो
actually
जाए
up here narrate.
कोई मत लाना
We played in on the front. Opportunity to
सक्सेस
maybe
का
apply some
सक्सेस का भी
pressure.
है
Taking the long way around though. PRX will get a clean plant.
भाई नेक्स्ट बोनस भी जीत सकते हैं लोग जिस हिसाब से फ्लॉलेस मारा है.
Let's see if any of those potentials could come in. Nah, it's looking good. Narrate's been caught.
अच्छा बे Monye और माइंडफ्रीक मार रहे हैं बे.
Really entertaining much of an attempt.
बाकी लोग
So
को आराम है
Shin's
आज
actually gonna
थोड़ा.
have to just kind of accept that this is going the way it's going. But again, for PRX, this is good composure shown here in this second round. This should keep all those weapons standing, especially that prize possession.
मामा
That's
नेक्स्ट
something
राउंड PRX किधर
key
जाएगी?
component to them going forward. And again, you're going to have the likes of that. Bulldog still in play as well. Couple of little bits and pieces. Going to really bolster that going into the bonus.
मेरे को लगता है
For PRX, this is
ए आ सकती
good
है उनके
start.
पास.
Cool,
बोनस
calm,
खेलना होगा ना.
collected.
Strong
Great
B
start
वाली
here.
feeling आ रही है.
I'm going to give it
Strong.
up to the spike.
मेरे को ए
Just to
लगता है.
ensure none of those are
कि
ultra
उनके पास
farmed.
बोनस गन्स हैं. बी पे शायद ही जाए.
Across all this weaponry as well, so
PRX
round
किधर
3
जाने वाला है?
very interesting for PRX.
बोला था ना बी
Really
जाएगा.
Martine will progress towards the ultimate.
मम्मा तुम घर पे हो क्या अभी?
हाँ भाई.
भाई
Whether or not they're going to take a proactive approach here to the defense, take the fight to PRX.
मालूम है मेरी बीवी डॉन जैसे.
Even the sentence.
Tall order, yeah.
Like, as soon as you say it, it's like, whoa. I want to see if they're up to something with that
पिंकी के
bonus
सामने
as
कोई
well.
बोल
There's
सकता है
something
क्या?
in mind.
पिंकी भाई.
I hate the fact that there's a player called something because it makes me constantly say it. It's like he cast big.
Bhai,
Oh, well, okay,
गलत.
at least he's getting kills
गलत.
with it.
PRX
And
इधर खड़ी है
Narrate's
देखें.
just been removed.
जाने
He
भी
got, he
पे
got
वाली
to
है
look
देख.
at this round and then it was just taken
ये
away.
देख ले.
Unlucky.
देख ऐसा किया?
And now the sight hit comes in off the back. Already big.
भाई
from
क्या
Monye.
हो गया Monye को?
भाई 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 भाई.
Just massacred the
Monye को क्या हो गया?
Monye gets the upgrade.
भाई कल
Sits back towards
कल
Showers.
कुछ हुआ है.
Job done. Those two will need to be saving here. There's no two questions about it.
भाई कल कुछ हुआ है.
Question, I guess, if Monye can carry that form across to today, that explosiveness still remains for sure.
ये अलग Monye है
Left
बे.
opposition and Martine going to give this one up.
Device
A little bit of a something stunned.
Oh, you love to see it.
Another moment where you just wish
भाई
you had comms.
एलेक्स
know,
गाली
wouldn't it be
देने वाला है. 2 राउंड हुए नहीं कि ये लोग का बकचोदी चालू हो
That
गया.
was a nudge to production.
भाई एलेक्स गाली देने वाला है.
But yeah, we'll play.
हल्का सा एलेक्स कैम प्लीज.
We'll get to keep these rifles. They will.
Binks भाई गेम नॉलेज मानते ही नहीं मानते
क्या रीड है गेम नॉलेज है
all good, no harm, no foul.
माइंड
But for
समझ में आता है
PRX, look at this gap close
नहीं
coming
आता।
from Monye. The fact he gets away with this, and there was no awareness
Alex
coming
का
out from
POE
Magnum
चाहिए।
there, just seemingly swept aside.
That's the audio we're missing.
Look, we're not allowed fun. All right, no fun allowed. How dare you request it? Oh, he's broken the back of Carmine Core. And if you're the Carmine Core fans out there, right, you're kind of hoping that they came out with a strong start. Maybe correct a little bit, maybe that confidence deficit they would have been playing without being kind of pushed around. A lot of people saying they've been falling under expectation, which I think is a fair critique. Because there was such high hopes for this team coming out of kickoff, and they looked exceptional, but hasn't quite lived up to that. And again, the pace is unrelenting. Look at this, Monye and something instantly dominating the space, and it's going to force them to respect this. I would say Magnum is a little behind enemy lines, but can he make anything of it?
It's going to be tough. With only a sheriff in hand yet.
Oh, shit.
Land.
Are they going? Yeah, the gap closing now. Monye going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough.
You see me?
Oh,
Monye just popping off.
बाप रे क्या हो गया? भाई इसके आईडी में कोई और खेल रहा है?
Any questions you have?
उसने सिर्फ फेस कैम डाला है.
Opening 5 rounds here. Definitely a statement being sent. Carmine Core would argue.
भाई मौनी भाई को अपने कपड़े चाहिए.
Stoking the fire.
इसके प्रायोरिटीज. इसको अपने कपड़े चाहिए.
And you're absolutely right, isn't it? You're almost seething if you're thinking about Heretics. Could you have not? Sit
just
down.
play it down a little bit, yeah. Just
be humble. Be like the fans on Twitter. Be, you know, how dare you?
किसको नहीं यकीन हो रहा है?
Hate club has just grown exponentially.
इनके टीम में क्वेश्चन मार्क है कि भाई ये कौन है?
Well, let's see. Does I think it's Martin there on the other side? Yep. Lovely early protocols. Again, we often kind of compliment games with that, you know, the protocol list, and oh, you've got Eng in there, you know, you've really got, you know, those glimmers of Gambit, all of that fluff, but you got to give credit where it's due as well. Yeah, but they're a little bit more simplistic at times in the way they approach the game. Obviously, mechanically, they're high point, but they're still very diligent about any of these clears, always very heads up in their work.
That's the definition of thriving in the chaos. They're able to create it.
किसी का motivation laundry कैसे हो सकता है यार?
Teams have. Slow down here at least by the poison orb. Snakebite to follow up. Right there.
ये ज़्यादा prank हो रहा है.
Yes, I can सुना वो लोग.
Taking a very aggressive angle here.
Well, he's had Magnum's number. This time it's Forsaken, but it could have been either. He's absolutely been dominating this site. Now they're going to try and play in a little bit mid-tempo almost.
Oh shit.
Carmichael try and take a little bit of space.
By LTB hai.
There's going to be no reason to fear them. They've been sweeping them every time. And Monye is just a demon. You can't get away from him everywhere they go. It's only Shin to bite back so far, and even then, just about converting onto Monye, but there's the back lines. There's still something with that operator. Still willing to take a chance. Does Martin get any more play off this? Couple flashes, but not a lot of time. One close.
इसका भी अच्छा है
going to let him get off that spike. PRX in full form here, Mike, and Carmichael don't have an answer.
They don't have a Sentinel map like bind what they expect. You can play without Sentinel. As long as you have the info to
really try and control the early
like for example, if you have a belong
one of the worst things you can do is give them freedom. Give them space to you know, do what Monye's doing here. Take really aggro pathing with your satchels.
बिना Sentinel के खेल सकते हैं, लेकिन कौन सा मैप में नहीं खेल सकते हैं? मतलब ब्रीज जैसा मैप हो गया, क्योंकि उसमें क्या स्मोक से अंडर से बी जा सकते हैं, अंडर से ए जा सकते हैं. इसमें क्लियर है, या फिर ए शॉट ए लॉन्ग बिलोंग या फिर हुक्का वैसा.
There's very few options to be honest with you other than fight fire with fire.
उधर किधर ब्रीज में कुछ भी हो सकता है. ट्यूब में जाएंगे, ट्यूब से कूदेंगे, मिड जाएंगे.
You give them backside, they go spawn, they go deeper.
ब्रीज में I think
take space elsewhere, try and hold some part of it, but it's
easier
said than done. Teams with, you know, even bigger experience of struggle in this case. A lot of people, and when we talk bigger picture, Mike, while we're in this timeout, okay, are they in championship form? You know, and how do they fare in this? You can't.
भाई सोच ना, पूरी दुनिया को पता है PRX कैसे खेलता है.
You know, champs finals.
मतलब 3-4 साल, पता नहीं कितना साल से एक ही चीज कर रहे हैं.
There's been some roster changes.
फिर भी काउंटर नहीं है.
But still. they have that potential, and it scares me because round by round and kill by kill, I feel like we're getting closer to what makes them almost
total है
untouchable.
मोने भाई घर जाएगा.
Carmine Course certainly not touching it right now.
Yeah. Monya leading the charge 10-2. Looking fired up once again today.
सबका same reaction.
Couple of ultimates about coming online here for Carmine Court. Martin still sitting on his, but away from the Seekers. Showstopper around the corner as well, potentially, for the next buy round.
Mithul, thank you for the 40. Raman, thank you for the 179
He's looking to explore towards B long here. Now Martin does have a TP, but it's very quickly going to get cancelled out. Yeah, he's cancelled out himself here. Pace change. Paper X.
Different site too. We've seen them hammering that A site. A little bit of a stack was in
Guys.
play. Nice from
Aye,
Shin,
aye,
but just the teeth marks left in the corpse. Down to 4 apiece. A little bit of a pause here. Maybe trying to identify where some of these players may be. They've got to have a good idea.
TP मार रहे.
What was that?
They're just in full troll mode here in this anti-eco. Left one posted up here, Mind Freak. Try and police these weapons. I mean, it's an operator, so you know KC are going to want it. Narrate the first to identify Mind Freak's position.
Okay, कोई सीन नहीं, TP मारो.
Running. They're just
thinking better of it.
I mean, the guy's the Iceman. You know what I mean? You don't mess with that kid. He's just wild. But at this point, you're looking for silver linings and small bonuses. And Magnum has connected towards Divide, but actually going for the Seekers too. They're really committing on this one. Flash's turn. Something's got a little bit of a heal here, so ult's going to come in, but they're going to run low on time. Keep your mind towards Monye as well. Still in the case, still in the mix. He has been a monster so far.
अरे कैसे मिस किया?
Confused.
KC were looking towards showers.
They had no idea.
अरे easy shot कैसे मिस किया?
Well, even at that moment, you're questioning the investment of the Seekers.
साला तूफान ही मार रहा है मोनिया.
Back into this retake.
अरे PRX का यही है. वो लोग एक साइड पे इतना जल्दी हिट करते हैं, उतने प्लेयर्स ही नहीं होते, एजेंट्स ही नहीं होते साइड पे डिफेंस.
Mind Freak पता नहीं क्यों पहला पिक.
Potentially, I mean, Martin full commits.
Trying.
Coming out, yeah, Tomazi, I don't know. Maybe their position wasn't relayed, but
ये होती है खुशी एक राउंड जीतने की.
Luckily, a second teammate to pick up the slack.
कल लगता है एलेक्स ने बटर चिकन नहीं दिया. दिया है, सिर्फ उसको दिया. बाकी सबको चावल मिला.
Plenty down here.
Okay, you said it before. Fight fire with fire, and they are setting Monye ablaze. They're going to carry on. Martin willing to challenge. They're getting down and dirty. Something has quelled some of that aggression by taking away Martin, but still they have the man advantage for the first time in what feels like forever.
Fast flank coming through as well. You can see already progress outside of hookah. Paperwork's got to be conscious of that now.
That was fortunate not to be a collat at that point. Very nearby. Narrate needs to be careful because they've already slipped a little ahead. He might have heard Forsaken and he definitely knows someone's close by, so we'll be trying to fade him.
What? He just stepped out of the cove.
Oh god,
शॉट में दवाई बोलते भाई पैसिफिक वर्सेस अमेरिकास क्या लगता है?
And there was just some audacious moments in that.
भाई अपनी दोनों टीम है ऊपर जेंजी और PRX
out of his own smoke or cove or whatever it is. Something able to get I guess a benefit of timing.
भाई पूरा चाइना एम ही है सारे बाहर हो गए बे.
Unable to get traded because of the dismiss.
दो ही रीजन on top. Yeah.
But Monya facing the showstopper, you hear the audio cue.
This one
sings a tale as old as time.
You can do it once, you ain't going to be able to do it twice. Something now holding for this aggression. You can see him chomping at the bit though. He wants in. CHUMMI. That was bold.
Then कैसा ऑफ करता है
this is welcome to deathmatch.
Attacking में हमेशा लेता है.
This is the sort of thing that you want to see from. You don't want to see them lose an opening duel and then back up and look to absorb a site here. That's just not going to work versus PaperX. They're allowed to execute on you.
राउंड ही नहीं जीते कांग का भी ऑफ ले पाता. ऐसा ही नहीं बना.
A wide open A site here. The penny, the penny has dropped.
PRX already उतने राउंड जीत चुके हैं.
After Tomazi's challenge.
हाँ भाई वो लोग दो मैच में 5 राउंड जीते
posted up, almost posturing a little bit that we're going to fight for this site. PaperX another situation where it's just they're not willing to show any respect.
Spike plant.
प्लांट भी कर रहा है मोनी भाई, कुछ तो बदल गया है.
Molly here, orbital strike, showstopper, plenty.
मार भी रहा है, प्लांट भी कर रहा है.
Possibilities here.
उसको alt चाहिए
How
उसका.
quick this flank's gonna come through, but yeah, Mind Freaks.
Got to be aware of it, right?
Yeah, I mean he dropped the smoke, he's back on it now.
Yeah.
He's gonna look to orbital strike just for the dog.
Oh, crazy ult.
He's cooked it.
Not ideal in that, and now Forsaken gonna play forward. Paper X still.
Excuse me?
Defy and Forsaken in unison. Send them packing. Carmine Core
कैसे लगा उसको?
trying to play this scrappy game, and it just isn't working for him.
Fortunately here now,
भाई,
have a
mood
lot of
में है.
scoreboard pressure in this first half. A 6
इस कार्ड में
round
माम्बा है क्या? माम्बू
deficit.
है माम्बू. YouTube.
Really seen too much of a switch up here from PaperX, but still seemingly a decent read on the early round.
यार देखता हूँ तो खेलने का
Able
मन
to punish
करता है
this
यार.
हाँ बे.
aggression down A short time and time again.
लेकिन वो मन एक गेम के बाद ही खत्म हो जाता था.
एक मैच के बाद ही हो
Otherwise,
जाता है.
Carmine
नहीं जो
Core,
देखा
the
वो
packs
अलग
will
है,
be
जो
breaking
हुआ
from the
वो
heavy heart just looking at that scoreboard. It's brutal to play against mentally, because you're trying to pick yourself up to be confident, take challenges against a team who are running you down.
This guy.
And again, a little bit of variation coming out from PaperX here, looking at trying to adjust towards that B side, or at least an early indication of it. TP committed to, it looks like. Actually, no. Gonna decide to back away.
भाई कोव देखा नीचे
Now
गिरने
they're
वाला.
almost faking that they've rotated, creating all this pressure,
मतलब यहाँ पे
dumping all
खड़ा रह
this util,
सकता वाला
but all
कोव
it
है.
is a switch up towards B long, but Magnum's going to sniff it out.
That was good information there in the Seekers, but they are going to go on this. I'm waiting to see Monnier dive in here. They've got to know that Tomasi is still around as well. You can see the Lears there. Martine has found Mind Freak, but they've got the site control. You can already see they've started to really place their banner on this site. Look for the flanks, look for the pressure on the back lines. We need that plant to come in for at least a little bit of safety.
भाई ज़्यादा हो गया, रुक जाओ.
Right about now. 4v5, it gets dicey.
Three coming through hookah.
ओ क्या सेक्सी वॉल बताया उसने.
Utility to try and keep them further
Look
away.
at the reflank though. Look at Device's position.
That could be huge.
He's got to get there quick though.
भाई पूरी टीम ही टाइमिंग दे रही है क्या?
Back. He buy a couple of seconds here. That's all he needs. A couple of seconds. Device done so well. He does catch Shin. Forsaken then called in. It is just methodical in approach.
Mane, come on, baby!
The walk-in wounded, limping towards the site. It's just Magnum left alive, and that is just not going to work out. PaperX.
भाई सेक्सी खेल रही है प्लेयर. सेक्सी खेल रही है.
This is them in final.
अभी वो लोग इको है बे. 9-1.
They have plans on plans. I mean, it's almost automatic as soon as the Trailblazer comes down long. PaperX know they have to be explosive.
9-3.
Capitalize on that timing. Get ahead of the rotation of KC. Again, you can't even really focus. You look at the B-map here, and when PaperX freeze on this first wave, the first pressure out towards hookah, KC are immediately rotating. They know that PaperX are trying to find these timings. I think now PaperX starting to play with that a little bit.
Subverting expectations.
Yeah, it's the pressure now. KC is so
भाई हरबर का वॉल
desperate to
तक
get
बीटी
around
दे
winner.
रहे हैं बे.
They want to be so active
ए
around
पे
the map.
जितना वॉल डाल दिया,
Create these holes themselves.
वो लोग पुश ही रोक दिए बे.
This is that experience in play again. We can give Eng all the credit in the world.
PaperX have done this to countless teams, countless
Best
teams.
in the world, best in the world through errors at this point. Keep in mind, this isn't just a team that's only done it once during an X stint when the meta was X, Y, and Z. No, this is a historic team who's been able to do this over a variety of errors.
Look at it now. Shin's smoked
Look
down
at
long.
it. Look what they've done to him.
This is all on the back of just
गलत हो
one
गई.
ball coming through, but
Okay.
PaperX might have a misread here.
There we go. This could be it, but they've got to make it work with very little. Martine's got to be good for it. Spots one, lets him cross. This is huge. The discipline is here, but can he drop the bodies? He can. That's two. A third needed. Not going to get it. They still have a chance. They're up against pistols. What is going on? Something just flew in. Narate got a satchel kill. What the heck?
काहे शॉर्टी मार रहे हो चीचिया?
Body you'll ever see. Something
गाली गाएगा.
he has double the range with a shorty.
Something गाली गाने वाला है.
Very
Time out.
bizarre. Just after crediting them, this is a total
भाई कोव
misread
अच्छा
of the
था,
situation.
कोव सेक्सी था.
KC finally able to actually win out in one of those scenarios that I was saying wasn't really suiting them up until now.
Yeah.
2 राउंड की खुशी देखो.
Operator on.
ये फाइटिंग में ऐसा गेम प्ले क्यों नहीं आता है? आता है सेम गेम प्ले.
Gonna go for it too.
बस वो प्लेयर्स जान के बात करते
Now we're in a bit of a state of flux, aren't we? Things are a little bit up in the air. Are they going for those double fakes again? Are they just going to be pausing off to take maybe a little bit of space? What are they up
ब्लेड
to?
के सामने अच्छा खेला था
Question marks. This is going to put Magnum through
जटा
the
वाला थोड़ी
ringer.
बीटी दे दिया
And already Norite going to find something. So that's his opposing number basically removed, but the bulk of the hit is coming this way.
So Chumazzi didn't actually catch the stun there.
भाई पड़ी उसको
Result in the pick coming out in response. Big ultimate to draw out this early on. Chumazzi did actually take some damage there.
भाई ये लोग सीधा लेफ्ट से जाएंगे
शेड कर दे सिर्फ मोनिट वहां पे
नहीं ये लोग यहाँ से जाएंगे और वहाँ पे प्लांट कर सकते
Do you have a third member here? Narrate has come across with the operator just to hold elbow, yeah.
मतलब लेफ्ट से जाके
Problem for Shin. I don't think he's going to take too much damage here and actually rewarded.
Massey still trying to keep his head down.
Oh!
Shot going astray is going to at least drop the pit for them. That's a plant now.
अरे ब्रिम तो क्यों नहीं दे रहे?
Ult going to be invested from Martin. He's going to try and lead the way. Can he spot these players out? Did he see Mind Freak slip towards elbow? That's the question, because he can try and divide and conquer. The flash is sent, they know it. This is good from Carmine Corber. Can they handle him? Yes! Ult upon ult, they are investing everything. And now divide.
Round से ना वो लोग को.
1v3. Flash still with Martin. That's about it.
Oh, घूम के दिया बे Narrate.
Right there, that's fine.
भाई Narrate sexy खेलते हैं लेकिन ये लोग.
And they've given themselves a window to work with Mike. It's not much, but it's there.
Like I said, you come out of this with an 8-4. Feels
Stage
like a bit of a miracle with how this half kicked off.
वापस.
KC with a course correction towards the end of this first half. I mean, look at the timeline here. Very, very quick response here from PaperX to apply this pressure towards Hookah, but it's the Viper's bit that really slows them down, forces PaperX to reconsider their approach.
खतरनाक खेलते हैं Narrate. खतरनाक खेलते
And a crucial 4K.
मैंने बोला था 9-3. भाई आज मैं जिंक्स में कर रहा हूँ.
I guess overall so far here in Madrid, 4KC.
सही सही बोल रहे हो.
आज सही सही बोल.
That's a standout player, huge potential. For an early crunch towards A. PaperX maybe waiting for that burst here. Yep, there it is. Something they depended on before. Going back to it again, it was brutal. You saw it before. Monnier really ran rampant, but it was actually Magnum this time to hold him back. This is better, but he's not going to be alone. Narrate's trying to close the gap a little here. Might deny Forsaken, he does. Good work. Boombot to follow, but there is a squad of 3 staring him down. The Clover's keeping him safe. Another satchel, another denial. Rotations coming in. This is great.
ये गेम किसके तो स्ट्रीम पे देखा हुआ लग रहा है.
Capability before to this, but the rotation, Mike, they're taking the TP. They've got a free sight.
Yeah, something's looking for the backstab. Molly will go down. That will cut off any sort of pressure coming back through from spawn here. Right, does he consider the possibility?
He's got to, right? We've seen this.
Oh shit.
He's so conscious of taking that TP.
Nice.
Shot be.
CT though, not gonna be able to get the follow-up shit.
Shot be.
From Divide.
Medicine bhai.
Delivers bullet after bullet perfectly. And now the problems for the final 2, trying to play it back towards the site. Martin looking to try and take control with that operator. Look through, see if he can spot someone out. But again, they're playing deep. They're going to make him work for it. Spots something over towards Long. Spots Divide.
Dono dekha.
Can they close down on them though? They're not going. Oh, they do swing ahead. I mean, it's PaperX apparently. Narrate can see it just fine. Carmine Core.
By sexy spot किया Martin ने.
इतना बड़ा जिंक्स
Unfortunately locked out of the site here with an SMG. No real possibility for him to get much done.
अजी कोई रो रहा है.
A beautiful recovery. I hate to say that at an 8-4 scoreline, but a
Clear
recovery
कीजिएगा.
nonetheless for Carmine Core.
एक जैसे लग रहा है. ससी क्या? नहीं लग रहा. क्या कर? ससी क्या?
If the approach continues here for PaperX in the second half.
चैट 14,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. आधे लाइक से आधे. बाकी लोग हाथ में चड्डी में. 14,000 और लाइक से आधा है. हाफ.
मुंह खोल के बोल थोड़ा. गलत साउंड कर रहा है.
That is the question that is
14,000
quite nicely for PaperX as they were able to put
14,000
together. But this actually takes us to our Ryzen high-speed moment of this particular half. This one, we start things off with Monnier. Good to see him, really picking up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, to me, these first 2 rounds were about KC figuring out how these side hits work. With this hard roll happening one way, and Monnier having a lot of different variants on how he passes this side. They were really punishing KC.
ही बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
Is wanting to play backside to be able to flood back
ये
in
ठीक है,
against a team
चौड़ा।
like this, so you can fight them while they're execing. But with this interesting pathing and the way that PRX plays with timings, that's almost impossible to do. So it's just half developed. We started to
like
see,
करो,
I
like
think,
करो,
some
like
good
करो सब लोग
adaptation
मिलके।
from KC, but it was only
मोने
towards the
भाई,
end that they
आपका
really figured
फोटो
it
भी आ
out.
गया
And this
आज,
guy was
मेरा
such a
हो
big
गया।
problem to solving that.
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again. It looks like we're going to talk about Monia every single day, but he deserves it. And I think that play was also a very, very good example. Low buy, you know, because it's a bonus. You have the ability to float them. That's exactly what you need to do on the side of KC. By the way, I was saying the Reyna not completely sold, and I forgot for 1 second that it is something, and he only needs to be on the operator. So of course, I'm still looking at him for this defense side because of the reason why you would play Reyna is to deny those traits potentially when you have the operator. If he has the same effect that he has in other maps, he's a very big threat.
It was a tough half for KC, but they've rallied at least 4. If they can
20K
win
पे
this
Binks का dance,
build some momentum on
20K
this
likes
half,
नहीं
they
होगा।
can be strong. Their comp is really good at fighting
Max,
with extremities and
Max,
having really fast
मेरे को पता
rotations
ना
with the
audience,
Yoru.
Max
They're
we can reach
comfortable
is
here. They have their
15K
confidence
likes,
now. They
वो
should
भी
be a much
अगर
closer half.
6 का 6 मैप गया तो
अगले 1 मिनट में 12,000 हो जाएगा। शर्त लगा रहा है?
डन सीन डन सीन।
अगर अगले 1 मिनट में
2 दिए तेरे को 2 मिनट पूरा डिले के साथ बेनिफिट।
अरे 1 मिनट काफी, 1 मिनट में 12,000 नहीं हुए तो तू भड़वा।
12,000 नहीं होंगे, वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
होंगे गाइस, करके दिखा दो 12,000।
नहीं हुए तो तू बढ़वा और हुआ तो मैं बढ़वा।
तुम लोगों पे शक कर रहा है।
डन
तुम लोग
सीन है।
कैसे
हेटर्स भी देखते हैं भाई, हेटर्स भी देखते हैं।
I mean, it depends really on
इतने होंगे, लेकिन भाई तुम लोग पे
willingness
शक कर रहे
to
हैं।
apply the same sort of pressure here. No, hang on, I thought he was just sitting onto site here, Forsaken with the punish.
12,000 करके L Binks कर दो।
Look at the flank. There's 4
It's so
players.
fast.
Tomasi's got to have heard. Yeah, he's heard all of this. He's just trying to keep his head down.
10 हो
Trying not to be
सकता है,
spotted.
10।
Oh no, he's just
12 ही होंगे।
12
Oh, it's the lair.
खत्म कर दिया बे, फ्लॉलेस खत्म कर दिया बे।
पता है, तभी तो मैं बोल रहा है लाइक की बातें कर रहा हूँ। मारेंगे, भूत बनाएंगे ये लोग।
Absolutely shut down.
ये तो जल्दी खत्म होएगा। तुम्हारा 2 मिनट हो गया है बाय द वे, जस्ट से।
भाई तुम्हारी गाड़ी फास्ट चल रही है। हाँ
कितना? एक तो हो ही गया है।
एक भी नहीं हुआ है।
20K लाइक्स किया तो Binks 100 गिफ्ट मिलेगा। डन सीन है, डन।
I mean, is it really necessary? It's OTT if anything.
तुम लोगों के लिए स्टैंड ले रहा हूँ।
100 का विपुल भाई, अगर 20K लाइक्स हुआ मैं 150 गिफ्टेड दे दूंगा।
Just peeks out. Device still back here because he's done through. The Trailblazer comes through, opens up the first 3 players of PRX to come in.
फोन को वर्टिकल करें।
Tomazi just peeks out of the wrong second.
ये अंडमान और निकोबार के सर का आदमी जो है तुम लोगों पे शक कर रहा है।
Excuse me, ये क्या होता है भाई?
Devastating. I know there's going to be more pressure, but he's down low, so he's got to be a little bit careful on that HP. Martin is already back by his side, but something still doing damage. Gets the heal off. It goes in for more.
ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा था।
Just about staying alive in this. Give themselves just a little bit of safety to get a plant.
Flank once again from short. You see it's been pinged out here. The awareness is here from KC. Magnum reflanking it. It doesn't catch them though, ahead of the smoke falling.
This timing could be...
Monye gaya.
Yeah, that's Monye dead. There's nothing he could have done. Mind freak now.
भाई फोर्स काम में तो आया।
What can you do against 3? 2 towards lamps. There's too many bodies there.
फोर्स
Can't
काम
like
में है,
core.
फोर्स काम में है।
There we go, finding a little bit of an answer there for themselves.
अभी तो तेरा 2 मिनट के ऊपर हो गया रहेगा।
I was a bit worried that
कैसा
honestly
लग रहा है
someone's
चैट
judge
मेरे
was
को
going to be
गलत
enough.
प्रूव करके?
I mean, it's
मैं क्या मेरा
मैंने तुम लोगों के लिए
मैंने क्या बोला था? 10,000 हो जाएंगे, बोला था कि
something
नहीं?
again. I don't know.
This is when you believe in your
jumping
chat.
out here trying to find another kill.
Chat fish pop.
मेरा बिलीव ज़्यादा अच्छा था।
A round 2 flip here for KC.
Nice. Let's go, boys. Insane comeback starts now, yeah?
हाँ?
Well, he's
Comeback
called
चाहिए
it. He's
इसको।
called it.
हाँ? Comeback चाहिए, ये गया।
God, why would you say that? That's literally how you just get swept.
So, we've had so many caught in 4K
Okay.
moments at this event.
क्या बात कर रहे?
टच से मस्त नहीं हुआ, मोने और छुप के ही बैठा था। उसके फ्रेंड्स को मार रहे, मोने बोले और तो पहले।
They've got 2 vans.
So yeah, massive equipment
Alex
advantage
पगला
here.
गया, Alex fast tilt।
With Monya and Forsaken understand.
और वो जो सोच रहा है वो नहीं हुआ ना।
Something.
He's just ambitious. He's just
लेकिन टीम पे नहीं
You can't
बढ़ता।
fault ambition.
No. Oh, there you go. Now there's the pause because you can see that
Casey are kind of stunned here, yeah.
They're just like, what the hell's gone on? Because they don't have a beat on the rest of the map either, right? Like the A site's completely unknown. There could be a flank on the way. They have no clue.
क्या लगता है?
These are
thirsty होएगा?
positions that this sort of playstyle from PRX does run rampant. with no Sentinel. There's so many question marks.
The Bucky. How does one feel
Mind
about
freak
Bucky?
ज़्यादा cool ना बनना, ठीक है? Side के पीछे बहुत.
I mean, if they're playing language. They know to try and avoid the danger zone here, but Monye,
Nice.
chance to make something happen. Potentially here. I mean, he's inside the smoke. He's got the paint shell out. You can deny the plant.
Oh, bhai.
I just feel like something's going to go wrong. I've just got a
he
weird
doesn't deny the
feeling.
plant.
Okay, went to
CHUMMI
the
eats that.
center of tube. Heal considered, but they don't really have the foundations for. Oh,
Shot.
God. No, the back
Shot.
Yes, on the side. Surely not. Shin Magnum, please. What's going on? Monye isn't going to get away with this now.
इतना बड़ा गन नीचे है हाँ?
Grips hold of the round.
नीचे इतना बड़ा गन है माने भाई का.
He's useless now because Shin's down at 8 HP.
Oh, I got scared.
There's a timeline where those right clicks are one-shotting Magnum.
Beaming him.
अच्छा था उसकी तरह. अच्छा मतलब good by half by.
Something is such a nuisance as well.
Good
You
eco.
can see him just playing out perfectly.
The timing of this first kill as well.
Nice from Magnum.
By Magnum sexy मारा.
Well done to him. After almost being cursed. In the
CS का याद दिला दिया.
But we do see the
CS
bike
में
coming
कभी
out
खेलता
now.
था बे Magnum.
It's going to be huge.
Seeker's available here for Carmine. Other side of things, something.
Oh, वैसा. 69 का shout out दे रहे मेरे को. Love you.
We're expecting more aggression. I mean, 30 seconds in, seems like it's going to come, and Device is going to punish it.
Martin was able to scrape by with one, but the pressure isn't just on one side of the map, it's everywhere.
Oh, Mane bike!
I don't, I felt it. I got... what the hell is this game?
Thinking अच्छी थी.
Okay, so Tomasi has space on B, right? He's got them B sites.
Problem is Shin has about as much HP as he did last round.
Oh, God.
Tomasi trying to make something work, make this a little more comfortable.
मामा भाई 12 अभी तक नहीं हुआ जैसे.
Shin will fall as well. PRX double digits now.
3 of them left with rifles. They can bolster that buy around it as best they can. But this crunch, it wasn't just here though. Again, on your mind, there's also Monye at the same time taking this space, and it just completely caught off Narrate.
One enemy remaining.
You say don't die, fish. You say don't die.
Again, it's like you see.
अरे जीत गए हो, जीत गए हो.
On the showers pinch, you're like, yeah, B's got to feel a little easy right now, guys.
Like go.
Yeah.
ये किस पे टिल्ट हुआ है पता है?
It's all encompassing from PRX.
माने
Their
पे.
ability to punish
वो
defaults like
जो
this
हुक्का मारने के बाद जो डबल सर्जन मार के जो गया है ना, उसको हुक्का कंट्रोल रखने का था टीम के लिए.
And the question is, how much can Forsaken hold
Look
on
at
to? He's
Fountain.
being hounded, because the hunting squad is on the way, but they've completely lost the A side. Fortunately, he's going to be trying to keep himself alive. Forsaken outplays Martin perfectly, but Narrate is there to try and keep this in their favor. The spike's in CT.
Oh!
They didn't check close right.
देखा नहीं.
Lassie played in off the back of that. Now position noted, but that spike's still in CT. They might make a run for it towards B. They don't know yet. They don't know how this fight's going to favor. How does it tip the scales? You still have Monye in this position.
What the fuck?
Shot में. भाई Monye mood में.
He shouldn't be getting two.
He's got Seekers to deal with as well.
mood में.
It's an open plant.
मार दिया. Shot.
Death creeping around the corner as Narrate now called upon. This guy is damn good, but he's going to need a worldy round here. Oh, maybe he's got it! Big shot back on Devi. Dippin has to slip away. And now Devi in the 1v1, no flash.
नहीं, दवाई जीतेगा.
5 bullets. Oh, and Devi's got him!
दवाई
Was this close
दवाई
to getting KC back in this game, but it is going to be 11 carved on the board for PRX.
Trading blows now back and forth. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
मतलब PRX game खत्म होने के लिए रुकूंगा.
And the fact that Mindfreak's in a position here to punish Shin. Narrate, unfortunately, again, it feels like this is a free site. So he has the time.
Hi, babe. How are you doing, man? Is this the first match? Yes. This is the first map. This is the first map.
Heartbreak for Narrate.
God, he tried.
We almost made that happen.
Such a volatile game between these two. Like, normally in these rounds, my mind drifts a little, but there's still Stingers out, there's still Sheriffs, there's still a couple of ults that could potentially come into play.
Seen both teams capitalizing rounds like this. I mean, Monyet's here with a
Monye
judge.
bhai, ऊपर देखो.
Mindfreak's just farming on B side.
Oh dear. Can't wait for the replay of that one. What the hell just happened?
Oh भाई.
Yes.
भाई क्या
Might see the end of the round though.
क्या स्टिंगर चल रही है बे इनकी?
भाई मैं
Sharp to it,
पता है अभी
Magnum
तक
now
4
left
बार
strike.
पहुंच
Yeah,
गया तेरे साथ
third
टाइम
on the
मैच कर
round
लूं
for
तो
him.
और ही पीछे होता चला जाता है
Yeah, it's been enough to call in the ult, right? Like this is enough.
Did he get through? He slipped through the spawn.
नहीं देख रहा हूं.
They haven't spotted him. They didn't actually see him on the cross.
That's huge. It gives him a little bit of time, right? Like it's not a lot, but it's enough that he might be able to
फिर
get
इसमें
a
क्या
plant
टाइम
down.
चल रहा है?
They have no idea he could be an elbow by them. You know, they have no idea where he is.
41,
This is massive for Magnum.
तू मेरे से 2 सेकंड आगे.
The position to take up, he's going to
Oh,
push
go
back
on.
towards spawn. And actually, PRX are splitting. He might have timing here on something.
But does something slow down? Does he wait? Does he try and play this out? He's going to note Forsaken,
Magnum नहीं
obviously.
निकालेगा.
He doesn't know about something yet, so he's going to have to just make the best educated guess he can. Is this a good enough position? That might almost help him a
ओ
little.
भाई क्या शॉट मारा बे 4 सेकंड.
Something does have full kit though, so that Lear, he's going to know it now. Which way? You got to gamble. Did something note him? He's looking this
खेला
way.
बे PRX match point.
Magnum, can you clutch this up? Can you do what Narrate couldn't? You got one to the right, one to the left. He can't do it. Forsaken there. Well played by PRX. That is 12.
कितना पीछे है मम्बा?
Map point on the board.
अभी बताता
Right down to the wire once again. KC still, I mean, scoreline aside, keeping these rounds close, Lauren.
Yes.
Like I said, trading blow for blow here.
मामा भाई just saying match खत्म होने आया.
अरे चैट कर दो यार. अब तो 5000 एक्स्ट्रा लोग हो गए यार. मतलब मुझे लगता है पता है तेरे चैट में कैसे लोग हैं. वो ऐसे हैं कि अभी मैं नहीं कर रहा, पहले वो करे फिर मैं करूंगा. इसलिए वेट कर. सभी का वेट कर रहे हैं, लाइक करने कर दो. 11
या फिर हो सकता है वो लोग फुल स्क्रीन में चिलिंग्स कर रहे हैं and they give no fucks.
अरे तुम्हारे
हरामी स्ट्रीमर का हरामी चैट.
This patient start. Cautious, because we have seen that PRX will run, you know, 3 men down.
Also like बचे हैं 12k जो मामा भाई ने बोला था. 2 मिनट में आएगा. यार गेम खत्म हो रहा है. जानने के लिए बने रहिए हमारे साथ.
Deciding against committing towards it. Divide.
ये है मामा की बेइज्जती episode 1.
Not actually relinquishing the angle.
सबका एक साथ.
Stuck around on that, deciding not to fall back. There are 2 players behind him. Forsaken being one, and Mindfreak the other.
KC almost trying to bait out a rotation, much the same as PRX did. But the re-aggressive hookah
ये push का timing है.
Might even have timing here. KC have turned their backs.
Oh no! Oh no!
He's looking back.
Great turn, but it doesn't
Oh
matter.
no!
The executioner's here. Mindfreak gonna make something out of that. 2 big kills found, but they have a player advantage for Carmine Core.
जज जिंदा है.
3 to the 2.
नहीं लेकिन ठीक है, something
can lock down this side.
पहुंच गया.
Monyet going to be able to find an upgrade here. Something's got ahead of the smoke.
He's in, and he's got one. Martin's gone.
Oh, E दबाना था उसको.
Release Monyet to get close by. Get a rifle into his hands. One on sight, one to one.
Oh my God.
Mane! अरे Mane! थोड़ा रुकता रे.
Barely alive, but they do it.
थोड़ा रुकता.
2 examples of that energy being their downfall, a little overzealous.
भाई क्या सीन है तुम्हारा यार. एक तो मैं स्टैंड का स्टैंड ले रहा हूँ यार, ऊपर से मैं ही एल बना रहा हूँ.
Punished here. KC will find their 7th.
बार-बार
सूप
भरोसा
पीते
दिखा
पीते
रहा हूँ.
थूक मत देना मेरे पे. अभी बोल रहा हूँ.
Absolutely
वो
electric.
तो लोग थूकते हैं मेरे पे.
इसका चैट इसके जैसा है.
ये गया.
भरोसे का भोसड़ा मेरा हो रहा है और मैं ही एल हो रहा हूँ.
I miss Mini.
भरोसे का भोसड़ा ये अच्छा था.
I wish we could bring him out to these.
BRB जैसा है B के
Just
भी
still get him on a
भरोसे का
react
भोसड़ा.
camera.
Oh god, yeah, that'd be great. I think that's just called a watch party.
Next round तो जीत गए भाई. Mane ult, Mindfreak ult, दवाई ult, something ult. Next round तो जीत गए. 13-8
Still
मेरे
on
हिसाब
the
से.
very verge of tipping the scales. This round though, they are coming in less equipped. They do have stingers, sheriffs. They still have that rifle on something.
I mean, tools to work with as well. Showstopper potentially if Monyet finds a kill.
You've almost got the full deck of ults on the other side though, right? You've got
Comeback हो
everything
सकता है
there.
मेरे को नहीं लगता.
There's a full play stack. Now, traditionally, we've seen a couple of variations, but it's mostly Divide playing towards long, so maybe just him showing his hand isn't going to give away too much. That, however, should ring a couple alarm bells, maybe hoping to catch him a little further up towards long,
नहीं ले रहे बे.
Carmine Core patiently waiting.
dog. I'm not sure how many it would have spotted there. Seeker's in response here from Magnum. Everybody huddled towards his position. Smoke's about to drop here.
भाई इतना कुल्ला?
ये क्या कॉन्फिडेंस?
Has Forsaken as well.
वो भाई.
Traded.
The damage here, and Device still around. Wait for something though. He is the final boss, and TP comes in. Yeah, nice work from Carmine Core. Quick pivot. Something is trying to hunt them at a similar pace. He is
Alt मारेगा क्या Brimstone?
Get around the back of Shin here, depending on the timing. But still, they're going to get the plant. I don't think anyone's close enough to stop that now. So that's going to go down. But the back line, who wins this out?
Something को देख.
Catch in here. Orbital Strike committed.
Divide goes down. Mindfreak did get the trade, but look at this. Something now getting closer, down to 2 on either side. Mindfreak still only with that Sheriff, but it might be enough. Martin waiting in showers. He's going to take down Mindfreak. It's all on one. Something. Can he make something out of this? Incredibly hard round to try and break back into now with these positions.
Turn back into the flash. No swing from Martin.
Lovely, lovely work there in the post plant.
अब कैसे जीतेंगे लोग?
Keeping this game close. They're building back now.
Spring in their step. 4 rounds still separate them. Frugal
भाई
from both
action में
sides
possible
here in
है यार
terms
ये
of
लोग बस ultis है.
investment of ultimates. Surprised to see the orbital strike come out there. PRX must have felt
अरे
pretty
अरे
good.
अरे.
Alex not so much.
इसकी क्या उम्मीद थी कि वो मतलब इको राउंड में निकाले, मतलब उम्मीद क्या लगा रहा था ये?
नहीं possibility थी.
Seekers and the showstopper being the headliners.
हाँ बे इनके पास
possibility थी.
गुड अल्ट है.
इसमें वापस माने जो ओपन में उधर मरा है. बिना कोई trade possibility के.
Let's see. He's blocking him, just spotting him out there. How much can he get away with though? Can he slip through towards CT? But all eyes on him, but it's Narrate from up above. Taking down Forsaken and something. Sights now open. Martin not going to be able to convert that kill, however. And they're getting quite paranoid of the flank. They're going to
अच्छा इसने ulti मारा Monye भाई.
Pit to try and secure this. Monye with the first man forward, but Narrate with the spray. Just
Boombot nade ult. Hello.
This might be enough.
A showstopper gone. PaperX's opportunities now dwindling. You can see that. How to consider the save here. So well coordinated. The value amongst these two, Narrate and Martin, to relay this information. Right, the sort of Yoru execute that PaperX famed this sort of composition for. A taste of their own medicine here. Won't be able to string together much of a purchase after this.
अभी ये लोग के पास कुछ crucial ultis नहीं है KC के पास और PRX के पास है.
Carry across into the next.
तो गेम जल्दी खत्म तो हो जाएगा but considering क्या start हुआ था ये लोग को खत्म कर देना चाहिए था.
First half was fine, but this they're already towards the top of the board here. Just 1 kill behind Monye, who's on 19. So Narrate's starting to feel out the game a little bit. But it's just so dangerous when you're up against 12 and you're up against PaperX. There is that chance they just bring out a mad round that you can't handle. So they've decided it's time for a little bit of a break, a moment to consider. PaperX pumping the brakes here themselves and to check back in. 3 in a row for Carmine Core to get them to these 9 rounds after what was a very hard first half.
I mean, every team should be having nightmares about a PaperX timeout with what happened yesterday. How quickly things turned around after calling a timeout.
True.
Carmine Core have built their way back into this map.
6-2 से जो 6-8 हुआ था.
Another buy round and a chance to tie things up. Force the overtime. And not many tools at their disposal now. They're previously pretty frugal in terms of the investment, but saving grace here that PaperX will only bring in 2 rifles, a couple of sheriffs, a stinger, a showstopper.
ये भी round निकाल सकते हो लोग. Possibility है. क्योंकि ये वो वाला राउंड है ये लोग शायद से वापस टीपी मारने वाले 20 से 8 नहीं लोग 20 से 8 टीपी कर सकते हैं स्काई के साथ. ये लोग ऐसा डिफॉल्ट खेल रहे हैं ना. डिफॉल्ट में पिक्स लेने का चांसेस ज्यादा है.
But again, just kind of scraping together a buy to try and even out the economy a little bit, getting what they can. Something's been a little off on his purchases in that regard, but still, Martin trying to test.
बस ब्लाइंड के अभी दोनों जाएंगे
get himself the orb there.
नहीं जा रहे बे.
Patient beginnings.
3,
Does that TP
2,
get
1.
taken on the other side as well? Looks like it
Go.
might be if they do spot a player, but
नहीं
as
मार
it
रहे
stands,
TP.
भाई तो मत बोल, तेरे गो बोलते हैं उसका दिमाग बदल गया।
अरे डॉग में कोई दिक्कत है, लोग घुस जाते थे, 100% घुसते थे लोग।
That should be very
डॉग में कोई नहीं दिखा ना।
of what's going on. KC can read that correctly. Still happy to let the clock tick away. So they might pivot back towards an A site hit here.
क्या 4 सेकंड कुछ कर
Deep
सकता?
smoke from Mindfreak. Potentially slowing things down. Nothing going to be found off the showstopper except for information. Busy now dial up the pace towards A.
Yeah, they've got to get moving and they've got to clear. Done by Narrate. That's a tick in the box now. Can they take towards the side? Mindfreak is waiting. Quick little heal, going to get them topped up here. Flank is on the way, but that's going to be watched. Shin is on flank duty. He's got to catch Monye. CT has the rest of the team coming back through. Martin clears Mindfreak. And now Divide. Something. Shoulder to shoulder.
We spotted him, Monye saw him.
Spotted.
Oh, bhai,
Did he just get seen on the other
Yeah, he
side?
got seen on the other side.
Okay, so still, that's thrown out. He should be dead here. Yeah, 3-man squad waiting for him. Done. Quick turn of attention because look who's on the side. Device now here. Tomasi handles it well. Something can do nothing about this. Too many bodies, too little time. Carmine Core. They're back in the game. Double digits made. Maybe OT is now on the horizon.
गलत खेला बोल सकते
हैं। being invested.
Info जो है alt खोल दिया मोने सीधा।
गलत खेला। क्या सीन विशाल भाई 4-0 अपना सीन है पहला। उसके बारे में any comments?
Yeah, it'll be tough behind this. That could give KC access to overtime.
Nice, let's go boys.
भाई comeback हो सकती है बे।
Forsaken one of his ultimate something Empress. Nothing else really here. The TP from Shin.
चलो भाई ये बाय राउंड है कुछ करो।
Well, the TP from Shin's going to get right behind this. He's committed to it.
Spike.
Oh भाई ऐसे घुस गए।
Get caught on the cross.
Spike मिल गया वो लोग को।
That could be it.
लेकिन वो लोग ऐसे घुस
That
गए।
Spike is in a disastrous place. Shin. Doesn't flash, but there's so many.
ये राउंड कैसे जीत गए? विशाल भाई PRX जीत गए मैच।
Decide to walk on you. Round 23 by the way.
दम है?
ZZ.
That's just ridiculous. You let your foot off the gas for a minute.
A second. You thought maybe, we could just cross up towards Hookah. Nope. No, you absolutely couldn't.
इससे बोला comeback हो सकता है,
That might be the
language.
start and the end of this map. That Spike being lost there. Because they can go back to their
I mean, I
default.
love the way the Patriots have just disengaged from this as well. So they know KC have so many question marks here. They have to shift walk around the entirety of the
कोई
map.
blinded भी नहीं हुआ था पता है।
Seconds left.
4 जन ऐसे push कर दिए।
It looks like Narrate be a problem. Pull rotation and pray that Magnum can outdo Forsaken. He's got one flash and a slow rotation coming his way from Monye as well, so he's in a real pickle here. Forsaken has the angle, and he's got the shot. Spike now left, it's all on one. Narrate, can you do anything?
ये गया। इसको कपड़े नहीं मिलने वाले। ये गया। मोने भाई सबसे पहले एलेक्स के पास जाके सॉरी बोलो। कपड़े गए वरना लॉन्ड्री से रिटर्न नहीं आने वाले।
Like Paper X, where every round feels demoralizing.
माम्बा।
Feels as if you're just getting.
अबे चुप रहे यार।
मेरे को मेरे चैट पे भरोसा है। चैट 12 के लाइक्स कर दो यूं। ऐसा। ठीक है 10 तक गिनूंगा 10 10 9 8
1 तक गिनेगा
7 6 5 4 में लव यू यार चैट लव यू ये होती है ओपा ओपा ये होती है ये होती है एनी कमेंट्स
सरेंडर
मैंने तो छोड़ ही दिया इसकी चैट
मेरा जजमेंट थोड़ा स्ट्रांग है भाई मैं बोला ना हरामी स्ट्रीमर का हरामी चैट सिंपल बात है तेरी गलती नहीं है चैट ही हरामी है
ठीक है
बराबर चैट
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition.
आपके लिए क्या लव यू
And iPad and Apple Watch SE.
जस्ट सिंग 13 के लिए भी क्लोज हो गया अपन गलती से लेकिन एक न्यूज़ में देता हूँ मास्टर्स खत्म होने पे कुछ तूफानी मजा आएगा तूफानी मजा मास्टर्स खत्म होने के बाद तूफानी
कहाँ मजा आएगा
वो नहीं बोल सकता बट तूफानी मजा और ये मंथ एंड तक डबल तूफानी मजा समझ रहे हो याद रखना क्या मतलब सेमीफाइनल्स फाइनल्स में भी कुछ तूफानी मजा होएगा, उसके बाद भी कुछ तूफानी मजा होएगा, और मंथ एंड में भी कुछ तूफानी मजा, प्री तूफानी इंदर होएगा हमारे साथ। जैसे सी ऑफ थीव्स प्लीज। थ्री ऑफ थीव्स किसके साथ खेलो बे? है ही नहीं लोग यार, इसको पसंद ही नहीं आता हो गेम, इतनी अच्छी गेम है। मामा तूने खेला क्या सी ऑफ थीव्स?
नहीं।
मस्त गेम है, खेलेगा क्या?
मेरे पास भी है शायद।
अच्छी गेम है रे, उसके ग्राफिक्स मस्त है। स्काउट कितना बिजी है पूछे मामा को। एक सेकंड रुक, मैं आया। वॉशरूम जाके मैं वॉशरूम जाके।
ट्वीट देखो किसका?
किसका ट्वीट? मैंने तो किया।
बालकनी वाला बाथरूम ना।
मामा को बताया। माइनक्राफ्ट तेरे को लगता है बिंक्स माइनक्राफ्ट खेलेगा?
ना।
लास्ट गेम ही प्लेस दैट।
जो स्टोरी वोरी बना सकता है वो माइनक्राफ्ट खेले तो सही भी है, मतलब ऐसे ही अंधा पगला जैसा खेलने वाला गेम नहीं।
राफ्ट भी खत्म नहीं किया इसने। राफ्ट गेम हमारा एक चैप्टर बाकी है, एक चैप्टर खत्म करने को। वो 2 साल हो गए उसको।
भूख लग रही है।
मैंने अभी
Hey guys,
just
I'm here right now with
soup
Coach
पिया।
Alex of PRX. Now that map was quite close. It's interesting because PRX has been described as like having 5 IGLs. So how do you as a
Monday को
coach
market मेरा
manage
market
to
चालू था।
wrangle all that?
I mean, a lot of it has to do with the way we practice. I think the most important thing is trust. Like, we trust each other a lot, and anyone can take over anytime they want. And we also do a lot of work trying to align, you know. That's pretty much it.
All right, well, so far so good on this strategy. So let's see if PRX can close out this one.
It definitely does come through with this team. We've always talked about it.
इसका एक गुड्डा आउट ऑफ प्लेस क्यों है?
वो हमेशा वो लोग कुछ तो स्टोरी बना रहे कि क्या सीन क्या। एक बार दो दो रखा था बेयर्स और पेंगुइन्स को, और एक ये विंगमैन को अकेला रखा था एक साइड। कुछ ना कुछ करते रहते वो
The
लोग।
first half of this game to me was quintessential PaperX. They were out there PaperXing all over them, dragging KC down into the chaos. And that's what I was worried about for such a young team. Playing a squad like this for the first time, them dragging you into that chaos, your comms getting muddled, you experiencing something you haven't really played against before, and PaperX thriving in that. And that was the case for quite a while. But I think we really saw a step up from both these teams to be forced to play a lot more strategically, and actually to Carmen Core managing to gain some control in the second half.
And loving those small micro plays that we love PaperX for. We're talking about the Reina denying those trade-ins is something that she can do so easily, and it fits so well to PaperX, and especially
कैंडल जलाओ मैं।
something. Some of this
उस दिन तो मना कर रहा था
made no sense maybe.
Yeah, it was absolute chaos, but
कौन सा
I think
खुशबू
you're
वाली?
actually right that that's kind of what's defined Paper X for so long, but it's also true of what Carmen Corvid's doing. I think a lot of the good in this map was when they were showing us these Yoru wall combos, they were setting themselves up after that. They definitely learned
Chat,
more how to
मच्छर और
play
AC
against
का क्या
Paper X.
connection है?
It's just that this squad built
AC चलता है,
themselves
मच्छर
such a
नहीं
huge
आते।
buffer.
हाँ,
AC ऑफ करता हूँ ना, मच्छर लोग फुल ऑन
और
सैक
इसको ही
करते हैं।
काटते, मेरे को नहीं काटते मच्छर। क्या सीन
मामा कल पता है कल रात को
हम्म।
हम लोग सो रहे थे ना, ठीक है, मैं ना खुद को मारे जा रहा था, टाप टूप टाप पीठ पे सब मारे जा रहा था, ठीक है। मैं बोल रहा हूँ पिंकी मच्छर है, फैन एक बड़ा कर, मच्छर तेरे दिमाग में है, नहीं है मच्छर, मुझे नहीं काट रहा, ठीक है। तो मैं शांत हो गया, मैं बोला अभी लाइट तो ऑफ है, मैं कैसे प्रूव करूँ मच्छर है, ठीक है। फिर मैं ऐसा इधर उधर लेट रहा हूँ, मार रहा हूँ खुद को। आधे घंटे बाद पिंकी का दिमाग हटा, पिंकी सीधा बेड से उठ गई, लाइट ऑन किया और ऐसा फुल टशन में मैं भी देखती हूँ किधर है मच्छर। फिर बाद में 2 मिनट बाद है मच्छर है, मैं ऐसा देख रहा हूँ। हाँ, मैं ऐसा देख रहा हूँ पिंकी को, बोला मैं क्या कब से क्या बोल रहा हूँ। आधे घंटे में उसने कम से कम 2 लीटर मेरे साथ खून चूसा है उसने, मेरे पे भरोसा नहीं किया है।
यहाँ पे इधर इसके
एसी
पीसी
क्यों
में
ऑफ
भी।
किया?
नहीं, मेरे को सुबह को काफी बार हम ठंडा करते
इसको बहुत जल्दी ठंड लगता है।
ठंड लगता है मेरे को।
Pretty annoying to deal with, so I want to know what they were
अरे
doing
तो वो
exactly that was so difficult to
good
deal
night
with, and how you guys
की
were able to
मशीन ले लो।
mitigate
हाँ
that as
वो
a
है,
side
ढूंढना
switch.
पड़ेगा।
First of all,
हाँ ना, अपने घर में गुड नाइट ही नहीं है।
with amazing
गुड
playstyle,
नाइट
है ना,
very unique
स्पेसिफिकली वो
playstyle,
बहुत
so
इफेक्टिव होता है।
I don't know what to say, to be honest, because of it just, to be honest, it's pleasure to play against them. Really, we're learning a lot from this game. So yeah, I don't know.
ये होती है भाई respect.
What can I say? It's hard to read them because of this. Like,
So that means
style,
कौन सा वाला?
and I don't know. what to say, to be honest, but we will try our
एकांत,
best
thank you for the
on second
membership
half.
एसिटल
So, yeah.
ग्रुप पर
That was such a
मैच
wholesome
डालो
answer,
सी
so
ऑफ
let's get to
कीप्स
it.
स्किल के।
Second
अरे सब लोग अपने अपने इसमें बिजी है यार, सब लोग
It
busy।
almost felt like Coach Aang Kakuka was a little speechless
Kakuka.
there, because I mean, he has expressed
Lotus
praise for
बोलते।
a lot of the players that they've met on that stage. But there is something unique and
Lotus
special
का
about
हिंदी
this
बता।
Paper X team.
Yeah, exactly. And can be as
कमल फूल कमल
अक्षु है रे।
मतलब
उसका नाम का ओ माय गॉड माम्बा,
कैसे अक्षय?
उसका नाम है उसका
कमल
रियल
कुमार नाम
नेम
है अक्षु का।
है।
तो अक्षु नाम नहीं है उसका?
हे भगवान, तू है कि मैं हूँ?
किया?
भाई इसको कुछ
अक्षु
पता
का
ही
असली
नहीं
नाम
होता,
कमल कुमार है।
मेरे को पता था,
कुछ नहीं पता तेरे को।
पता
कंटेंट
था।
के लिए मैंने ऐसा किया था। ओ ब्लड ग्रुप है, कैसे पता चला? ओ है मेरा ओ पॉजिटिव है
Playing the
नेगेटिव है
Fnatic
पता
comp. They beat
ओ है।
Fnatic on this map. They have beat pretty much
कौन सा
every
फ्लोर में
top
रहते
team
हो
they've
आप?
gone up against on Lotus.
छठे।
Here, this is where
ऊपर रहता हूँ
Magnum
काफी।
tends to put on a masterclass. Their attack side, decision making,
अबे
the
इतना
way
ऊपर
that they
कैसे
call
आते हैं ये
is
लोग?
always
उड़ के ऐसे।
near perfect.
15
quite
plus,
honestly.
20
And
minus.
I actually think their style, if Paper
Nice.
X is going for these forward plays, they don't have the Reyna to combo. They don't have the same kind of util setups. It's crazy that I'm just talking about Reyna as like the big util agent, but they don't have those same. They don't have those same tools to set up these combos like they do on some of these other maps. So I think this will be
जैसे
a
कि
bit
मेरे
of
को
an
पता
easier
ही
time
नहीं
for
है,
KC to
हाँ?
punish when they're playing their attack.
So you mentioned the Lotus situation and them being so good at this map, but I also have to send it
क्या
back to
क्या?
my mind that if Paper X comes out just like they did on
क्या क्या?
Vine
क्या
with
क्या?
a big lead, and then you're like, oh my god, we were supposed to be good
अबे
here.
क्या कह रहा है?
I get a little
कुछ
worried about
नहीं
the
कह
other
रहा।
team on that stage in that situation.
And not only that, we were talking about how Monier is doing great in this tournament. How today specifically, he's performing super
on
well.
another
The other,
level.
and he's going to be leaning that race onto
wild.
Forsaken.
I mean,
and
we
then
saw Forsaken's debut.
Astra?
Yes.
loved it. Loved. I mean, well,
Back
debut, yeah,
again.
exactly.
भाई ये क्या
They're
खेलते
back.
जाते
It's a
वे ये
crazy
लोग?
switch to make, but it's Paper X. Rules don't
Mommy
matter.
कब से
Agents
Astra
aren't
खेल
real.
रहा है?
It's Paper X. This
मैंने
is
तो
it
Forsaken
for
को
Carmen
सिखाया
Corp.
था।
This is a team who went on a run in EMEA. From Melons
तूने
to
सिखाया था?
Madrid, they
And
have done
इज्जत ही
something
नहीं
no
है,
one could have
इज्जत
ever
ही नहीं।
इसके ना एक
expected
बार
of them. And now
मैच
they're here
मेकिंग में आया
in
था।
the
तेरे को नहीं मालूम स्टोरी?
अच्छा फिर
अरे हम लोग स्प्लिट खेल रहे थे, ठीक है?
ठीक है
तो फॉर्सेकन आया था मेरे में, अभी मैंने सब नाम हिडन रहता है,
ठीक है
मेरे को मालूम नहीं वो है।
ठीक है
स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, खेल रहा हूँ, तो हम लोग ए खेल रहे थे, ठीक है? डिफेंस में मैं ए हेवन
ठीक है।
खेल रहा था और वो
ठीक है।
क्लोज खेल रहा था।
ठीक
तो
है
इको था वो, लेकिन मैं बाय या ऐसा कुछ तो था, तो मैं
हाँ।
पूरा बूमवॉट नेट डाल के बचा रहा हूँ, ठीक है? तो क्लोज था, वो लोग पुश कर रहे थे, क्लोज स्मोक देना चाहिए था, स्मोक पुल, ठीक है, और उसने दिया नहीं, वो खुद के लिए किला, जैसे उसने खुद के लिए किला मैंने भर दिया, मैं बोला व्हाई कांट यू स्मोक के, वो यू आर इको आई एम नॉट इको, ऐसा करके कुछ तो बोला, तो बोलते हैं यू प्ले एस्ट्रा, मैं बोला इफ आई प्ले एस्ट्रा आई कैन प्ले बेटर देन यू करके बोला। ठीक है, जैसे मैच खत्म हो गया ना, मालूम पड़ा उसका नाम 4 सेकंड है, पहले उसके भाई को कॉल किया, 10 बार वीडियो कॉल उठक बैठक करके रिकॉर्ड करके उसको सॉरी बोला, बोला प्लीज सेंड रिगार्ड्स टू योर ब्रदर, फिर वो मेरे चैट में है, बोला इट्स ओके।
Open up the possibilities, especially on a map like Lotus.
भर दिया था रे मैंने, उसके बाद से मैंने भरना बंद ही किया। हाय लो मतलब हाथ जोड़ के माफ करो, जो हो रहे अच्छी बात है।
Magnum will spot out the rotation. Yeah, no real progress towards site here.
Humble D also.
KC a little bit
Map ball,
disconnected
PRX,
once
Vishal bhai.
again. Looks like PRX gonna follow through this time.
Forsaken's in a bit of a tricky position, but Monier's got the shot on lock. Gonna take down PRX, just roll out on the site and win out on the site.
Impossible round जीते
just drifted on through.
भाई कितना अच्छा था ना, राइट लेफ्ट नानो और बीच में नेड और फिर भी
between the two mollies placed on site. I mean, it's good to really get Engs
कैसे मारा 4
inside there,
सेकंड
call it
में
inside. Like saying really, what do you do? How can you prep? There's not an awful lot you can do other than the age-old kind of play your own game sort of approach. But then when you come out here, there's a different composition. There's
क्या दिखाई दे रहा है इसको जो मार रहा है?
Will not PRX really even rely on these agents
Morning Belek मैं
so
उतना दूर
interpret
तक नहीं आ
utility
सकता,
or
fish bomb दे please.
continue to run it down. Forsaken and something on your front line, you've got to feel very confident regardless of who's on what behind that.
We're looking for that
भाई
four-play
जैसे
stack here.
एक ब्लाइंड आया सीधा निकल के
Because of
देखना
that
ये
flash
पे
was enough that PRX don't like what they're seeing, and it's
Heavy
actually
readings
quite well
करते हैं ये
timed. They
लोग।
drift away. They will have a completely open A site. They'll note the lack of utility after last round. Magnum was there. I mean, it's not the biggest indicator, but now the fact that Forsaken has gone to the back of the site. Give it away. Narrate though outdoes him with the classic.
नहीं, लेकिन
Do not
round तो
know, but
निकल
he'll be
लिया।
happy enough with it. Aren't going to come down now, down to the 4. It is just classics as well for KC. There's nothing beyond that. There's not a frenzy, there's not a ghost, there's nothing. It is
राउंड तो
purely
निकल लिया,
classic.
राउंड तो
So
निकल लिया।
something going to take up the test now
और
as
मैंने
well.
एक्स्ट्रा पता नहीं क्यों।
I think they're a little bit conscious, yeah. Who's post off on heaven now? Identifying the judges there. Don't expect too many bodies to funnel in this way. They're 8 punished on the second.
Monier's
भाई
got
क्या
some
सेक्सी
time.
पुल किया बे?
Time bought here.
And something's on the case here, just prowling on the edges of those smokes. Opting to try and clear, to farm through, to try and hunt down these final players. But Magnum again with a connection. Can they make this really costly? It looks like they're going to try and exit through CT, which is the right call. Monier going to double around. Spots him out, but hey, Carmichael making this, cost a little bit. Mind Freak and Device do manage to escape. That Bulldog's still in play.
I mean, I think they only lose the judge, though, if I'm not mistaken.
That just got taken back in too, but yeah.
Didn't see exactly what the purchase was, but regardless, something
क्या?
straight onto the operator.
ऑप उठा लिया तीसरा राउंड।
So another question mark in the mix here for Carmine Court.
Something by.
Doesn't really even have the benefit of having the Blade Storm kind of on the brink.
दवाई क्लासिक में खेल रहा है।
दवाई क्लाइंबिंग कॉर्नर
मतलब प्लेऑफ के लिए खेलना है, इलो के लिए नहीं।
Drifting really deep onto this angle.
Drone को
very
देखो।
early on, no resistance.
ड्रोन को देखो।
KC on the other side, unless Magnum was spotted.
Magnum?
He was jump
नहीं, ये ऑप लेके एकदम ड्रोन के जैसे आगे आगे जाके सारा क्लियर कर देता है बे, सारा।
Have to be taken away from the repertoire. I'm worried that someone else might be getting a go.
ये देख,
Drake's very
ये देख।
nearby to this. They've noted that operator.
हाँ, मैं आ गया।
No bullets have been fired, but if they'd seen anything, you can't do it. You can see them trying to toy with it, daring anyone to try and peek a little further forward, but no one is. Good control being shown by Carmine Court. Mind Freak getting very close. Should have been considered here by Narrate, and he has been.
चलेगा ये लोग फिर भी निकाल तो सकते हैं।
A gap towards B here, but Spike not committed either way. So PRX might.
ये देखो, वही पहले पीक ले रहा है।
It's only really Shin that's going to be able to cause any issues on
देख
the
रहा
way in
है?
here.
ये देख,
Narrate slowly.
Full drone बे.
Creeping closer and closer.
उसको पता है ना वो duelist उसका काम है थोड़ा सा आगे आगे
Spike still not committed either.
They're looking for a pick, but look how deep
ये drone का battery भी खत्म नहीं होता.
playing PRX's games right now. Right cool as well. Re-smoking in the spike, trying to make it across. Does anyone catch it? No, but something's cleared so deep here. They've got to be careful of door. They've got to be careful of the flank, considering how far something is cleared towards CT.
Spike planted.
Really doing.
Post plant position तो अच्छा है.
Now a lot of questions. For KC, need to figure this out pretty quickly.
अरे किधर तो देखने दो.
A real exchange of utility here as the retake starts to build up. Something rattling off a couple of shots, but Forsaken in a fantastic position as well. If he can hold this down, he can become such a thorn in their side. To try and maybe double up here with something, but there is the push. And look at these shots just going straight. Come on, do anything in a 1v3. Carmine core flood in the sight, and he just can't find it. They put bodies in the right
blind हो गया
places.
ना रे,
They
ओमेन
timed it
blind.
well.
सबको मार दिया. तीनों को blind मारा शायद. तीन या दो को तो मारा ही था.
Crediting on the first map, really. PRX will keep pushing. You give them that space, but KC are playing in spawn. They're still in buy phase. With 20 seconds left on the clock here.
इसको थोड़ा main चले जाना चाहिए था.
Really, really well coordinated retake. This is after there's a gravity well to slow things down. Just inside Link.
ओ भाई मिस हो गई पूरी मिस हो गई पूरी मिस हो गई
Okay moment.
हाथ दे रे.
It's a vibe killer.
Vibes down, game's lost.
Yeah, it's wraps.
ये कौन सा वाला हाथ था पता है मम्बा?
Pace change, looking like.
वो वाला जो तूने चैट को दिया था ना 12 के कर.
Towards Mount this time as well.
बहुत सही
And yeah, look at this. Very pacey. Gonna get the
अरे
first one
example
glimpse
दे
of
रहा
the
है.
C site. Hadn't tested too much. And again, KC gonna evacuate. Why would they stick around? They've heard enough of this. Don't need any more of it.
Prowler ही तोड़ दिया.
That's gonna be a plant. But look at that big flank coming out from Monnier. His timing could be critical. They need to hold a fair amount of the space for it to really come to fruition.
Game बदल जाएगा.
क्या वो स्टार डालेगा? डाला बे स्टार डाला. इसका टाइमिंग सेक्सी होने वाला है.
Face off an operator versus a judge. Monnier pulls the trigger at just the right time.
Love seeing something swing as well, just to make sure it goes their way, and the last two being herded.
Money!
Nowhere to hide. Narrate gonna try and bully his way past, but it's not just one.
Up आ गया
Team's gonna be here. Something gonna be careful, doesn't want to lose the operator, but they're hunting him down now.
Classic से रोक रहा है.
The hunted as Tomasi falls. And it looks like that operator's made its way out, at least until now. The door broken earlier, I believe it was. Something holding.
और पीछे.
Just the finest
मारते
angle.
रहूँगा मैं.
Trying to get away, Narrate. Gotta be careful though. There is the rest of the squad here now. And PRX with that pace change, working out that C side.
Uncharacteristic misses here from something. If you're going to continue to invest.
ये round जीते तो GG bro.
Operator.
Too easy.
Really well coordinated here, Monnier.
मेरे जैसा खेल रहा है.
Potentially is the game plan for him on the Astra.
Fun.
Must be very disconnected from some of these sight hits. Again, that's the real benefit. If you can create this space, and KC are happy to concede it.
दवाई के बाद अल्ट निकाल सकते हैं लोग.
You have something like Monnier getting behind a lot of these plays.
It's
a real issue.
उसने फिर भी मारा बे.
On the first hit.
Bot होने के बाद भी मारा उसने.
You just can't aim duel against these guys. You just, even in a fair fight. And in the meantime, not only did they get the pick towards C, they've already started to make that progress towards A. Obviously, much better off in the weaponry and going to be rewarded. Monnier going to be overwhelmed though. Magnum's going to get one back. That could be a weapon potentially recovered.
turret तोड़ो या फिर उसको तोड़ो.
अभी तक वहीं पे bind वाले रोल में ये सबसे आगे जा रहा है ये Monnier.
Narrate still has that rifle.
दो वो smokers रहते हैं ना तो कैसे भी खेल सकते हैं. ज़्यादा problem नहीं.
In play. Oh, that's rough.
और उससे ज़्यादा ओमेन का importance है. Blind भी है ना.
Something gets pinged off that as well. Forced back off that angle, but KC still need to get through this choke point.
Don't know what they got to go with. Prowler's already sent down. We've got to just go for it, and Magnum outdoes something. Those misses starting to make a bit of a problem. Forsaken going to find one but falls. Narrate! Can he really pop off here? 3 would be exceptional. He gets it halfway. Oh, but DeFry just dies!
Oh, Narrate
Listed on the first, but makes up for it in the
चार मारा, तीन मारा.
The Red Bull clutch by his side.
What a swing back for KC.
Obvious.
All but done.
दवाई निकाल सकता था
This choke point.
यार
Magnum with a stinger outdoes something. Like I said, another miss coming through here. I think it's
ये गया
that headshot.
ये दिया मेरे को तो लग रहा है फ्लो में हिंदी में भी दिया रहेगा
Somebody overcommits it from this post plant.
सीधा गूगल ट्रांसलेशन करके हिंदी में भी भर रहेगा
You can just swing onto them, run the clock down, force another 2 or 3 seconds off the defuse. Narrate though, flipping it on its head.
दवाई निकाल तो सकता था
This early mountain challenge has not been going particularly well for KC. However, this time you have a little bit more, but does he get caught? Magnum going to find Monnier. That was over towards the A side of the map, so this could be working out. Oh, not at all. Actually, Martin will spot the feet of Forsaken. It's going to be him.
वैसे जिंक्स है और आपके दोस्त से जिंक्स आप बात क्या ये कैसे का मार
Doesn't even catch Martin unaffected. The paint shell's perfect as well. Slow mind freak down.
वो स्मोक
Martin's
PRX
going to go with things now.
Yeah, starting to have a round. Something looking to make up for what has been a dreary start for him.
आ गया
And that's not a bad way to begin it. And suddenly they're on red alert.
आस्ते खेलता है बे
Fight to hold on. It's still something. Let's relax here a little bit. There's 2 players on CT, and he wants that. He wants to take that space. Does he? He's trying to work out if he's enough time. Maybe for a plan here. 35
एक और
seconds.
pick
He's
लेना
forcing them maybe a second or 2 of doubt. The plant's something that you
30 seconds left.
No one's playing his tune though. No one's playing to his game.
Problem is, with Shin still alive, opportunity to smoke off here, so he has to dig his heels in. Can't really reset towards mound with an open plant.
He needs
to have the blade storm. He needs to pick early.
And if Carmine Core is as disciplined as we credited them, they shouldn't give him that. There should never be an opportunity.
Smoke causes issues.
Yeah.
No, he can't.
I thought he might have had a little bit of a pixel there, but trying to play to the edge of it. And now they're grouping up. Oh my god, he's got the pick. Oh, this is going to be something.
Oh, close
man. Keep that heads up work, playing together.
Close.
Defuse. Scoreline.
अब डफ रहता था तो शायद कुछ और होता था. अब डफ रहता था.
Again, winning out in the early round.
Yeah.
Very early pick onto Monnier.
उसने पहले
really hinders that sort of slow play towards a post plant. Martin though, looking really crispy with the operator here.
Shot.
भाई भी अच्छी ऑफ चला रहे हैं.
Something unfortunately overwhelmed a little bit here.
केस में लेके केसी में सारे अच्छे प्लेयर्स होते हैं. सारे एक ही लेवल के एकदम वैसा प्लेयर्स हैं.
See, Alex wasn't too happy. One of the post
नरेट सबका लेकिन सबके ऊपर नरेट का ACS कोई टच नहीं कर सकता वैसा वाला.
Curious if this overall is the approach that the PaperX want to take with this sort of comp switch up. The problem being Divide just becomes.
वो RP में एक लड़का नहीं आता.
I don't want to say useless, but his impact is really limited in these sort of kind of slow mid to late rounds. It's not really going to cause too much pressure unless PaperX win out early on towards mound, early on towards rubble, get themselves towards a site.
खुद का नाम देख रहा मोनिया शर्म करो शर्म.
Maybe Monia is on Astra to kind of counterbalance that.
Potentially, but again, it's just a lot of these questions I feel like get answered with one time and practice, and you can kind of find your way to work it out. But I don't know how much they've played this. I mean, this is a new comp to
by 5-1 होने वाला था 3-3 हो गया.
Scenes if this is just a very last-minute change.
सिर्फ नरेट की वजह से.
They thought might work. Their traditional comp wasn't going to be the answer they needed. But to change it at this point is.
नहीं वो clutch
BT
हो गया ना clutch.
If the answer is to just get Forsaken on raise.
I mean, it has
वो
worked.
clutch अगर नहीं होता तो next round लीक होते 5-1 था score.
Works out now. As it looks a simplistic
उसके
start,
वजह से off
but a
भी
great
मिल गया.
paranoia actually should facilitate them to the site. I don't think much is going to stop them here apart from their own paint shell, but even then something fancies his go of it. Going to get in there with a stinger. And look at this tempo change. Look at this. No plant, but they've drawn out the lockdown so early. Now going to go for this. Divide's going to go through.
Hey.
And Martin's the one to find Monnier. So that lurk's been removed. And they're going to dive on in.
Oh, didn't get caught with the
Oh!
That's 2. 3 in the round. 2 off the rocket, and now Martin, can he do any more? He's feeling
ये वही ऑफ है जो नरेट ने सेव किया था.
He wants some death.
पड़ गई मतीन की।
अरे
0/0
भाई बुलेट ही नहीं था,
all too prepared for this.
बुलेट ही नहीं था।
मतीन भाई भी लाइक यार मैं क्लिक तो कर रहा हूँ, हो क्यों नहीं रहा?
टेक्निकल टाइम आउट लेके बोलेगा माउस खराब है देखना। दूसरी बार मोने भाई पहले मारे, जस्ट सेइंग। PRX का रिटेक सेक्सी है, 4-8 या 5-7 निकालेगा। PRX जीत तो जाएगा।
The thing is what's the second layer to these post plants? If it is kind of tailor made around Monyet, buying time, PaperX aren't really achieving what they need to make that work.
वो स्मोक रिटर्न क्यों ले रहा है? सीधा स्मोक करके ही रख सकता हूँ।
Good to see Martin finding a bit of comfort here. He's been
trouble crossing.
Not quite to the extent of what we saw online, or at least I say online in the kickoff tournament. He was very much not, I wouldn't say headline. You'd say you give that to Narrate, but he was right underneath him, very close by. Good to see a little bit of that form starting to really kick in here for him. And a quick adjustment for PaperX, eyeing up that A site after an early test towards Mount. And away they go. Forsaken going to be cut off at the door though. And a quick adjust. Looking to potentially pressure. Maybe gets the timing right on this. They are all going towards
भाई
CT.
वो लोग रेडी है, रेडी है। 3, 2, 1 ओ भाई इनकी टैग।
And when see that pressure come back through.
Still not planted.
No, something is screwed. Magnum clears him with ease, and Forsaken finally strikes. For the rest of the team took a moment to back away, but it's Narrate on the punish towards Monnier. They're losing out on numbers. Forsaken can only find so much impact, surely. They need to scramble away from here.
निकाल लेंगे।
It might almost act as a hindrance because Mindfreak
ये
can hold
प्रॉब्लम है
this.
Now
लेकिन।
there's massive question marks outside this, but it's all 4 members of KC.
ओए Mindfreak
Finds Mindfreak, and that spike is over on C. It's going the longest way possible. So you're gonna need Forsaken.
भाई 4 सेकंड निकाल सकता है, उसके बाद
10
अल्टी भी
seconds
है।
left. Divide will get Seekers off this. Still has a flash to work with.
Forsaken needs so much here.
एक मार के छुप जाएगा तो ओए
This time Shine, he's good for one, but Martin was so quick with a response. Divine next. In line here, jump on the first to draw the fire. Falls back, flash, buys a second. They've still got to clear him.
साउंड तो आया उस।
Does he get noted?
Oh,
yes,
shit.
he does. Oh, he's dead to rights. Carmine Core showing diligence now.
भाई Mindfreak ने कैसे नहीं मारा है रे?
I guess the synergy a little off between Divine Forsaken here. Forsaken commits to that early peak.
ऑफ लेने जा रहा
Yes,
है।
the showstopper. You almost want them to come into this choke point here. Out towards KC's spawn.
5-1 के बदले 5-3 वही देखना। एक राउंड
A little bit lost in comms there.
नरेट का वो कर दिया।
Beautiful recovery from KC. It looked like they were
शॉट
lose out initially, but Rate's ultimate really the one to give them access back onto A side. I'm carrying on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There.
You?
There was some temptation, but no, you're right, because look at this start. Look at Forsaken, right off the rip. Trying to get the shuts Forsaken the hell up. Not even going to get a voice line off, let alone the ult. And now what do? They've lost out on that early chance. You're down to 4. Something's position's going to be noted. Already early rotation from Narrate. And this map just doesn't look kind to PaperX now, Mike.
It doesn't. KC definitely in control here at the tempo this first half. Magnum will potentially be called upon. Spotting something. Maybe the dash across though. Unscathed so far. One will be uncontested. Monye disconnected once again.
फिर से टाइमिंग है मोनी के पास।
He's been read so often though. He's playing very late here. Exceedingly late. So putting a lot of faith in the boys on the side. They can hold back this flood that's coming in right about now. One shot trade, but it's not enough considering they're down to 2. Narrate sweeping through. Mindfreak bites right back. And now Monye needs to come forward here. Needs to be part of this. Narrate down low. Mindfreak toying with the TP. Monye can't hit the shot. What a way
मौनी ये क्यों पिक कर रहा है? टैप नहीं हुआ तो
Get the job done. They are starting to really tip the scales here, Mike.
Really struggling. I mean, this almost has sort of echoes of the approach Fnatic had versus PaperX on this map. Concede all the space, happy to play the retake, and PaperX were just left scratching their heads in that series. Carmine Court look like they've taken a leaf out of that book. I mean, typically you credit for PaperX's ability to convert space into success. And this sort of play style, not really the approach to make, but PaperX really struggling.
They are.
Second timeout called, round 10.
Says quite a lot.
ये लोग सब अच्छा खेले हैं. Post plant में ना बहुत left right हो रहा है अभी.
Again, when we talk about this map, wise it did sit quite nicely with Carmine Core. We credited them very highly on this map.
और second भी मर गया ना रे unlucky.
On our radar, but it very much solidified what a lot of people were looking at. But the fact, as I said, that they're doing this to PaperX after was a very good first map. This has got to be a huge confidence builder for Carmine Core and kind of bringing them back to where they should be mentally, because a lot
ये
of
लोग
us
ऐसा
discussed this coming into this event as
फुटबॉल
well.
जैसा
They
ऐसा
don't
घूम
start
के
off
डांस
with a
करते हैं
confident
ना.
beginning. They could lose a
कभी
little bit of
सेंटिनल्स
that.
का मैच तो सेंटिनल्स ने हराया ना ये लोग को. वो लोग ने ट्वीट किया था वो फोटो डाल के फैंस का कि हाँ हम रहते तो हम भी ये गेम देखना पसंद नहीं करते.
Timeout came in, a couple more rounds to play with, and a full purchase here.
ये देखो क्यूट.
With the TP for Shin.
Love you, goodbye.
3 off the showstopper. Again, Martin not really been relying on that too much with how he's been hitting. Equator definitely a more valuable investment in his hands than something so far. Bit of a pace change here. PaperX, no secrets about this on the way in. No slow creep.
First time it feels like all five are actually working towards something. Normally Monnier was disconnected, but this time kind of playing somewhat close to the pack here. Plan's going to come in. You can see Magnum creeps a little closer. Prowler going to come through. They know Narrate's nearby. Tomasi still up. Flash there. Something trying to play ahead. Does really well with that. Takes down Tomasi and wants a bit more, but he's not going to be able to get back up that rope here. Forsaken going to be forced away as well, but they're still trying to stand their ground. Almost belligerent approach, but it's divided by Magnum. Forsaken to answer.
ये ज़्यादा हो गया Forsaken भाई, ये ज़्यादा हो गया.
Narrate what you got for us now. You pulled off a 1v3 before. This is a lot.
चलो, PRX is back.
Ain't got much time with this one.
PRX is back, baby.
Oh, hang on, still got back down rope here. PaperX think he's saving. Oh, I mean, there's a star down, regardless on the spike. Looking to do some further damage to the economy, but.
तो रिफ्रेश करो आगे
भाई मैं अभी भी 3 बार पॉज किया पता है इसका लेट रिएक्शन की वजह से.
तू किधर देख रहा है तू?
भाई ट्विच पे देखूंगा और कहाँ देखूंगा?
मैं भी देख रहा हूँ.
We haven't seen this sort of play coming out so far. I think the real thing to notice is PaperX have
2x करने का नहीं होता.
back in their shells a
अभी
little
तो क्या टाइम पे? टाइम बता.
Yeah, again, you can read this pretty well. It's like, yeah, S5, they're sitting back. They're getting ready to retake. Usually PaperX will be like, cool, let's send 2 people in there. Let's throw a flash in there. Let's get a little deeper, but...
Oh my God, combo किया!
That could have been one time now. Okay. You are lucky to be alive, Forsaken. That looked like it was about to be Raps and Mod. Come on! Still good for him. Just take it straight up aim duels. They're standing here and fighting.
ये फ्री में मरा लेकिन. Monet by Naseem बहुत ही गंदी, बहुत ही गंदी.
doing that sort of stuff, but
HP dead.
1 HP. And he was the last line of defense on this A site. A quick TP.
Oh shit!
Great.
Oh my God!
No idea. Magnum just reads him like a book.
गलत रीड भाई.
Almost an eternity that passes after these seekers identify where Magnum is.
They are not looking here.
This is tough.
They have turret, no? Why will they look?
Oh, अभी तो Sky Flash भी नहीं आएगा.
Now you've got Magnum with his entirety of his setup here. Spike. This position. I can't cross this without being spotted.
सामने उतने बंदे जितने पिंकी के आज kills थे.
56 HP as well.
There it is. Paranoia getting prepped. A little bit of free fire, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, bye-bye. Divide. Gonna go for the dog here. Couldn't quite close the gap though, noting they'd fallen away from that close angle, but he's got 20 seconds. I think he knows this one. Yeah, just going to slip through the fingertips here.
I'm not sure if I missaw that, but I thought the Seeker went to the left. It's invested from rubble. Obviously, Shin took a ton of damage inside
PRX,
Chi,
baby.
I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to see that on the replay, but the timing's
Yeah,
just way
अच्छा
off
खेला
here.
sexy खेला.
I believe if the door's broken, yeah, Magnum's broken the door. So I don't know if that information's just lost in the exchange or what.
यार ये इतना बार मैग्नम बोल रहा है ना अभी आइसक्रीम खाने का मन कर
all
रहा
the way towards C site.
क्या बोला मैग्नम?
मैग्नम.
Oh.
Wait till we do have any replay of that. It may not be the case.
जो 5-1 होने वाला था वो अभी तक 5 पे नहीं पहुंचा. Don't do.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what happens here because I was focused on it. Well, I've missed it there.
Yeah.
I know Shin took a ton of damage inside tree. Maybe they're thinking, yeah, we've tagged up the A site player, so surely Magnum's gonna commit towards helping his teammate.
Right, yeah.
Hello.
Huh?
खाने को क्या है?
Yeah?
The critical issue there. Hey, oh, Magnum! They're just taking mad challenges! Carmine Core, this is very out of character, but it's worked very well. Completely surprising PRX with a change of pace, taking a somewhat late duel over by Mound. And it worked very well for themselves. Shin on fire, they're taking down Divide.
उसने वो नहीं डाला स्टार.
Noted. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to run on that. Carmine Core.
भाई उसने स्टार डाला लेकिन उसने रिटर्न ही नहीं लिया.
This team in this half alone.
Yeah, and winning out in that sort of round where PRX are looking to get
1-4-8.
get up in your face, take an engagement. KC happy to throw bodies on the line.
अच्छा खेला बे केसी लेकिन. क्या मारा केसी ने.
Definite. Yes, energy booster, confidence booster for Carmine Court.
Now a chance to listen to one of the players who's really stepped up here, Martin.
Guys, देखो सबके सामने हाथ पकड़ रही है.
Even though we know we can win against anyone,
इसलिए मेरे को yes बोलना पड़ा.
It's just not there at the moment, and I think the whole team is not playing well. We're not playing at the same level as we did in kickoff, and the team play and comms are just not on the spot. And then
Alex भाई बरो timeout खत्म हो गया.
So I think that Magnum obviously is a new IGL, but he's learning very fast, and I think his calls are very good. I don't think he fell short from John QT. I think it was a team problem, not Magnum's problem. We for sure are better than that.
15 seconds less, 10. Just no chance, surely.
Anything tap sits hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and
और बढ़ा रही है.
Unbelievable! Milliseconds available! Celsius is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble, great, 9 bullets!
ये क्लच के वजह से ही
as duelist, I just
PRX
need
चुप हो
to
गया.
not do stupid stuff, even though I'm having a bad game. I still need to make space and calm. If I ever don't do that, then the game is very hard for the others. So
तू केसी सपोर्ट कर भाई. केसी
me being
जीत
calm
सकती है.
because it's just
Actual
another
में
match.
जीत.
People shouldn't think that it's death or do match because it just adds on
ये
the pressure.
pistol launch
It's
जैसे
just
निकालेगा,
about us not
केसी
having
जीत
the
जाएगा.
greatest team play right now, and we're trying to work on it.
ये लोग का प्रोडक्शन का साउंड ज्यादा है, गेम का साउंड कम है. क्या सीन है?
8-4, Carmine Core showing us a little of what really enamored us with them during that kickoff phase. Those retakes being very, very solid. Starting to see some of that individual flair coming out from not just Narrate, but also Martin as well.
तो भी
Great
क्या
reads
खेलता है?
from Magnum, a lot of those key elements. Now, on the other side here, flipping the script a little. PRX, it felt like a last-minute change coming into this comp. I'd be happy to be proven wrong if they say, hey, no, this is where we intend to be, but
नहीं नहीं मैं घर पे आया हूँ लेकिन टाइम नहीं मिलता. नमाज से आते आते मैं तो 9:30 बज जाता है. 9:30 तक हर कोई अपना अपना स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट ही कर चुका होता है.
और सुबह slow drawn out rounds where KC are happy to concede space, not using a utility. They're always going to win out.
यार वो फास्ट का सुबह खा के.
Now Carmine Court are going to approach.
टेढ़ा मेढ़ा हो गया मैं.
Get themselves up mound pretty quickly. The rest of PRX making their way past Rubble right now.
Oh, bhai.
चलते.
Martin down to 20 HP already.
He's trying to stay maybe a little postured just to
look
a little more threatening than he is by a couple more seconds, but that flash should be noted.
It's an open path, so KC looking to potentially reset towards mound, but actually no, they're pushing spawn.
Okay, and the turret's been dealt with quickly. They should have an idea that everyone's here. They've seen 3 different pieces of utility, and they're just going to flood CT. But already someone's going to catch Shin. Can they try and disrupt these final players? We play through back on short as well. Magnum going to be flashed off the angle. You can already see the smokes be coming up here.
Side se hi bhaga diya.
Denied. Going to be dragged away. Something PRX.
No! Oh no! Oh yaar!
Come off it! You got 5 rounds. Relax a little.
भाई क्या पिंच किया उनको साइड से ही भगा दिया
दवाई ने क्यों किया पता है पॉज तो ले नहीं सकते अभी एलेक्स कैसे भरेगा
The crazy thing is, it always almost looks like that's the plan.
ले उसका गोली खत्म हो गया था
I gotta reload. I'm gonna knife him.
वही बोलूँ मैं
Look at him! Look at him! Screaming. I can't believe it.
almost
Oh, that's how they kick off the second half.
Oh no, I'm nervous now. They're just gonna do PRX things like.
Oh bhai.
Confirmed, but a ton of damage. That's a Monia.
Knife five करना तो allowed होगा ना मतलब.
हाँ कर.
Oh god.
Caught on.
क्या हो गया Mind Freak?
Smoke out something?
I don't know, but he looked lost in the source.
Nice.
Yeah, fortunately though, gonna make up
बचा
for it.
लिया Monia ने round बचा लिया भाई.
Sure, Mike. I'll leave you to the analysis on this one.
There's action coming now.
No, look, it's time.
Plant's gonna come through.
भागने का sound दिया उसने.
Find something.
भाई shotgun गलत है.
The right post up close to it. Just could do some damage.
And again, good damage. Oh dear. Falls to divide. These rounds are getting weird. Shin left in a 1v2. Can he make something out of it? He might just be able to. Something with a judge and Shin with a dream. He knows it. He knows he's close by. What the hell can Shin do? Oh,
Jord पे. Jord. बहुत close गया लेकिन बहुत close गया.
Different angles in half a second here. It's such an awkward
Good
spot
को यार, good को.
underneath C site. But yeah, was Mindfree looking to smoke something because he's out in the middle of nowhere on
yeah,
B
just
site.
drifting.
Must be just come out of sending a smoke somewhere. So it looked like he was reloading. But that was him just pulling back out the.
क्या घूमा पे बंदा.
That was really weird on B. I don't know what happened. That.
मान भी like मेरी गलती नहीं है ये वाला.
You know.
ये वाला Mind Freak को देखो please.
6.
Carmichael looking to continue pressuring towards Mount here. It's
10
a
classic,
switch up,
10
something on the other side of this.
Why do I feel like something's gonna do?
तू निकाला magnet है.
He's hanging around.
Yeah, okay, just. Get
out. Get out.
What the hell is going on? A late smoke towards main, but they might just disrespect it. They know they can. Something down a little one. He's still trying to be ferocious about this. Shin trying to play ahead of it, but it's Magnum to find him. Oh! Shot on Martin. Still going to find value even just with that Sheriff. Where the hell's the rest of the squad, though?
For a crunch back through the door here, potentially. KC in the danger zone. As soon as this opens up, though, it's a two-way street.
Magnum. So get played in on this. It's Shin with the spam to catch him. Now the odds are looking less and less likely for PRX to close that gap, but you can never write these guys out. Shin just controlling on the site, though, really keeping a firm grip. Magnum denies the door.
69 बोलते हैं, love you for the second shout out.
Dissipated for those last couple of kills.
माने को लोटिस की शांति कर लेनी चाहिए, क्यों?
Monia and Divide to have some credits left in the bank, but Casey's round win here almost gives them
ये अभी तक कोई pop off नहीं हुआ है PRX.
a huge opportunity to double down on this.
रुके हैं.
सब equally मार रहे
Knocking on
हैं.
the door of double digits as well. First ult cycle just about coming on for a few members of Carmine. So yeah, narrate 2 away, Shin 1 off the TP. Magnum and Martin about halfway. With something expecting to have the Blade Storm at least here, buying down to 5.
बिना timeout का ये लोग कैसा करेंगे पता नहीं यार.
It's like actually.
एक timeout चाहिए था ये time.
Considering throwing everything in here. It's forsakenness to concern that far away from the showstopper as well. He's only got a Sheriff. Switch up here from KC though.
Good luck, Divine. There is hightailing away, which is probably the right call. Now, if you're Carmine Core, you're still going to do somewhat of a diligent clear. You can't be too lackadaisical about it, but there's a pace to them. They want to get this early starting quite quickly.
मोने का अल्ट है लोग कुछ तूफानी अल्ट के साथ कर सकते हैं.
CT, there is a lot more there now. Narrate though going to take away something.
कैसे something पहले मर गया यार.
He's willing for a fight. This guy's almost welcoming the fight. They haven't gone for the plant yet, so this is getting a little dicey, but they're holding for maybe this reaggress.
I know that PRX is going to try and pre-take the site here, but it's punished.
Top
It's
timing
picked
गलत हो गया.
apart by Carmichael. And it's a
Well,
flawless round to find double
GG.
digits. The money coming into question now for
GG लग रहा है.
PRX. We know there's no timeouts. There's no opportunity to take a breather.
क्या मारा बे नरेट ने. नरेट गलत ही शॉट्स मारता
Carmichael
है.
really starting to dial up the pressure here.
Well, I feel like this echoes back to almost our starting point of this entire matchup. It's the question of form. We've seen what PRX can look like in map 1 when it's terrifying.
Table तोड़ के भी
They
मतलब
are
नहीं है
in,
बोला
that
उसने.
full fight and flight mode, just flying
चलो,
across map.
जीत गया
Here,
KC.
missing a little bit in that regard, whereas KC starting to hit towards where they want. Late swing comes out and they're hunting them down. Already PRX not going to take the foot off the gas by any
सीधा ही
means.
भागेंगे वो लोग.
Didn't get the connections they want.
ये बात है.
Also, this drift from
शॉट रे दवाई.
Guys, got to be careful though.
Yeah, no chance to get that weapon cycled across. Should have a ton of information of how much presence there was towards C. PRX haven't necessarily rotated just yet. But now, actually, yeah, the rifle is retrieved. So Monnier has that in hand now.
And with the loss
भाई
of
बहुत
there is a
risky खेल रहे
chance
हैं.
some of these
दो
flanks
A
still
दो
work.
C.
Maybe, but they've decided against it, right? Opting against. Site's going to get cleared. No one there.
फेक कर दिया.
Backfilling that space, though, you're going to see something try and maybe thread the needle, but look at the spike.
फुल फेक कर दिया.
Look where it's heading.
Hook line
Great
and
read.
sinker.
Great read here.
ये लोग को भी पता है लेकिन फेक है.
कैसे सभी लोग तो ए पे.
वो देख मूव हो रहे हो.
हाँ.
आइडिया तो आ गया है लोग
As long
को.
as KC are quick about this one, yeah, finally coming through. An open plant towards Mound. And plenty of opportunities. Shin now in a position to play
देखो उसने
spoiler.
मार्क किया 4.
Through a glance from
Oh,
something, but not
Heavy
noted.
timing हो सकती है.
4 through door, though. That's a lot of players there. Martin this time in the position Magnum was in before, but again, they don't have the
Omen
weapon
का
to
timing
really
waste.
close this down.
माइंड फ्रिक
Could
देख
see that.
लिया.
Look, does get
मैं
handled.
बोला ना ओमेन का टाइमिंग
But they've
वेस्ट हो
had no
गया पूरा.
success elsewhere. I'm just
No,
eyeing
damage is
up
already done.
Monnier. Hold on, I'm eyeing up Monnier. What is this man up to?
Huh?
He's got to beat Martin, and he's got to do it fast. Yeah, absolutely not.
लेकिन टाइम ही नहीं है.
यार टाइम नहीं है.
This feels...
अरे हो गया.
क्या?
नहीं टाइम नहीं है.
No.
Close, but no. Not even. I thought it was way more than that.
Oh, close.
Second off here.
थोड़ा टाइम नहीं था.
अच्छा था.
उसके पास टीपी भी रहता ना कि वो टीपी मार के स्पाइक पे जाता है ऐसा कुछ.
Find 11 though.
Bloody hell, what a game. This is...
भाई so close, भाई.
I mean, if anything else happens here and it's Martin to fall first, then actually that divide pays off.
Yeah, right. Go back in, this time with a buy though. Just coming up for PRX, but still, it's sticking the landing.
उसने ult मार दिया.
TP gets taken and committed to, so you're going to have Shin towards CT. He can confirm, site's clear. Just got to be careful over towards that.
भाई अच्छा है ना वो. ओमेन वन वे स्मोक में अल्ट मार देता सीधा ब्लाइंड करके सिटी कंट्रोल लेता है.
Going to be going down uncontested.
Pressure's going to be coming back in spawn here. The
यार ब्लाइंड के पहले पीक ले लिया.
Shin will punish.
GG.
Shin is just unleashing.
GG.
From Shin.
बोला ना हर एक प्लेयर देखा ना कैसा मारते हैं लोग का.
Full control in CT. He fancied a bit more, didn't he? But something gonna quell that aggression.
How about he just go and
3v2, but again, they don't have step to side. They don't have the ability to clear these.
map 3 बोलती.
Q or 2 there. But still,
ये
this is
मोने
looking
का
like
टाइमिंग
12.
बहुत लेफ्ट राइट है.
Carmichael. Maybe giving us a game here. Hoping map 3 could be that highlight between these two. As Narrate.
फिर भी देखना कैसे एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं बे.
In these players.
गलत प्लेयर है बे नरेट.
After what was being done,
Back to
then they
3-0.
come back with an answer.
Back to 3-0. Back to.
But a much more convincing
Next map
victory
PRX
will feel
again
like
Vishal.
as well.
Yes.
I mean,
then I'll be back to 4-0.
You don't know what to do. We don't know what to do versus a team like this. We've never been tested like this. To still come out of map 1 with a 13-10 and then play like this on Lotus. You've got to be feeling fantastic.
Puts faith back in the system, doesn't it? Stepping up to the plate here. This map, you could argue, was one of the crowning jewels of their map pool throughout regular play, but still, actually might get a bit of a fight here. First time we're seeing a bit more pressure put in by PRX over towards this rubble side. So Carmine Core may not get the complete run of the house.
Oh!
They absolutely don't. Forsaken going to take down Shin. Not gonna get oh my god, there's a lot of
Oh, buddy.
Only gonna get
so much damage.
आई रबल में clear कर सकता था.
Martin, yes, left
अच्छा काम किया बे.
हाँ, Corsair ने अच्छा किया.
And something is behind them. Martin, excellent work from him. Heads up work from Martin.
Well, it's the Martin Narrate show, guys.
With a judge and 3 players.
Yeah, not going to get played in either.
मैं बोला ना ये players बहुत
fully
crazy
reset for the 1v3 elsewhere. Yeah, Martin down to 56, Narrate on 42. Definitely a chance. He's got the right read on this as well.
मोने ने ये निकाल दिया ना.
Close by when his part does come through.
Yeah, he's not a million miles away.
मोने ने निकाल दिया ऐसा मैं मान जाऊँगा.
He's going to be on the outside of it though.
Oh
my!
ये का loading screen है.
Where did that just go?
I don't know, but Monier's got him played in here. That's a freebie, and now there's problem.
Arre
Martin, he's caught him. He just got a grip on him at the end there. Because there was a win.
Narrate बोलते, narrate है बे, narrate है.
Carmine Core are in the server. We might actually have a game on our hands. I want this to go to the distance.
Map 3.
I want it to be a damn good map 3.
I think we definitely do, Lauren. I mean, Narrate and Martin, the two to really step up, stretch their legs on this map too. And like I said, if you're KC, you've got to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, let's find out how this goes. Map 3 unlocked and on the horizon.
पापा एलिमिनेटर है अभी जो हारा वो घर पे. यो भाई PRX का और जर्नी बहुत खतरनाक है यार. नॉट रेटिंग और माइंड फ्रीक कंसिस्टेंट अंडर परफेक्ट. भाई उसको बहुत कुछ सैक्रिफाइस करना पड़ता है. कल ही बोला एलेक्स ने. सारे गाना बजाओ. गांड तो लगी गई है. भाई कल से कैसे स्पेनिश गाना सुने अपन. मूड है. ऐसा ना गलत म्यूजिक है मेरा था. क्या सैक्रिफाइस भैया उसका रोल सब कुछ भाई. उसको बहुत जल्दी अडेप्ट करना पड़ रहा है दूसरे चीजों के लिए. सेक्सी गाना. ये गाने पे कॉपीराइट मिलता है क्या? ऑब्वियसली कॉपीराइट से रेवेन्यू उनके पास आता है. भाई एसेंट PRX का स्ट्रॉन्ग तो है. हाँ 15K पे गिफ्टेड करो. 20K पे 150 गिफ्टेड. कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा लेकिन अच्छा लग रहा है हाँ बे उसमें PRX रहनी चाहिए भाई चाहिए में ये बे दोनों पैसिफिक टीम्स फाइनल्स में क्या ये लोग 3-4 ट्वीट से क्यों दिखा रहे हैं हैशटैग VCT डाल के वो ट्वीट नहीं कर रहे क्या सीन है
Carmine Core managed to bring it back 13-6, and it felt like PRX were all out of sorts because Carmine Core just put them in their place. Now we get ready for a map 3, and we'll see what both of these teams opt to bring out. As this is it, do or die now, right? It's now BO1. No, nothing. You got to forget about game 1. You got to forget about game 2. It's all about what's ahead. Of course, Golden Boy Hero, Mimi, and Kukuka. And I mean, just this game has just been like so topsy turvy.
मेरे को लग रहा है रे पिस्तौल ऑन केसी जीतेगा डर का माहौल बनने वाला है
Definitely a recovery from what happened on the first match. Again, on the first map, sorry. Again, we see the KC that is very good.
नरेट के क्लच के बाद शटडाउन ही हो गए बे
Also, more specifically, understanding of how to break this composition that has so many holes. You're playing on a map that has 3 sides with no sentinel. You don't even have a Viper, right? You're playing that double duelist with double controller, but it's Omen and Astra. There was a lot of things that were lacking on that defensive side. The PRX could only surpass by doing one thing, and is being aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like that fundamentally a lot of the issues with PRX come back to this composition. And in particular, I think that Carmine Core called a really excellent defensive side around it. They were playing these really passive style, letting
हाँ बे वाइपर होता तो भी चलता था ओमेन वाइपर अच्छा है ज़्यादा
and setting up and playing these beautiful set retakes. And most of the time, honestly, PRX, they're not the most disciplined team. They're going to be fighting forward, they're going to be taking risks into you, and Carmine Core was capitalizing off of that, and then fighting back in and winning these rounds. Even the last 2 of the half, throwing in some forward aggression to spice things up. I thought this was a beautiful set of calls from Magnum, and I mean, yeah, just look at it. When you have this comp, you just don't have the util to fight back through against these really impressive retakes. And I mean, the poor guy didn't even know he had no bullets there.
I think there's also the heat of the moment, right? He's pushing with the operator, he's pushing with his ultimate. He gets the kill and he's like, okay, I have my shorty, let me get a kill with this. Shoots onto the other gun, and it's not until the smoke is there.
To me, for me, I got pulled into the allure of PRX. These last 2 maps we've watched of them. Last night on Split, this first map as well. These guys are so good. They can run around, they can play any comp, they can kill anyone. They're the best team in the world. And then you remember that they play double duelist, no sentinel, no Viper on Lotus, and they're playing one of the best Lotus teams in the world. And it kind of brings you back down to earth a little bit, right? Because for all of the you get shot, you die, sometimes you get outcalled and you pick a comp that is outclassed by your opponent.
I would love to ask them what made them make
Perfect
this
बोल
last
रही है
moment
perfect क्या बोलते
change,
हैं
right? The going and swapping things around
बराबर
a little bit
बोली
of this
वो
map, and actually taking it
क्या
this
बोली?
direction out of all
वही
the
जो बोल
directions
रही
that
है
it
ना
could have
वो
gone. Why this one?
Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed like the direction that they were going in was straight into the
Ascent.
to the gun.
ये गलत
to the
बोल रहा
bullets of Narrate, honestly.
Directly into Ascent.
And directly to Ascent. But let's talk about Narrate. Young man is going up on that stage right now and really lighting it up. He's currently top fragging in the server across both games right at this current time, and that is what is expected out of this star player.
This guy's been so good. Remember the NA Tier 2
पूरा
star showing up to a
VCT
meal,
बाप
winning
खेला
there,
गया
and honestly, he's been so good at the international as well. In map 1, playing the Raze, following up off of his teammates Yorwalds, and here as well.
भाई इसका अलग फैन बेस है भाई
ruining
हाँ
Alex's day.
भाई
Some of
सबसे
these
ज़्यादा
clutches.
पॉपुलर है वो 4 सेकंड के बाद
Because it's just Narrate playing with such an important and key part. The information deafening their opponents, and Alex just losing it every single round. There were some rounds the PRX were winning.
लेकिन बात करने को एकदम बाप इंसान है पता है
This was not the way. This was
एकदम
not what I thought.
जेन्युइन स्वीट बंदा और टू द पॉइंट बात करेगा
That happened. It is over. It is
बहुत
surprising that it has
मस्ती
been
फन
this
वाला बंदा है
one-sided, and I would say both maps have been this one-sided, and still the scores do not resemble it as good. But then in Ascent, I feel
Ascent
like we
strong
also
तो
have
है
bigger questions for both of these teams, right? Because Casey only played it once during the kickoff, and it was a very funky composition, very much in the PRX style.
Yes.
That doesn't really suit them, right? So the question is,
अगर एलेक्स मुंबई सर्वर के लिए तो पीसी तोड़ देगा.
What composition are we going to see?
Boot
Let's
camp
see
ही
it.
तोड़ेगा
Do
पूरा.
they continue with the crazy comp we saw, or do they go to normalcy? No, something different. They're playing
भाई क्या है ये?
In Tier 2 NA, M80 nearly won Ascension.
Monye
Playing this comp. It is
solo
a very strong
duelist.
composition built off these util combos, and if you're a team not expecting it, it's honestly really hard to play against. Very aggressive, extremity reclears on defense, and very, very strong retakes.
Yeah, exactly. Look at it. The Omen, the Bridge, the KO, so much utility. Even Tomasi, right? Everything to help Martin
भाई
in this
KO,
situation. Now,
Fade
we
और
know what he
Breach
can do in all
3
of this, and
initiator.
for me,
KC
this
के
one
पास
for them is a new frontier. As I'm saying, no
3
Sentinel for either
initiator.
of these teams. Yes, PaperX has that Viper.
Well,
Bro.
it's been a comeback already for Common Core on this second map. The squad who impressed everyone in
लग
EMEA
गए.
has made it this
मेरे
far.
हिसाब से
Now they're in an
PRX के
elimination
लग
game.
गए.
It's either them or PaperX for that last spot in the final, in the playoffs.
Darn right, Mimi. It's do
PRX
or
क्योंकि
die.
रीटेक के लिए
Let's
बहुत
see
खेलती
how
है
the chips fall
और ये लोग
here
ये
and
रीटेक
who's
को
gonna
रोक
be
सकते
sent
हैं.
home. Let's send it back over to Hyde
इतना
Pod.
यूटिल्स है इनके पास.
Yeah, the final map of the series coming up between these two.
Bait
Only
क्या?
one can carry
Bait
on
क्या
forward,
बड़े
of
बने?
course, it being the final entire map and match itself, which
कहाँ
feels
से शुरू
ridiculous
करा
that we could be
cameraman?
losing one of these two. Such high hopes for Carmine Core coming into this, and PaperX almost just a legacy team.
Yeah,
at this point.
the seasoned veterans really of this matchup here. Carmine Core definitely looking for their first big
भाई
international scout
5
to really
blind
play.
है बे KC के पास.
And what an accolade
5.
it will be
Oh yeah.
to come out on top in an elimination game.
केसी का एसेंट पे विन रेट क्या है?
PRX starting off slow here.
ज़्यादा नहीं
Prowler,
है. एक ही गेम खेला और लोग के साथ.
well identified
Officially.
presence here. Again, really eyes on Magnum to be that mid-round
भाई
swing
सब लोग
for
आ
KC
चुके
in
हैं.
this composition.
And
yeah,
look
the
at
fault
that
line's
pinch.
perfect.
But still, they get damage done, to be fair, but it feels like they were able to at least keep some alive. That looked almost like a death wish going through. Sight looking at least able to have a plant towards it, but the pop flash through smoke
कोई
was
तो
so
मदद
good.
करो उसको.
Lovely work from Narrate there. There's just one left alive. Paint shell could be good, actually. Gonna leave him scrambling. Yeah, there's opportunity. But the one player who's not affected is really Shin. All eyes. Oh, perfect. Come on, you got to get a Shove it.
Oh.
I believed for a moment there with the HP
Chance
being
था.
lower, a chance beckoned. Wasn't to be. Carmine Core going to get the first here.
The problem is with this composition, KC have so many opportunities
मस्ती
to
मस्ती में
re-engage.
अनप्रेडिक्टेबल ना हो जाए केसी जीत ना
Catch
जाए.
PaperX off
KC
guard.
एक्चुअल में जीत
Round
सकता
one
है.
definitely already an indication of that. PaperX got to have their wits about them. Like you said, in that chaos, able to get a trade back, but so there's just a ton of utility to work with here.
KC जीत गए शायद से बे. वो लोग कॉम बहुत सेक्सी है भाई.
Might be a little bit of an exchange here towards A main. It's orb retrieved here. Monnier. He's back on the raise again and questions about just how turbulent some of these composition changes are.
It must be brutal as a player to be kind
मैं
of.
इनका वाला है मोने का रेस अच्छा है लेकिन जो स्पेस
again,
Corsair या समथिंग क्रिएट करता है ना भले मरेगा.
highlight credit to his
मोने वैसा वाला स्पेस
capability,
नहीं करता.
but map 2, I mean, wasn't exactly the headline star, but they've actually got themselves a site here.
Look where Monnier's got himself into as well. Tucked into market.
Still waiting.
Tomasi. Good timing on the reveal here. Gonna have his hands full. Gotta be
He's gotta
careful.
Yeah. Did he hear anything as he considered it?
उसने सुना है शायद.
I think he's very aware. No naughtiness here.
Spike planted.
Now, all of the PaperX players are going to be locked on that site.
Here.
Any kit, one paranoia. Oh, no uncertainty about that. Forsaken falls.
सब क्लियर करेंगे. 3 इनिशिएटर बोलते.
Not off the back of that utility either. Yeah, just
गयो.
outgunned, overwhelmed, 5 alive.
Well guys, very sorry but PRX is ouch.
And tough for Monnier, really
And
gets himself
KC
into
wins.
a very dangerous position here, but weaponry and well played by Tomasi to back up, concede once again, which has been the
KC
approach
wins,
time
bro.
and time again for Carmine Core. Allow this PaperX play style to really
Nah.
fizzle out.
Triple initiator is too much.
हर कोने का info ले सकते हैं retake.
Looking clinical on the retake. I'll throw some weapons in the mix now. Rifles for PRX. See what they can get done. Proactivity potentially here from KC. Confirmation on the other side now. Martin.
Oh bhai.
Mazzy unchecked though.
उसने clear ही नहीं किया.
To consider it, surely, right? I feel like they're not going to continue on that pathing, but a little bit of a glance there from Martin. Not going to see anything, so kind of freeze him up in position, right? Store comes in towards short,
ये भी clear नहीं हुआ.
ये भी clear नहीं हुआ. More than one player here.
ये भी वापस clear नहीं हुआ.
Players in the corner, but it doesn't matter. Top middle is the end goal, and Martin's waiting. They actually outdo him there. A nice opportunity, but it closes, and Shin just going to try and play forward. Paranoia landed, but
still
nice
thought he had that one. Not the case. PRX. 5 standing, couple of them lower, but it's going to be Tomasi the first to draw blood. Something on the trade out, and now Narrate sweeps his way through middle.
अभी भी निकाल तो सकता है कैसे?
Magnum, if he can win out here, but traded by Forsaken.
भाई अलग-अलग खेल रहे.
He finds himself in a 1v2. Forsaken tagged
1v1 chances है Narrate के पास.
Narrate's been good. He's been very good at Forsaken.
Baga.
Respect
Look at the respect being shown, yeah.
No one's on stairs or close by. Considers main now, considers lane. He's going through all those options. Just a flash to try and get across there. But Forsaken, I think, was unaffected by it. So just sits fine, plays patient. And
अब होगा असली टेस्ट PRX का ये वाली राउंड. ये राउंड आ रहा 4-1 और इसके बाद इतनी अल्टीज आएंगी ना, इतनी ये ट्रेन नहीं रुकने वाली.
I guess some of this utility invested towards short. They know it's a fake.
हर राउंड किसी ना किसी इनिशिएटर पे वाइटल अल्ट रहेगा.
हाँ.
Martin looking to potentially get a little aggressive towards mid.
Tomasi. Time to run, and he's quite alone here. Oh, the backup! Perfect timing from Martin, holding them at the door. This is nice from him. Starting to heat up throughout this series, starting to find his footing. These international events looking much better now. Tomasi gets to play back in once that pressure got taken away. 3 in this round. Once a fourth.
GG
for Carmine Core in map 3.
So Magnum really the power player in this composition. Going to apply so much supportive utility to both sides.
Easy comp है बे. वो बहुत.
This position towards spawn and another example already. Martin just really coming into it.
At least जब ये लोग इतना fast जा रहे हैं ना, एक wall चाहिए बे. हर fast जा रहे तो wall डाल दो.
So many 4K moments.
I know this game should provide.
क्रॉसिंग वाला वॉल रहता है ना, वैसा टेढ़ा डालते जहाँ से तुम लोग सीधा साइड घुस सकते हो. वो वाला.
फर्स्ट लेन वाला.
फर्स्ट नहीं. तेरा बेस से सेकंड लेन तक डालने का और सीधा लेफ्ट से निकल जाने का. राइट.
ये लोग मार्केट पे स्पिट विट भी तो नहीं कर रहे, वो आराम से पिक विक लेके चला जा रहा है. वो भी नहीं हो रहा, ट्रेड भी नहीं हो रहा.
स्पिट करेगा कैसा बिना पिक के?
A recurring trend, honestly.
अबे ये PRX करेगा ना, PRX पे तो वो है ना.
अरे पीक करना पड़ेगा ना, पीक में तो मर रहे. वो तो शायद मॉनी नेड भी कर देता पीक लेके, लेकिन पहले पीक में मर गए ना दोनों.
I mean, EMEA, what was it? Was a hard fought overtime versus Vitality with a different composition, yes.
So
definitely not.
ये राउंड स्नोबॉल करने का क्या चांस है पता है? पहले पूरा इन्फो लेगा फेड, उसके इन्फो में रेज अल्टी मारेगा, एक गन पास करेगा, फेड प्लांट करेगा, उसकी अल्टी आ जाएगी, या फिर और लेगा. ऐसा स्नोबॉल कर सकते हैं. फेड और ब्लेक अल्ट मारेगा या फिर समथिंग प्लांट करके अल्ट मारेगा, ऐसा. तो ये राउंड निकालना पॉसिबल तो है.
Really sticking to this fight. Didn't want to back away, but has to be cautious. The sheriffs are out, and that rifle would have been nice possession to bring into the clutches. But slow work in middle and a pop flash to follow. That's what I like to see. Just that tempered aggression every now and then. Throw in a dash of it. Controls mid and Narrate feeling this, confident now, willing to fight and willing to win. 2 big picks. Even
Well-
Mindfreak and Forsaken not really in a position to make much of this. Losing 1 in mid and 2 by AIM main doesn't give you a great deal of
Volume.
forward play here. And Magnum
पहले तुमने बोला।
got it too. It was Shin in the end to actually claim it. He's all assists.
I think ZZ bro.
1v5 with a Bulldog. Looking like it might be another flawless, and it is. Speaking of recurring trends, flawless so far by KC. Barring that one blip.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से any time 4 second या फिर something better regulation.
Ultimate's coming online now for PaperX.
Considering Mindfreak नहीं मार पा रहा है और होने का भी timing का scene हो रहा है.
I mean, the other side, I think Carmine as well. Bladestorm, the null command, something to really shut down a fast
ये wall भी अच्छा walk in करके market जा सकते हैं.
Showstopper a concern in that regard as well.
ये wall है फिर दूसरा opposite वाला wall. दोनों वाला.
And willingness to challenge here. Martin unafraid. Take a little bit of a fight. He does have, of course, Magnum there with him, but it's not just one side of the map, it's both.
Well,
it's dangerous. And now, Monier's got to know there's something over here. What the hell was that? The Paranoia is going to go. Was one of the players ahead of it. I'm waiting to see. Oh my god!
Oh!
Come off him! What is going on? Monier flies through the air! All 3 of them! And the sights!
Bye!
I can't believe it! This guy is
Bye.
just unreal! What a round from him!
मजाक से हटकर.
The null command actually gets popped there. I'm not sure the exact timing. The showstopper went off, right? Did he get an extra boost in midair from the showstopper being shot down?
इसमें सबसे OP था ओमिन का blind. ये देख तीनों blind हुए और उनको कुछ नहीं पता. तीनों blind थे. तीनों.
That is
मोनिया भी था.
हाँ मोनी भी blind था. तीनों blind थे.
Almost like a second satchel.
Yeah.
अरे
That scared me to my core. What a way to nullify that confidence, put him back. Potentially a good position to work forward. Martin just got caught at the end of that. That's going to remove his ability to find impact and maybe paint a little picture of the adjustment he was going for on short.
Something will be rewarded here. And these re-clearances through our main start.
Padi.
30 seconds in here. Like you said, KC happy to post up for these fights. Tom Azzy lucky to get away. Something creeping closer and
ये
closer.
देखना रे ड्रोन को देखो बे.
PaperX almost tempted to take both sides here. Magnum will finally fall.
Full drone बाजी.
Some more space cleared through here for PaperX. Information garnered on the back of that as well.
Oh, nice!
By diff.
ये
कैसे नहीं लगा?
Oh, something falls away. They've opened up a big space here. 3v3. Mindfreak needs to fill that void, and he does it well. What can these players do, though? Shin down low, takes it. Okay, that probably wasn't the plan, but Tomasi
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था ना, इसलिए उसने अल्ट मारा.
PRX keeping 3 alive.
पेड़ अल्ट में सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था ना.
Flawless round.
भाई मैं बोला था ना रे PRX जीतेगा.
Maybe Shin thinking that Tomasi had cut enough audio that he could get away with such a TP. Oh, that's where the first comes onto Magnum.
Obviously that jumping shot.
Oh.
Came straight out of 2021.
भाई KO को कैसे नहीं लगा लेकिन?
Wrong agent. But something still making it work.
Look at him. Cute.
कैसे जीतेगा? ठीक है, कैसे
right back in.
ठीक है. भाई हर बार मेरे को ही जिताना पड़ रहा है PRX को यार.
And again, if you watch the regular season so far, at least kickoff, you would know that if there's a call coming that you didn't like from Magnum potential, they made a choice before, didn't quite like the direction they were leaning in, he'd happily try and chime in and offer his opinion instead, and Eng is one of those respected, but it does seem as though it's mostly the players having a chat. Eng's very quiet in this. Yeah, mostly coming out from Magnum there.
Magnum leading the discussion.
And
awareness shown here from PaperX, the way something's creeping up in here to try and isolate Magnum all the way in spawn. You see they're trying to rectify
I'm
the
on
issue.
TV.
I guess negate some of that mid-round power that they have with this composition.
Well, you noted those 6 assists earlier. He hasn't had one since.
Yeah.
So he's losing a little bit of that efficiency in these rounds in comparison to the start, where he felt almost omnipresent, right? Like everywhere he went, he was finding value. So interesting to see that dynamic shift there.
अभी भी ऑफ लेके खेल रहा है.
Approaches for PaperX again. Spike not committed, so makes me feel as if it's going to be a slow approach here.
अलग ही बंदा है.
Put this operator into the mix. Oh well, say that. Monye's all the way up short now. Boombot will go in, but won't spot Narrate. Swing will.
Short be. I take my words back.
Completely off guard by this aggression.
Money, I love you, मेरी जान के टोटे. I take my words back.
वही words रख तभी मार रहा है वो.
I just invested that, so you're going to be off with the timing level, maybe feeling a false sense of security as PaperX are just around that corner. Something clearing as it goes. Worried about CT, but it's ToMaSi close by. That Prowler is very indicative of presence. He knows they're on the way. Bailout! Martin going to find the mid presence. Monye falls. ToMaSi didn't get that timing right. Divide already over towards lane, and the site will be waving PaperX's banner as the plant's going to come in uncontested here.
Still got somebody disconnected as well. A couple more players.
उनको पता है market कोई नहीं है.
Posting up here. Martin to find another pick.
This guy's on it. Gonna lean on in, he needs help. Oh, I thought he had that. I thought he might have had it. Forsaken's trying to hit up though in a 1v1. Forsaken up against Magnum. Forsaken's read him. He's ahead.
Forsaken bolte.
Gonna bring that scoreline right back up.
Guys, abhi मैं करूँ support please.
They had maybe this map on wrap, but it's absolutely not the case. 3 in a row now. Hard to handle the aggression from Monye coming out. The rest of the team starting to heat up. We're seeing PaperX find their footing.
Couple of crucial kills from Martin here.
Support क्यों करेगा? तेरे को पता है तो क्या हरकतें हो रही हैं? क्षेत्रद्रोही है क्या?
भाई क्या powers है यार?
Right on the way back into that retake.
ऐसा powers का क्या करे?
And it's no difference. Rinse, repeat. This time, Martin reads. Starting to calibrate what's going on in these rounds. Starting to assess what they're up against.
पागल हो गए क्या?
It's not just one attempt.
7 million जाएगा तो 7 million.
Not this time.
देख लो guys.
Shin now left wondering, do I swing it, do I wait? But the Prowler goes past, but Device still checks. Just such good heads up work. Narrate can only do so much.
बोला था ना कैसे जीतेगा.
Numbers, Mike, they break through on short again.
I don't know if something thinks he picked up the spike here, but
he hasn't.
Well, no, the TP comes through regardless. Mind Freak find the killing blow. PaperX their 5th. See, putting Martin
यार मैं सच्ची यार माम्बा मेरा
favorite है.
मैं चाहता हूँ माम्बा खुश रहे.
Counterbalance that early round aggression, but PaperX
ये
able to
साल
follow through.
गर्लफ्रेंड मिल जाएगी माम्बा दर.
ओ भोसड़ी क्या अभी realize किया मैंने.
Curious sort of adjustment we'll see from KC whether or not they start following through with some of this utility at the start of the round, denying some of this space because.
Please not PRX power refill हो गई है. Excuse me.
Relying on some sort of indicator.
जीत गया बे केसी जीत गया.
Relying on PaperX to show presence first.
Martin by one tap मारे.
Reactive based on Magnum's utility.
This looks good, yeah. But it sweeps past Narrate. The site's theirs. Lots more present on towards short.
कहाँ जाना कहाँ जाना
समझ में आ रहा है क्या हो रहा है?
जाना कहाँ जाते हैं मोने भाई?
Be that safety net put into place. Plant's now down, and already in a 5v4, this is difficult to play back into.
What Martin's found that
भाई भाई powers खत्म मेरे.
Numbers advantage now.
Absorbing all issues from
ये क्या है?
What do you think you're doing? And Shin is there, converting on towards Mind Freak. Where is this final player? Forsaken. They flood him.
तेरे भाई इसकी powers खत्म है भाई सारी तेरी सारी बातें मेरे को सही लग रही है.
बोल भाई बोल कैसी जीतेगा भाई.
PaperX converts a Mastercard.
Martin को मैंने one tap मारने बोला था उसने 3 tap मारा technically.
It felt frenzied from something to jump back into that.
I mean, he's back on another one of those jump peaks.
भाई 1 2
3 एक मारने बोला था 3 मारा उसने.
Position is not considered, but strength in numbers here for KC on the back of Martin's heroics.
मेरे को लग रही है 7-5 for
Martin was one of the missing
KC.
pieces of the KC
7-5.
puzzle in some of their weaker games. If he had an off game, it wasn't quite feeling the same, but he's starting to
तेरा क्या prediction?
spark a little here.
तुम्हें 7-5 लग रहा है?
But again, that was a round in a drought. Shin's got to evacuate. Early utility going to force that open engagement. And Martin waiting. This guy's been on it. Does he get another chance here? He can't stick around too long. Does have to finally relinquish.
कहाँ जा रहे हो?
समझ नहीं आ रहा इन लोगों के पास किस हिसाब से 2 कंट्रोलर है बे? Heaven open छोड़ा हुआ था.
Reveals going through, but it's actually narrate to find the spam. The null command's popped as well.
This is just
Spike's
such
not down
a
yet.
bloody battle. Both sides just taking chunks out of each other. It's only Mind Freak left alive, and you're right. There was no plant. He doesn't even have the time on his side. He's looking for a fair fight, and he's not going to get too many of them. That opportunity probably just slipping away with Magnum now getting support and Martin.
इन लोगों पर 2 कंट्रोलर है और साइड में घुसते वक्त हेवन ओपन है.
KC back in the lead now.
अबे PRX
got the pit there.
PRX घुस रहा है, हेवन ओपन है, कोई स्मोक नहीं, कुछ नहीं.
Obviously once that pick
नहीं, ये लोग ने हेवन से दूर भगा दिया ना ऑलरेडी एक तो.
अरे वो तो बस पिट किया था लेकिन भाई
नहीं पहला गेको ब्लाइंड किया.
Again, the doors removed so quickly that
गेको ब्लाइंड किया, स्पिट किया, फिर वो लोग मार्क करते. हेवन.
Let's go. Come on.
हाँ.
Let's go. Nice shit.
Nice stuff.
हेवन से मरा भी नहीं था कोई.
Clawed their way back in.
एलेक्स का एक ही क्लिप रिकॉर्ड कर लिया है इन लोगों ने.
Weaponry available for PRX. Do have the pit as mentioned, but no other tools.
What a close affair, but Martin could get his opportunity to shine again.
E problem है.
Middle here.
6 all.
Here. I think noting presence. There is late pressure towards A main potentially as well. This is hard to read. Hard to gamble on.
तूने नोटिस किया मामा ने भी बोला लास्ट
Doesn't look like it just yet. It might be Tomasi.
हाँ क्या?
Again, how do you read this? You've noted a lot now towards that B side of the map.
नहीं हो सकता है,
हो सकता है powers गए रहेंगे.
Tomasi committed towards this angle once again on B. Happy to throw him up for the slaughter and timing this time. Not sure if the rotation will come through. Still KC sticking to a 3-man hold on A site. I mean, Tomasi just needs to one and done really is enough for him.
Yeah.
This situation.
He can get the help from the TP, right? That's not too surprising.
30 seconds left.
But can he get any help on the cross? Look at the spike. Look what the spike's
Not a lot of time for this.
No,
I mean, they have players on site, so they know that the plant's not coming on B. If somebody can get across the A site and deny,
उसने गलत टाइमिंग हो गया वे
नरेट के पास.
Yeah, Magnum, this is it. That stall.
That is huge. Absolutely ridiculous. And because nothing else has really gone on in this round, Magnum has everything to close the door on short. PRX getting lost in the clock here.
अबे तुम देखो ना बे.
I thought KC were potentially going to be
हम लोग
behind
रैंक
this.
गेम्स में जब अच्छा देखो कितने बाद में इसने बबला उठाया अपना.
But it's absolutely beautiful.
Bubbles.
That's dreamy for Magnum there, isn't it?
ये लोग देखो ना 2 कंट्रोलर
So they
होके भी
keep
हमेशा
the lead on the half. 7-5. It's a close affair. It's what we wanted.
अभी मैं सपोर्ट कर
for
देता हूँ.
map
मेरा
3
जिंक्स खत्म
between
हो
these
गया.
two.
समझ
We'll
रहे
be back in just a second.
PRX जीतेगी. पिस्तौल. PRX.
Hello guys, I'm
back.
Aaron, known as Mind Freak in game, and I play for Team PRX. Yeah, so basically, I think Monyet took it personally.
मैच का नहीं.
or
मेरा
maybe like
powers
this is the first time he
powers
can
है लेकिन वो
stop
कभी
it
उसकी
off
बैटरी
his
खत्म होती है
maybe
मालूम
like
नहीं
he took
पड़ता.
it personally.
प्रॉब्लम
So
उधर है.
basically, every time we won a round in split on the third map,
अचानक
and
से
he's streaming or whatever stuff.
पावर खत्म हो गया और टच हो गया ना तो लौड़े लग सकते हैं.
Ended yet, so yeah. I mean, it's part of the game. I mean, he tried his best to take us down, but
एक बंदे ने मेरे को 3000 दिया था पता जिंक्स करने को.
like smiling at him.
Players, plenty of them.
बोला था बोल मेरा बिजनेस डूबेगा.
Heads could pop and heads could come.
उसका बिजनेस चल पड़ा.
Still watching and damage. Low enough. One shot in the chamber. Monier sends it.
The bottom line was we just not perform last year. We had this conversation like yesterday or 2 days ago. That's why
Fan attack is not bad. It is very bad because they have
because
3
for
initiates.
second play race.
3.
Monyet said that he doesn't comfortable playing race in split. So yeah, I think we definitely improve like a bit because now I think everyone playing there are comfortable role, and I feel like it's a good match because maybe people trying to underestimate us, but in the end of the day we take the W.
This is the final map I was hoping for, Mike. I want a game from both of these where we see the best of their capabilities. Carmichael picking up afterwards, a little bit of an issue there, tipping the scales right back in their hands, but PRX still feisty, still fired up. This is an elimination game. Only one of these two teams will carry on forward. So everything has to come out in this half. This is the final half of play, unless we get OT.
Now KC look to apply composition in the second half here. Martin is revealed here. Well, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. I don't think anybody else was spotted. Only him marked.
They're waiting for the push.
We're going to force a rotation early on. We'll draw out a smoke on A main. Looking to shoulder that. A bit of a
लेकिन वो लोग बस कंट्रोल अभी भी है एमेन कंट्रोल है वो लोग के पास
60 seconds
जब तक एक चीज का कंट्रोल है तब तक प्रॉब्लम नहीं है
drift towards what looks like a B site
प्रॉब्लम ये है अभी जो एक साथ यूटिल डंप होने वाला है ये लो ब्लाइंड रोलर
front part of sight. C's did come in, didn't connect. Right then going to try and reveal who's towards the back of the side itself, and he's going to get one, so they don't quite know about who is it. It's Forsaken. Yeah, that's a surprise. They didn't get the information on. Great trade for Narrate. Really playing with the push and pull of the round, and the support here. Martin's trying to clear back in, spike back in hand, but for 25 seconds, where are you going to go?
I mean, this is exactly the same amount of time that was left on the clock for PRX to make the same rotation in the last round of the first half. Martin tagged up down to 51, shit at 74, but they might just get the plant ahead of Mindfreak here.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to get the plant down. Mindfreak close, but not close enough. 40 HP, but he's here. He's going to spot Martin. And now has to peel away for a second. I think right choice to wait for something to get close enough.
वो लोग दोनों heaven लड़ने वाले
शायद. Some of the picks they get
हो सकता है एक
potentially.
लड़के करके.
I think that door got shut. What do we do about it now? Spamming out towards CT.
Oh,
the
दोनों
door
का
going down. Shin turns his attention, spots him. Sharp, clean work. Carmichael starting off the second half here. The bang.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया बेहतरीन.
Enough damage done.
बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया.
To make something, and Mindfreak's chances of closing this out.
बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया यार.
Just flipping this back in their favor. A little too difficult.
मतलब ये लोग तो B side को choke कर देंगे जो भी hold करेगा.
वो एक back side पे कितना सब आया है.
PRX starting off the second half
फिर भी वो जिंदा
explosively.
रहा, मारा भी उसने.
Always got to be the consideration for them. To win this one out in the end. We'll switch up here just to
nice के बाद
information gather towards mid and outside B main, but nothing
मैं
confirmed
चलता हूँ
just yet.
भाई जीत गया
A
वेकेसी.
site wide open though.
प्रॉब्लम है कि ये लोग रीटेक भी कंफर्टेबल नहीं कर सकते. भाई रीटेक कर दिया, सप्रेस कर दिया, लग गए. रीटेक करते हो, ब्रिज स्टन कर दिया, लग गए.
Pretty much cleared everything else, so they should be pretty heads up that short was the only pressure point. But a late plant has allowed for rotation to come in. They've got it down now. PRX make anything of this. The two sheriffs I'm keeping my eyes on with Mindfreak and Dubai. They're going to get themselves into that smoke. They've at least crossed that first threshold and tap the spike reveals the position. No chance to really close down on the two players in hell. So Divide, the only one to draw blood. Mindfreak now. Last one to try and pull something across the line. But not getting much play. Yeah, this is looking done for. Yeah, cool. Carmichael. Convert the second.
Into the third round as well. Decent inventory. Couple of rifles on the board. Martin going to be the one to lead the charge here. Threw away from the Blade Storm as well, so good early progress. PRX need to answer back.
कोई Sentinel by नहीं खेलता? नहीं अलग अलग
early response from them. KC already knocking on the door of double digits. It might be
अगर
exactly the same
Sentinel के
setup
जगह पे
here.
वाइपर खेल रहे हो वो भी चलेगा. जो साइड पे खेलता है.
Now Do
तो
PaperX
उस
look
वे
to
में
explore outside B main? I
प्रॉब्लम
mean,
नहीं
with
है,
the
लेकिन
Odin,
उनके पास
you
काउंटर है
imagine not.
क्लियर
Hands of
कट
Forsaken.
3 इनिशिएटर
A 3-man stack towards A site behind this Viper wall. But Mindfreak suppressed actually. Martin looking to close the gap as well.
Well, that's a little uncomfortable there. Yeah, just about kind of evading detection on the other side of it. But Monye going to be feeling that scrutiny on the side, though. Playing behind Dice, he's got to be careful that they couldn't creep up towards Gen, but...
Look at this, though. KC getting very aggressive towards short here.
On the other side, though, that flash looking very good there. There's the retake towards short. Monye turns attention and keeps his life. Mindfreak keeping him
by
safe.
sexy blind, by sexy blind
Very
something.
unorthodox pressure, very well.
Yeah, felt very comfortable for PaperX to
Sexy
back up
blind.
here. KC making the right noises, getting aggressive
एक
towards
भी
short,
बंदा
pushing
B
all the
लग
way
कर रहा
through
रहता
tree,
तो ना
but
लग गए थे
unable to convert that. I think it's a crucial
ये
kill here.
casual
for
था,
Monya.
Shin.
Yeah, Shin TP in the open. Sure, we thought he was going to get across the line there, but
Nice, boys. Let's go, boys. We are back, one back.
a little bit of a slip up.
Last में क्या बोला?
We are back, we are back.
It's a good opportunity, though, and if you're PaperX, you'll take it with both hands. A lot of the earlier round, gotta say, Carmine have been having their way, really, though.
कैसे
There
जीतेगा,
hasn't been
कैसे
much
जीतेगा?
play back in.
तो
Now
इसके
starting
aim
maybe
कुछ
a
तो हो
little
गया
less
है.
towards A
काउंटर
main.
हो रहे हो लोग काउंटर.
And just jump spotting towards middle. Be something. It does look like a 3-2
ये
split
लेवल
again
पे
towards the
दूसरे
safe
के
side.
aim में
Different
जाके
main,
मारना
but
बहुत
divide
tough होता
towards
है.
wine, you're going to have a little bit of an adjusted setup here, but the close down going to try and come in. Martin gets dealt with, quelled and slowed down, and Monye not really backing away either. Still keeping them both in their place, and Mindfreak
भाई
just
अच्छा रुका के रखा रे
demolishing
मोनिया
them
ने.
short. The
ये थोड़ा
spots
ज़्यादा हो
here.
गया लेकिन
They're
अच्छा
down
रुका
two
के
and they know
रखा.
where both of them are.
The Magnum and Shin left to try and recover this now.
अच्छा रुका
Ton
के
of
रखा
damage
मोनिया ने.
done. Still 4 standing for PaperX.
बैटरी चार्ज हो गई मेरी, बैटरी चार्ज हो गई.
Elsewhere on the map, but
कैसे जीतेगा, बैटरी चार्ज हो गई.
He actually might
oh, they might just find something. Yeah, he's already made his way across towards B. Shin spotted here with the jump peek as well. PaperX looking very, very well coordinated here in the second half, Lauren.
Bye-bye. He found him. Not in the way he wanted, I'm sure, but Shin now forced to save. There's no good outcome for him in that scenario. But yeah, this is looking different now. PaperX starting to get a little bit more of a read, it feels like, a little bit more comfort here. So his first couple of rounds, it was rather uncomfortable viewing. PaperX closing the gap here.
Oh, half check किया. नहीं
Keeping
हंट
the
करेंगे
rifle in
अभी.
hand, 5 more seconds. He'll get out with what he came in with, 7. Oh dear. Oh dear, don't go that side. Something's there, Shin. Keeps it, but that was getting a little scary as well. 9-7, Mike. We've had 2 now consecutive rounds. That has forced Carmine.
Eco करेंगे ना ये लोग?
I think PaperX will have the upper hand in terms of these first ultimates coming online as well, but another example of a very comfortable hold on A side here, particularly towards short, where the focal point seems to be for Carmine Court. There's Monye on the other side of this as well to counterbalance that, shutting down A main.
क्या ये लोग जेट नाइफ में कुछ तूफानी कर सकती है?
They just can't dislodge him.
No.
Is the question.
And the way he was able to offset the timing with that was just fantastic. What you'd be after. Now this time you can see Aang being far more involved. Last round it was Magnum being far more vocal. This time Aang is getting involved here, which again, if
कोई भी?
Official.
Ascension.
गए थे ना बैंकॉक.
Ascension. तो लेकिन वो T2 है.
अच्छा T2 है.
Ascension is basically सारे teams जो लोग वहाँ पे नहीं है, वो लोग सब लोग मिलके खेलते हैं और फिर एक जो जीतता है उनको स्लॉट मिलता है वहाँ पे खेलने का. ऐसा
तो ऐसा रहता है क्या राइट वालों का कि मतलब वो जो सीसीज होते हैं उनका गेम प्ले देख के उसके हिसाब से बुलाया जाता है इवेंट में, जिस लेवल का गेम प्ले उस लेवल के इवेंट में ऐसा
said the advantage in that regard.
Right there.
switch up this time. Gonna see.
बोल भी नहीं सकता कि मेरे साथ T1 था.
At the very start, still trying to sort Forsaken here. Early utility, that's a problem. Martin just about gets in front of it and tries to keep his head down, not to be connected on. And that's a lot of information, and that's, again, no damage. Ooh, what? He just slingshot over it. This is ridiculous. Something's still alive, but he's nervous, and you know why? He's just seen a whole lot of players coming towards his site. Has his ult, has Monnier, and he's just popped his ult as well.
Spike's down on lane.
Oh god, that's a problem. Devi's gonna at least isolate that final man from Massey. They have no idea where he is. Hello? Turn around! Tomasi doesn't need to overcook this. He gets out of the way of the paint shell. And now a fair 1v1.
He's got his reveal back as well.
This is everything. You can see Monnier tries to evade it, tries to keep undetected. Tomasi so close to the corner. He's got him. Paper X, another step closer.
Right down to the wire
though.
Tomasi slipping the net.
Oh, convergence bhi to tha. How can you forget that?
And it's perfect timing here. Monnier, 2 ridiculous kills to stop this pressure flooding all the way down lane towards site, bailing something out.
Convergence कौन सा था?
अभी जो हुआ था.
जो bleed और ये लोग आए थे, लेकिन वो भी मतलब ऐसा
Paper
वो
X
लेवल
bring
का
it
इवेंट
within
नहीं
one
था.
now.
हाँ भाई.
Carmichael back on a purchase.
अरे नहीं मतलब ये
previous, you got to say the advantage now lies with them in terms of the ultimates. Something on an operator.
या तो जिंक्स कर रहा है ना भी.
अरे मैं कह रहा हूँ बोलो
A lot of this space over towards B.
Hopefully आपका भी 7 million हो जाए. Love you.
I guess with the operator showing his hand early on, they feel like maybe something's rotated elsewhere.
Mortal क्या कहना चाहता है?
KC will stack up
क्या
outside B
सब
side.
मॉडल जितना ग्रो हो जाए वो कहना चाहता हूँ. प्रॉब्लम है?
So the C's actually landed there.
Yeah, that's really lucky timing to slow this down. And the follow-up, especially on the rate of all players, is so fortunate. Something going to smoke or get smoked off on the cross.
भाई 4 second भाई तो
Something
4 second भाई.
But now the counter-strike back. They start flooding back, winning these fights. Paper X, they go and try and make the most of it. That was so good to Massey. Invest in the ult, but the flank. Look at Monnier. Getting a step or two closer, but the eyes are turned to Massey. The penny dropped. The plant's in, but doesn't consider it. There's the swing. Oh, it's exceptional from Massey. And something will be surely forced to save here.
Wow.
Surely.
He's going back in for
4
this.
seconds जैसा hold
Feeling
किया है
confident, down to
यार.
500 credits. Not an awful lot left in the bank. Not revealed up. We're going to try and find the kill onto Tomasi. No, thinks better of it now. What a ridiculous opener from Forsaken though.
4 seconds बाप
And even with all of that success, still KC steady the ship and find themselves double digits here on map 3. I've got to see that again from Forsaken's POV.
Yeah. I want to see the whole round again. Just it felt so.
The C's lands it, it completely takes the punch out of this execution. He then shuts down the rate.
Who had his ult, by the way, going at that point. Here we go.
अकेले ने बहुत कुछ किया बे.
Counter ult comes out, and he ready.
भाई क्या reaction है भीम shoot. क्या reaction है बे मामा.
Purchases that you just like wow.
Maybe. Tomasi out of round 2.
Yeah.
That kind of pressure he brought over towards market, taking that space away.
मोने को इधर मारना ही था पता है.
So valuable there. That's unlocked 10 on the board for Casey. Double digits is huge.
पैसे नहीं है. 11-8.
Got to start firing up here. This is tournament life. This is everything. And that's what they needed. Monnier gives them 2. Backs away. That's not even. That's Narrate gone again. That's with a stinger. Yeah, they get the sight, but
we talked about him being completely unfazed previously. Tomasi though, turn this back on his head.
Vengeance served, but still tipped again in the favor of
भाई मैं XGF is lucky for PRX उसने बोला है जीता. XGF से अभी भी बात
get a rifle as well. That's in play.
जिगर तो है तेरे में. जिगर भाई.
Got to start moving here. Magnum turns his attention. That could be an issue. That could be an opening. Forsaken didn't note it. Oh, Magnum! Is there
Mind freak. Finger बोलते.
Can he evade the stun? Mind Freak gets the upgrade, gets the rifle, and now they get this extended 1v1. It's not what he wanted there, but Magnum now feeling the pressure. He's closing him down. Ring a rosy, Magnum! It's perfect! Magnum!
उसने गलत स्पिट कैसे मारा?
Example here.
Absolutely ice cold from Magnum. Played to perfection. Mindfreak a little bit of a fumble on the snake bite, but nonetheless.
Caster ने भी बोल दिया.
And all of these rounds just seem to start with big wins for PRX. Big wins.
Forsaken in the last round. You had Monyet this round. How much more can they do?
PRX का कोई ना कोई एक
two at the very start. It's showing that depth of KC.
Give me one. Let's go.
They get pumped up.
This is the
They
final
might have
round.
PRX on the ropes here, but
ये
let's
round
find out.
हारा
Still a good
GG.
purchase to play with this time around for PRX. They've got to make this count. The pressure is quick.
GG.
Narrate off to a good start, but there it is. Forsaken again on the bail.
Oh, nice. By पीछे.
Answers back. Look at what remains now.
Look at
Mindfreak.
अयो मोने का round है. मोने का round है.
Up in spawn. What a switch around of positions.
KC slow things down now. They've
By
equalized
4
the
seconds
head
by
count.
बचाता है.
Desperate to find another piece of information, another scrap sent
उनके
out by
पास बीमिन का
PRX.
भी info नहीं है. किसको भी info नहीं है.
And they're waiting for PRX to walk around the map.
They're waiting for that reaggress.
Yep.
Devi, I mean, he's not actively doing it. He's kind of repositioned towards B because they're putting a lot of faith in Monyet's position. Obviously, short is open, but that's something you'll have to respond to.
I think Tomazi was just calling.
Oh, Devi,
Oh,
Devi,
shit.
Devi! One trade.
चलेगा.
There's still a player on B.
No
Again,
way. No
there's
way.
no way they're
Magnum
मोने के
catches.
पास timing है.
No way he catches top mid here. Yeah.
Yeah, not a chance in
Jar.
hell, Monye. Mindfreak, and another 2K going out from Forsaken. Gonna
ये
keep
जीतना
PRX in
main
touching
था.
distance. KC aren't out
अभी
of the woods just
eco है
yet.
लोग.
Look at that run of rounds.
Eco है अभी.
3 on the trot, the break back through from
ये
KC.
main round था
and an
भाई.
instant correction.
Mainest
How's
of the
money
main
looking
of the
for
main
Carmichael?
fuck sake round.
Look too pretty. I mean, two
By
away from the
4
blade, so
second
an
OP पे.
opportunity potentially, but the tensions rising here on map 3.
अभी भी comedy चल रही है. मोने का हो
Only
गया.
SMGs to work with
मोने
here
का
for
हो गया.
Carmine
मैं
Court.
बोल रहा हूँ. चौधरी खत्म नहीं हो रही.
Definitely.
बच्चों वाली हरकतें. बच्चों वाली.
Oh, nice. Martin off the rip.
Something बोलते ही.
No chance of converting that stinger into the blade storm this round
जीत
now.
सकता है ये round.
Big opportunity for PRX here. Get a clean round.
Tomazi
Keep
को
the
तो
weapons
4
up.
जन ने जो भरा है.
Start taking back that momentum. This is huge. Cross should be catched. Yeah,
Guard.
perfect. Devi, oh,
Guard.
and it's just really nice. No threats this time. Narrate, you got one. But with 18 HP and a stinger and no upgrade close to touch, I think he knows this one is
sound है.
not
मोने
gonna
को
be
sound
around
है.
to make the impact
मोने
in.
को sound है.
Things on the minimap already. Oh,
That's
something's
nice.
going to hear it now.
Lovely.
All right, looking for the round the world.
अभी
Try and find
अभी टाइम आउट हो जाए
kill maybe an
प्यारा
upgrade
सा
elsewhere, but
क्योंकि
This is game
अब
back on Mike.
yeah.
अगर केसी हारा
Ult's coming online.
तो
They've got
PRX
rifles
को
coming
मैच
out.
पॉइंट है
They've got Carmine Court back
और अगर
just
केसी जीता
under the heel,
तो
but
केसी
it's
को मैच
close
पॉइंट है.
by.
सिंपल.
PRX, I guess.
ये राउंड जो जीता उसको मिलेगा एक
Advantage here
हैवी
in terms of the
बिस्किट.
ultimates. Look at the right side of the scoreboard
No
here.
time out लग गया.
Yes, Carmine Court on the brink.
केसी का टाइम आउट खत्म हो गया क्या?
Looks like the pit might actually lock down A main here.
How do they
Cause,
respond?
yeah, cause Carmine Court to reconsider.
और क्यों उठाने
Reconsider
दिया?
plan A in this round.
और क्यों उठाने दिया? ब्लाइंड करके स्पिट मार के रुका सकते थे.
You see something counterbalance this with the operator on short.
केसी जीतेगा बोल. केसी जीतेगा.
चांस ही नहीं लेना चाहते भाई कुछ. उल्टे सीधे शॉट में भी अगर पिल गए तो.
But Monyet just walked middle. What? That was really
नहीं वो
bold
ब्लाइंड में
play
उसने
to
पीक
bring
लिया
out
था
there.
लेकिन रिस्की था ये.
Maybe he felt he had that support from short, but didn't get what he wanted, and that puts a problem towards B.
Yeah, Forsaken's going to have his hands full here.
He has been
By
good for
crossing
two.
है.
He's got the cross. He's giving it up.
Don't turn away.
कहाँ
Back to
God.
business. There it is. Finds Tomasi. That's got to be so revealing. Oh my God. Oh, another one.
Oh!
Perfect. Ult now triggered.
Bye,
Yes,
Taxi.
yes, Magnum.
Taxi.
That's
Sexy.
massive.
Sexy.
Tina.
Taxi.
Down. Everything you would have wanted for them. And now Martin being hunted down. How much resilience can one man have? Not enough. Something reading it well.
केसी
Back on that
जीतेगा.
and it all falling into place.
I can't believe they tied this
जीतेगा.
up.
भाई वो something अगर निकल
11
जाता ना,
apiece now.
वो high mid
In the 11th hour, they do
लग
it.
गए थे।
And Carmine Core rocked in terms of the finances as well.
जो वापस
मोने
लौट
मोने
के
का
आए
पुश
हैं।
अच्छा था, हाई रिस्क हाई रिवॉर्ड वाला पुश था,
Something
गलत
giving
नहीं
up the
था।
cross, coming back to it, catching Shin on the second peak.
हाँ, रोना
Forsaken
चालू हो गया वो लोग
delivering
का।
time and time again as this B-side anchor.
केसी जीतेगा, केसी जीतेगा। लेट्स गो। देख रहे हैं? मेरा जिंक्स ने खत्म कर दिया गेम।
Back down to SMGs, a Bladestorm to work with this time around. PRX don't look like they're letting their foot off the gas at all in terms of aggression. A 4-man probe outside A here to get the orb.
Retake खेल रहे हैं।
But it is an adjustment, right? They're not playing actively on the site right now. They're leaving Mind Freak towards CT. That is the only adjustment we're seeing here. They're allowing this space, maybe having enough faith in this ult. These players are
Narrate.
the timing on that, obscene.
As soon as Narrate popped the ult as well.
Every time he pops his ult, it's just going for Martin. Gonna get one back. Smokes off. Maybe give them a chance on the res here too. This buys time. It's critical. And now, PRX don't have that next springboard. How do they get to the site? This was with Stingers, Spectres, Sheriffson, and ult. Where is that next layer? Here it is. Here it comes. Martin going to be noted. He is in danger. Can he somehow restore? No. Forsaken puts him away. Now on the site. Something on the clear. Mind Freak joins in. PRX.
Time है।
Down to Magnum. Down to Shin.
Time.
Mind Freak again. Martin, but Shin can't do enough. PRX.
Match point.
Put themselves up to 12.
Oh, एक
This
second.
game is ridiculous.
Oh, एक
second. A glimmer of what that 12 like.
They had a
taking
taste.
it away.
A taste. Just a whiff of finding themselves on series point here.
केसी
with
जीतेगा,
PRX
केसी जीतेगा।
to snatch away
मैंने
the
बोला
hopes and
केसी जीतेगा,
dreams.
chill करो। अब I'm here।
What was that adjustment from something there?
ये नहीं करना, ये नहीं कर।
Starting to get fired up.
भाई मेरे को सपोर्ट करने का मन कर रहा है, मेरे को सपोर्ट करने का मन कर रहा है।
अरे वो अपनी ऑडियंस बोल रहा है सपोर्ट करो ऐसा।
माफ करो,
This
केसी
is
जीतेगा।
not done yet, but that's big information. Martin, though, lifeline given for Carmine Core off the back
आप
of his
अपने
start.
जिंक्स को भी जिंक्स कर
That is
देते हो।
everything they needed, but with this man still standing, there is no safety.
जा
He
जा
can
जा
still
फिर
change
वहीं जाके
around.
खड़ा हो जा। अरे यार नरेट
Does he
बचा
read
हुआ
it
है।
again? The adjustment, not wanting to play from the catwalk itself, considering maybe they already thought about it, but it's his presence again.
Yeah.
He is the one that gatekeeps this round.
इसका कूदने का
To
साउंड
hold
आया
this
हुआ है।
angle,
नहीं,
he
लेकिन
needs to
उनको
catch
पता है
one.
शायद
Two,
ये
is he
वाला।
ready for this? Are they ready for this? You can see Mind Freak moving
Mind Freak
closer as
पहुंच रहे
well.
हैं।
Starting to get
वो लोग केओ
curious.
को आने के लिए रुके टॉप में।
See just how close it is. Something gives it up.
The timing! I thought he was going to... Mind Freak not going to be able to do much more. Martin is absolutely activating
ओटी
here.
पे ओटी, हमारे मुंह में आगे गोटी।
1v4. And Jot, this deserves OT.
भाई सुनो, ओटी करके दोनों टीम को भेज दो प्लेयर्स।
Martin, the hero of the hour, the hero of Carmine
नहीं
Core,
उठना था
get him
4
up to
सेकंड
12.
भाई कोई भाई anybody's game है ये, anybody's game है। भाई मैंने अभी देखा 17,000 लोग देख रहे हैं। चैट वड़ा पाव।
Martin on the brink of 30.
वड़ा पाव to use chat।
Digging
वड़ा
so
पाव to use।
deep.
ये लो।
KC just
Positivity
demonstrating
kiss
such a solid understanding of how PRX are playing in some of these mid
अरे
rounds.
काहे चिल्ला रही हो मैडम?
मैं कह रहा हूँ 17,000 लोग देख रहे हो, सब्सक्राइब का अपने बोल दिया करो, मतलब थोड़ा रिस्पॉन्सिबल।
सब्सक्राइब करो यार, सब्सक्राइब करो।
Round 25 operator in hand for something.
सब्सक्राइब मैंने कभी बोला मालूम है?
KC back on the defense
1972
now.
में बोला था लास्ट टाइम।
What a
मानता है तू इतना।
Absolute banger.
सेम एज के माँ बाप।
Man, you couldn't ask us anything
150
better than this.
gifted, 20k
OT
likes
now.
पे। 20k likes हुआ, 150
Something.
gifted अभी के अभी।
Careful, Martin.
मार्टिन भाई।
Forced away. That gives something the angle.
ड्रोन आ रहा है।
Are you shouldering that?
Nice,
You serious?
भाई मैं बोला ना, something चलता फिरता ड्रोन है।
Critical error.
चलता फिरता।
Magnum still positioned towards
हो गया,
Binks,
मिड
but
मार दिया,
PRX
ड्रोन आ रहा है,
very
वी पे आ रहा है ड्रोन।
disengaged. Spike not committed
Market
just
खाली।
yet, so PRX looking to just find these picks. Tomazi lucky to escape with his life here. Actually gets a tag onto something. Down to 80 HP. So there was going to be a stun coming through from Magnum there, but they pulled the rotation. Look at the minimap.
Heads up, Binks 20k likes पे 150 gift.
Stacking the chips towards B site.
20k likes हो अभी का अभी 150 membership देगा. 150 कितना होता है? 150. बराबर.
Great adjustment. Now the knife does reveal the, you know, the horrible reality of the scenario if you're a Carmine Core fan.
Free side,
Well, they're
free
not going to
side.
be anymore.
Free
They weren't
side.
quick on the uptake. They didn't overly dive into
सब
here.
clear.
The side will be there
Sexy
regardless. Do they go
satchel.
for almost the
सब
pre-take or
बराबर.
do they wait?
अब मोने में ज़्यादा acting नहीं चाहिए. कोई नहीं है
They're gonna have
side
to
पे.
now. Monye very close by here.
ये अच्छी है.
Himself
ये
propped up
अच्छी है
on
मोने.
Jet. Jamasi looking maybe set something in motion here.
कितना टाइम है smoke को? Oh, Viper smoke डाल दिया.
The sees through first. But actually doesn't catch it. Doesn't even go over the wall.
Now that could have been big too. The paranoia is going to go through, but it's something to find a
Something
rate.
okay, big.
Swing on in,
Something
Divine.
Something okay. Something you are my goat. You are my goat of the goaters. इंडिया आएगा ना मेरे तरफ से एक पानी पूरी और एक वड़ा पाव. लिख के रखो.
He fought tooth and nail to take this all the way to overtime.
ये सबसे top 2 dish.
Something really starting to heat up now with this operator.
He's a big game player.
Undeniable value
एक राउंड बाप के ला.
found by him.
वाह.
एक राउंड बाप के ला पानी पूरी और वो ऑफ वाला उसमें वड़ा पाव. Done.
Big timeout just came in. I just caught a glimpse
भाई
of it.
टाइमआउट का फायदा नहीं है. केसी जीतेगा. जीत गया है केसी. Let's go.
Right back in here.
Guys, can we
Magnum
get
again?
like
This is very hard. Once you get into
17K
OT,
likes
calling
at
becomes
भाई लाइक्स बढ़ा दो तब
one of the
तक.
hardest things I feel to
Likes
go
बढ़ा
out of the
दो.
normal realms of reality. You're not playing a standard
Heavy
game anymore.
heavy आज
So I think
सबसे
this is a
ज़्यादा
good
लाइक्स
time
हुए
to pump the
अपन.
brakes and try and check back in.
16600 likes.
Yeah, for sure. This team,
16600.
exactly, yeah. Like we said, we talk about obviously KC's opportunity here to really claim one of the international titans of Valorant and a victory over them. Again, uncharted territory for this roster. Shin, the only real legacy really remaining from Carmine Core. Everybody else.
भाई एक बात बता. लास्ट पोल में 10,000 वोट. अभी वाले पोल में 15,000 वोट. लाइक्स इतना स्लो क्यों बढ़ते भाई? वो बटन एक काम करो यूट्यूब भाई. लाइक्स को है ना पोल वाले साइड में मिक्स कर दो. ऐसा कुछ करो तब भी हम ट्रेंडिंग पे जा
Back on the defense now.
सकते.
Same setup or similar once again from Carmine Core. Actually, does the combo catch? No, it doesn't. Actually, finally, Monye punished in this position.
One way smoke fail हो गया.
It's been so difficult to dislodge him from there.
Oh, he's been near on prolific at his damage. How many rounds? 2 kills, 3 kills, just impact. So a great adjustment and a really strong read. But there's bodies behind this, Mike. It's not just Monye. They still have 2 other players, which I don't know if they're expecting that. But now, probably a lot of utility going to reveal who's present on this site.
Again, the other switch up being Forsaken over towards A site.
या फिर ये हो सकता है कि उसने जान पूछकर वन वे स्मोक नहीं डाला ताकि मोनी पीक करके मर जाए और एलेक्स भड़क जाए. टीम सबोटाज.
ये लोग इतना टाइम से वहां पे साइड के अंदर बैठे हैं. दरवाजा बंद करके ऑलरेडी.
You've got to stand.
नहीं वो
Try
रिस्की
and
होता
hold
है.
that ground. Martin's in, but he didn't get what he wanted.
By
Switching out to the
4
shorty is
second
Divine. Forsaken. Racking up bodies.
का होल्ड.
They've held them back. They're on the back.
भाई क्या खेला है भाई. मोने शर्म करो. पहला मारा था मोने. तू पहला मारा था. पहला मारा था मोने. शर्म करो. तो तुम्हें उठ के सबको आग दे रहा मोने.
किसी का ध्यान ना जाए.
हाँ भाई तू कल का दिन दे. कल भी इसने यही किया था बता. भाई साहब 2 राउंड की वजह से केसी घर पे गया यार. अच्छा खेला केसी पर. केसी बहुत बात खेला है. बहुत बात खेला.
Gave it their all today.
भाई Forsaken लेकिन
fantastic series from start to finish.
गलत होल्ड करता.
अच्छा खेला है. मतलब 1-2 राउंड समथिंग में भी बहुत
नहीं जो होल्ड वाला है ना वो Forsaken नहीं किया लेकिन समथिंग क्या वो रुकता नहीं एक जगह. इधर उधर जाके मारता रहता है. लेकिन होल्ड वाला जो है ना ये देख मोने देख सबसे आगे. मैंने आ रहा है. मैंने आ रहा है. मैंने आ रहा है.
Top 5 overall statistically performance for him.
Absolutely fantastic stuff.
And bigger
Pink
picture,
किधर है?
felt like losing to Sentinels and PRX is...
team आ रही कि नहीं पीछे मेरे?
Turn the nose up for that.
No, I give him credit where it's due, but on the other side, of course, the victors today
Bye,
who somehow have been
pause
almost
गए,
sparked back to
Let's
life.
go.
Whatever
इसको भी
Heretics
विश्वास
did
नहीं हो रहा
have
कैसे
turned these
पहुंचे.
boys back into gods, and it is terrifying. The resilience shown, the sheer paper X-ness that we saw on map 3, right, was just like...
बोले मैंने कुछ नहीं किया आज.
मुझे बड़ी भूख लगी है बोल रहा है वो.
वो भी हो सकता है, वो भी हो सकता है.
Just forsaken Monye, and seeing now
वो कह रहा
Monye
कपड़े बच गए
joining the others towards that top end of the board is exceptional to
Yeah,
me.
there's
अभी
still some
इंटरव्यू
real
आएगा ना
questions
मालूम पड़ेगा.
about the comfort within this
भाई
roster,
आज
the
बहुत मिस
composition.
किया यार.
Alex
कैसी
saying
कैसी
yesterday,
I'm
the
really
pre-match,
sorry मेरी जान. करना
we
था,
need to figure
करना
something
पड़ा
else
मेरे
out.
को.
Like
नहीं,
W
भाई.
Gaming's in year 3 now. We need to
Year
figure
3
something
बात.
else out.
Fnatic
But
the
still, they just look so good.
False
at it.
They do, and
Forsaken Sun, no?
Joel, again, it's so hard being, the EMEA region. You're always
Oh,
rooting for
वैसा.
KC in a way because it'd been great to see what they could do with such a young squad. But if anyone was going to
भाई,
put them
मानने
home,
का
I'm
interview
happy
हो
it was
जाए.
PRX. What a fantastic run from them. Analyst desk, enjoy
Gifted
yourselves.
20k likes पे भाई हेलो.
Supposed to like talk about the game.
अभी भी कर सकते हो वैसे तुम लोग. 2000 ही
I mean,
बचे.
I feel like all there is to say is that they've done it in the most paper-Rex way possible. Going to map 3, we're on an ascent game with no solo, with no killjoy on either team. We come out here and we see them
Wingman दो
popping
है.
off towards the end of the game. Something buys it up on Gecko.
Penguin
You know,
3
with
है.
the jumps
Penguin
in
3
and
क्यों है बे?
There was no protection. He just went for it and
And
then
we
got a
won the
kill.
win,
And
and
you're
we
like,
won
oh,
as
just
PRX.
something, just
Love
doing
you.
something things.
And that's the thing with this team. They are
भाई मेरे
inexplicable.
को
They
पैसा
will
मांगता.
ऐसे कर करके वो लोग finals
make
जीत गए तो
decisions
सोचो.
that no
मेरे
one
को
can
पैसा मांगता
fully
भाई.
explain, but they will win with it because they
आज का
can
MV मेरे को
seemingly
मिलना
make it
चाहिए.
work under
असली
any
jinx तो मैंने क्या करी
circumstances.
थी. हम
And
साथ
what
में,
a way,
इस बार. सारे
honestly, if
Jinxers-
KC was going to go out in groups,
Jinxers
there's no
army
better
साथ
way
में
than
है.
this.
Jinxers
Playing against a
army हो
great
गई
team
अभी
who
तो.
pulls off some ridiculous stuff in OT.
Yeah, I mean, you basically
यार,
went to the
मानने को
wire
मानने
there
दिखाओ
against
भाई.
a
मानने
squad there's
दिखाओ.
no shame in losing to. I mean, let's not forget, these are the runner-ups of the World Championship last year,
यार,
for
इसकी
goodness
skin
sake.
क्या
Only
glow
difference is,
करती है
they
यार.
have a new player on the team.
और
And if
second
anything, I
भाई,
think that
हाँ?
this just further
हाँ,
confirms
नहीं
to me
जा
that
रहा.
Monyak belongs on this team, and that kid's got something special. He's got that dog in him for sure.
He absolutely does.
All right, well, let's just go ahead and head down to the floor right now. We got
मानने को
Kuka
सीधा
standing by
होटल
with
भेज दिया
Monyak.
लगता
Let's see
है.
what he's going to say. with
आया
Monyak.
आया.
Give it up for PRX one more time! Congratulations on making playoffs, on making that top 4. Before we begin with the interview, real quick, if it were up to you, Raze, Omen, or Astra?
Can I pick all of them?
No, you have to choose one.
Omen बोल दे.
I'll still say Omen.
हाँ नसीब.
I'd say my race is picking up right now. It's the momentum.
Yes, exactly. We love that. Lo primero que le quería preguntar es, de entre todos los agentes que ha jugado, sobre todo por cómo le vemos cómo se
उसका
mueve,
मुंह से दिख रहा है, बहुत
¿cuál
गंदा
prefería?
question
Parece
था.
ser que se queda con los controladores, pero dice que ahora mismo su race está en ascenso, así que ya lo veremos. So, in 2 days, your team has defeated the 2 EMEA and sent them home, the 2 EMEA teams. What can we expect this time around from PaperX in playoffs?
ऐसे परवाने का
You never know what camera we're using.
That's for sure.
वो तो है भाई.
Do you see yourself lifting the trophy?
I cannot jinx it. I mean, we'll see.
Okay.
Like one by one, you know.
उठाएगा मोनी
¿Qué es lo que
तू.
podemos esperar de
Tú
PRX después de que mandaran a
trophy
casa
उठाएगा
a los
मोनी.
dos equipos de EMEA?
तू ही
Y
trophy
que, desde
उठाएगा.
luego, lo que nunca vamos a
जिस
saber
हिसाब
es
से
qué
खेल रहा है मोनी, I
composición
love you.
van a elegir. Y que,
Tú
bueno,
ही trophy
no se
उठाएगा.
todavía, como
King नहीं,
endemoniado,
sign,
si
hasta
van a sacar
sign.
ese trofeo o no. My last question is going to be, tell us about, now that you mentioned those compositions, tell us about that composition in Lotus. Help us understand, right? You make those changes from one day to another, right? Like now you go with the Astra, the Lotus comp with no Sentinel. So, help us understand why you make these changes.
I mean, it's just like we're trying to what's comfortable for us, so we decided to change it to Astra Omen since Forsaken was playing well on race like yesterday, so we decided to do that after we came back from the venue.
Astra kill again.
Did you just double duo the double control and send it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. Le
I mean,
preguntaron.
we prepped something, but it's not like very big preparation, you know?
Ok. Le he preguntado también por esa composición que han sacado en Lotus en la que deciden estar con el doble controlador.
Magnificent Nega 40
de lo que solemos ver.
दोनों ईमेल टीम बाहर हो गई.
¿Por qué no? Estas son las típicas decisiones que te llevan a lo más alto. Well, thank you very much. We'll see you in 3 days during playoffs.
कौन chips मांग रहा है?
Todavía nos queda una cosa por hacer. We're going now to the draw so to see who's going to be facing off.
मोने का इंटरव्यू हो रहा भाई. मोहतरमा पे कहाँ बिजी हो तुम? जिसको सपोर्ट के सब बार फैनेटिक पेज एंड
Hola a todos chicos, estamos aquí para ver quién va a jugar en los playoffs, para ver cuáles son los primeros equipos que vamos a ver dentro de 2 días.
600 हो गए, 1000 जीत गया थोड़ा मना शर्म करो शर्म बंद करो ये बेटिंग बेटिंग.
Very simple and straightforward. This is
थैंक यू भाई. अमेरिका वर्सेस पैसिफिक है पूरा. ये मजा आएगा देखने में. देवर सिटीज थैंक यू फॉर द $50. अभी लॉन्ड्री वापस आ गया उनका. जीजी गाइस देवर सिटीज ओपा हो जाए.
is good to go.
Devar cities opa ho jaye. Love you Devers.
So if you want to just kind of you can give me one of these and then
Mamba sharam kar draws dekh draws.
Perfect. All right, so the first team for the first
Love you,
match
Devers.
is going
Love
to
you.
be
Sentinels, let's see.
and then well by default we'll do this. By default the first team of the second match, so they don't play each other, but the first team in the other match
PRX.
is going to be Genji.
Sentinels against Genji, dos de los equipos que se clasificaron a los playoffs los primeros.
Yeah, there's 2 outcomes, so let's see.
Sentinels free win.
¿Quién va a jugar contra Sentinels? Loud. Sentinels contra
Loud versus PRX, na?
So yeah, by default, we're gonna have Genji,
against PRX, yes.
Duelo
de la PAC del Pacífico. Primero contra segundo. Bueno, estos son los equipos, chicos. Nos vemos dentro de 2 días en los playoffs. Muchas gracias a todos por venir. Un abrazo muy fuerte.
So basically अमेरिका से नहीं लड़ेगा.
वैसे इन लोगों को वैसा करना
मतलब लड़ेगा सॉरी लड़ेगा
That was bound to happen.
लास्ट में मतलब फाइनल्स में
नहीं
होगा ना.
I mean, I was saying, I was like, you know, I'd be fine if it was like, you know, yeah, a little America's fight, a Pacific fight, America's fight, Pacific fight. No, instead we're just gonna.
It's just 2 finals.
Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Let's run our regional finals back. Oh my word. Firstly, Mike, good to have you here, pal. That was insane. From a color commentator perspective, just so that we can give the viewers at home just a little bit of context. How fun is it?
I said this in the cast as well. It's always nice to hear that insight from Eng, where it's just like, yeah, we don't really know what they're going to do. It's like that when you're watching it. You're like, whoa, what's going to happen next?
Moniette literally said to Kakuka, we didn't know what we were going to pick. So it's like, how can you know what you're going to do? What your opponent
जो भी हो
exactly.
सारे अच्छी टीम्स ही है रिग क्या रिग सारे अच्छी टीम्स ही है
It just goes to show again you can't really take much away.
मेरे को लगा सेन वर्सेस जेंजी है.
They played an outstanding series of Valorant today.
They absolutely did. I mean, in particular, I was so impressed.
लोअर ब्रैकेट भी है. हाँ अभी तो प्लेऑफ्स है उसमें अपर लोअर ब्रैकेट है.
Not the finest showing, but I did think their calling on that map was on point. We saw a lot of.
भाई अभी बेसिकली ये लोग फेज 2 ऑफ फाइनल्स पे पहुंच गए, समझ रहे हो? तो अभी 4 टीम्स ही बची है. 4 टीम्स में जो हारेगा वो लोअर ब्रैकेट में जाएगा, जो जीतेगा अपर ब्रैकेट में जाएगा. समझ रहे हो? अभी अपर के भी और अपर ब्रैकेट वैसा. तो सब टीम सबको खेलेगा बेसिकली. तो इतना कुछ ड्रॉ का बीटी नहीं है. एंड ऑफ द डे जो अच्छी टीम है वो फाइनल्स में मिलने ही वाली है. चाहे कुछ भी हो.
They just happened to run it. They got introduced to the big leagues because they ended up meeting this PRX team first time, and you're just getting shenanigans.
I mean, look at the run they've had to face it, up against Sentinels who are looking in insane form, and PRX who, like we said, were an international.
Bugs by RCB won yesterday. Yay! मैंने बोला था
RCB sort of explosive performances.
जो क्वालिफाई वो साथ में मैच नहीं होगा.
I mean, we're starting with the regional rematches, which is like, okay, it's a regional rematch. But after that, the games we can get here. I want to see Sentinels
तो loud कैसे?
So bad. So bad. I want to see loud PRX also, because both those teams are going crazy with the competition. It is. I feel like all these matchups are going to be
नहीं तो basically Sentinels और Genji पहले क्वालिफाई हो गए थे प्लेऑफ्स के लिए, बहुत पहले. तो वो लोग समझ रहे ऑलरेडी टॉप पे थे, तो वो लोग ओपोनेंट्स ही रहेंगे वैसा.
Clickable PRX, and then you have a Loud who are finally looking back in like championship form just as they get into playoffs.
The concern being if PRX just start going down the rabbit hole before playoffs. I mean, they've already started today, right?
Yeah.
They're happy to just
वो
bring
तो
out
वो लोग
composite.
ने क्या किया, वो लोग का रूल था कि जो टॉप पे है वो लोग आपस में नहीं लड़ सकते, जो सेंटिनल्स और जेंजी है। तो पहला चिट में सेंटिनल्स आया, दूसरे में जेंजी आया, तो सेंटिनल जेंजी नहीं खेल सकता। जो तीसरा चिट आया वो लाउड आया, तो सेंटिनल लाउड के साथ खेला और जो बचा बाकी आपस में खेला। ऐसा हुआ। ओ समझा, घर जाएंगा।
How close every region is, how close every team is, that people were doubting Pacific coming in. Both their teams are in.
स्क्रिप्टेड, हाँ वो लोग कैसा शूट करते हैं वो भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, ये पूरा स्टेज भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, मैचेस भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, जो बॉक्स में लिखा है वो भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, कैमरामैन भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, वो जो नीचे से कैमरा जाता है वो भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, वो लोग के एंट्री वेंट्री सब स्क्रिप्टेड है, वो लोग की मम्मी लोग आके चेयर करते हैं ये मेरा बेटा ओपी, वो भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, ये जो कपड़ा जो पहना है वो भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, यही कपड़ा तो आज ही पहनेगा कल नहीं पहन सकता, वो भी स्क्रिप्टेड है, सब स्क्रिप्टेड ही है।
Wild tournaments that we've ever had.
It was impossible to predict.
It was impossible to predict. Everyone came here to play. This is the peak. This is like what Valorant Esports, what this sport is all about. It is freaking awesome to watch, man.
भाई मास्टर्स लेकिन दिल झुंझुना उठा यार, मास्टर्स में मजा आ गया।
But folks, we're gonna get Mike out of here because he just casted a game that gave him a headache more than likely. Same thing for me.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ स्क्रिप्टेड छोड़ो, नया कर दो, प्री रिकॉर्डेड।
Joining us. Thank
ये
you all
ऑलरेडी
at
मैचेस
home
हो
for
चुके
sticking with us throughout the week. We hope
ये मैचेस ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं, हम ऐसे ही देख रहे, 2 साल पहले ही मैचेस हुआ ये वाला मैच। चलो अभी ब्रैकेट्स मालूम पड़ गया है, अभी मेरे हिसाब से 2 दिन की हमको मस्त छुट्टी है, तो हम रैंक पुश चालू कर सकते हैं, बकचोदी चालू कर सकते हैं, तो मिलते हैं विद द नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम्स। अब क्या सीन है मामा भाई?
कोई सीन नहीं है यार, अब हम
आपके नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम्स बूम बाम कब होंगे?
होपफुली कल से।
होपफुली कल से, डन।
आप क्या सोने जा रहे हैं?
सोएंगे, क्या करेंगे अभी।
सही बात है, चले गुड नाइट।
चले बाय बाय मामा, लव्ड यूज, लव्ड यूज।
यस यस, डू बी लव्ड यूज।
याद रखना, बीवी के सामने तूने मेरे को भी बोला, एक बार तेरा होने दे।
बद्दुआ दे रहा था मेरे को, तब कुछ नहीं याद आया।
बद्दुआ क्या, अच्छा ही बोला यार, इस साल गर्लफ्रेंड मिलेगी, तेरा 7 मिलियन हो सकता है, सब अच्छी बात की है, उसमें भी प्रॉब्लम है।
थैंक यू। कुछ हुआ ना लेफ्ट राइट बताऊंगा तेरे को, साल के आखिरी में दिखियो मत मेरे को न्यू ईयर।
मामा कल का दिन तेरा बहुत अच्छा जाएगा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
चलो अच्छा हुआ कल का ही बोल दिया तूने, कल पे ही डिसाइड हो जाएगा तू क्या दुआ मांगा मैंने।
आज का नहीं, कल।
ठीक है कल, अच्छा ठीक है, ठीक है,
बाय बाय। वाई रैंक डिसेबल, ये राज उसी के साथ चला गया और वो उसी मतलब मैं जा रहा हूँ। चलो गाइस, दैट इज इट। थैंक यू देवर्सिटीज, आज का $100 प्लस 50 गिफ्टेड के लिए मेरी जान। लव यू देवर्सिटीज, थैंक यू सो मच। अभी मिलते हैं, हैवी मैचेस होने वाले हैं 20 तारीख से, आई थिंक 21 से होने वाले हैं, 19-20 छुट्टी है, 21 से मैचेस चालू होने वाले हैं और 24 को फाइनल्स होने वाला है, तो मज़ा आएगा, एंड तक देखेंगे। इस बार हमने सारा वीसीटी पूरा कवर किया है और मज़ेदार मैचेस हो गए, मज़ा आ गया। ठीक है, तो गाइस जाते हैं, आदियोस, चिडमे पादियोस, टेक केयर, लव यू गाइस, बाय बाय। जीपे चेक कर रहा हूँ। अंकुश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 100 मेरी तरफ से वड़ा पाव, लव यू मेरी जान, कल ही खाऊंगा वड़ा पाव, थैंक यू सो मच। मेरा बर्थडे था कल 18 को, मैंने आज कुछ अच्छे काम करे और इतना सुकून मिल रहा है दिल को, एंड थैंक यू भाई फॉर मेकिंग अस लाफ एवरी डे फॉर ऑलमोस्ट 4 years। आयुष भाई फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मेनी बिलेटेड हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द बर्थडेज टू यूज मेरी जान। अच्छे काम करते रहो, अच्छे काम इज इक्वल टू पॉजिटिव माइंड। ठीक है, चलो इसी के साथ जाते हैं, बाय बाय, बिलेटेड हैप्पी बर्थडे, love you, thank you for watching the stream, bye bye everybody।
But when there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing, but deep down I I felt for you. Oh, I regret